the same time, Bjorn is in the natural. This drop is still running rampant. Starting to deep structures. 2 of the 3 robos shut down at the moment. Bjorn going to turn around onto these disruptors. This trap loses control a little bit. The drop over here will go back onto this base. We're actually going to get all these tech units, 2 disruptors, an immortal. I'm going to say 2 colossus. Maybe the battery is good enough there, and I think it is. Trap is across the map at the same time. The bigger army of his now pushing and looking to take advantage of what the great disruptor shot into the choke point stops Bjorn from being able to chase through and retreat through there. So that's a fantastic connection. The Vax will go retreating away also as bio unloading, picking off in the simulator, and the Liberators are sieged up as well. Looking great. 2 more libs coming about, plus 3 armor on the engineering bay coming through also. And Medivacs continue up to the top. Couple shots. He turns back around again. Medivacs, the bio units continue to gather up. Liberators continue through. Move upwards. That planetary 4 libs will be a sieging. Shot fires through. Missile turret taking some hits. Fire will come forward. It's going to be seen. Azul still trying to turn back around. The Liberator sieged up comfortably. So it's in a DT running towards the natural. Just going to be seeing the back and forth continue. Just DT goes down. The Zealots are going to get some swipes off. The Marauders dropping. Hope we'll get the cleanup. Charging in from the left-hand side. Bio gets rid of a bunch more Zealots once again. Stalker's actually still moving upwards. Liberators firing, getting a lot of shots off Stalkers. Zealots continuing through there. Get disruptor shot flame on the Bio still collecting back to the middle of the map, holding that watchtower. Prism on the way, Nexus producing. Going to dive forwards, and it's going to be the gold base tonight once more. In the end, I think Bjorn is just coming out a little bit better off than Trap. He's going to kill 2 bases here. Trap's going to walk counterattack one more time. I mean, counterattack has potential. Bjorn does not have a lot. It's the Liberators he'll be reliant on in this scenario. Trap now down sub 40 workers. Lib's going to siege up across the base. Advanced ballistics is so good in this scenario. Just having that extra bit of range to siege up from difficult to get positions. That said, we are going to see Trap breaking into the main base, and Bjorn still focused on his army across the map, even after bases and probes. I mean, there's one base down at the very south that he is denying mining with the Liberators, so he doesn't feel the need to go against that with the Bio army. His production is going to get camped here. Army supplies are 79 each, and Trap is starting to get some damage done that brings him back into this. Here is Bjorn's army returning, however, it's hurt, and there's only 3 medevacts on the map. Appearing as he's desperately trying to get units out of these structures in the main base. As mules for days, should he come out of this alive, which I do think Bjorn will. I think he's going to be okay here, but definitely not as easily seeming as it might have originally looked like. Need to get rid of that disruptor immediately. The EMP was very good. And yeah, Trap's army is just not really good enough to fight anymore, so that's going to be just too much. Bjorn is game 1 of this best of 3 semi-final. Pretty fantastic game, honestly, on our side. Like I said, hope we just beat these guys. We're absolutely going to get that here in game 1. Slipskew sieging. GG is called. Bjorn takes map number 1 of this best of 3. And will advance through to a 1-0 advantage in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Firefly and Spirit wrapped up. Spirit beat out Firefly, so Spirit takes on Classic in our semi-final number 2. Alright, gonna load straight into a game number 2. Guys, they want to play StarCraft. We'll let them. as you come into Oceanborn. So Beyond in a 1-0 lead. Like I say, Classic Spirit will begin on the other semi-final. We'll let them start. This is not designed to be extra matches to hold up everyone's day or anything. Just an extra chance to win a little bit of prize money as a thank you to playing in the qualifiers. In the top left, up 1. Great game 1. Can he make a great game 2? It is Beyond. Taking on Trap in the bottom right. Honestly, just a very cool game, very fast-paced. It's amazing to see how much better Trap is getting. He was so good already when you kind of just see improvement after improvement, to be honest. Really great to see is that. Nexus Chrono boosts along. Game number 2 of the best of 3. Alright, so game number 2, and we have just a probe across the map. Beyond is going to open with the double gas factory, so a little bit more on the aggressive side, but all on the very safe side of things at the moment. Probe's chilling on the left-hand side. Maybe he has some plans. Maybe he has something he would like to do. Just keeping a little eye on him as the Reaper continues out over to the left and to the right. Second Reaper pops out, and then Twilight Council and Nexus continue through the Adept and the Warp Gate unit as well. But Debs is going to try and fight these Reapers, and actually with the Shade, we're going to be good to at least get rid of one of them, so that's one Reaper down. And now the second Reaper is going to be a little bit less effective on its own accord, but we'll still get through to Scout. Twilight Council is seen, so we get confirmation of our tech choice initially. Actually, try for a probe. We get a probe. We actually have 3 probes total, so not bad at all. All said and done. Didn't expect that to go so well. Cycling out now from Beyond as the blink works into play from Trap. We get all of that on the way. Cyclone just continues to move about. Up to the top, the couple of Depths and a Stalker moving forwards from Trap as well, continuing to go and shove their way forward a little bit. What's up, Camex? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub on that Prime as well. Appreciate it, mate. Hope you're doing great, and thank you so much for supporting. As our Marines is going to come forward to your Depths. Taking some shots. There goes one. A second one in some trouble. Taking some losses on its HP bar and getting pushed back. And that blink continuing through. Cloaking, tank, all on the way out. Look at that blink finishing very shortly now. Again, just a couple stalkers here, kind of moving back around. Again, Cloak, Banshee, a couple more Marines on the way through as we speak. So just bringing all of that up and running. There are a few more stalkers getting walked in, and we'll see the Banshee getting active over on the side, so it gets taken out immediately. We cancel Cloak as that Banshee dies, so we just decide not to commit to it, and yeah, losing the Banshee is obviously just going to be one of those things that Bjorn now does not have to work with. Trap will get onto the map. Nothing to really stop him moving forwards here anymore. He's dealt with some of the aggression. He's dealt with the pressure. There shouldn't really be much else on the map at this stage, right? Three probes still just long distance and a couple more sentries on the way up. The charge is building. Our forge coming through. +1 attack and stim pack both building up as well. The Stalker of Trap goes back and continues to the upper left. So again on a little bit of a journey there. Just seeing where it can get to as stim pack +1 attack continue to come in. +1 stim coming through. Marine Medevac Marauder still building up as well. And the Stalker continues to go to the upper side. Gonna get that stim pack finishing fairly soon. A couple more Medevacs still on the way out. Stim combat and +1 all on the way through. We just wait and see where this game goes. This is, from Trap, I guess, very different because he's moving into those charge lots very quickly. He's not really going very tech heavy. This is not splash damage. This is just sheer number of units. And he's going to try and pressure Bjorn from taking the third base. Orbital will land in a moment. The Zealots, sentries pulling back down towards the bottom. I'm not going to commit just yet, Trap. I think he just wants that third to be taken and maybe feels though that would be his moment. The Zealots are quite far back here. The Stalkers will just see that the tanks are set up, so figuring that out. Don't think it's just a trap at the end of the day, right? He is going to be able to warp in here at the prism, but even then, is that really enough Zealots to send this? He's going to coming up. Zealots already wasting their charges a little bit on the depots and so on. That's always a big win from the Terran players. Bjorn tucks himself into the corner, minimizing surface area, stopping the Zealots from doing anything like they would like to do. And that's going to be a pretty decent defense from Bjorn here so far. I'd say that was pretty reasonable as we chase the last few units back away to the right-hand side. A little bit of bio still gathering up over on the left. Tommy settles down and another depot finishes up. Fourth base is in position here from Trap also, so we get that set to go. Nice to have the fourth base up then behind all of this, but still lots of questions to be asked as the army of Phoenix still on the upper right side, a couple of barracks coming about, Engineering Bay, Liberator coming through as well, so we do see more of those tools being added on. Focus on the Phoenix, gathering up. Get to that stim pack before that's going to truly have a major effect on this game, so we're still building up towards this. We'll get ourselves settled in. Unified up. Again, +1 attack. Stim pack building up here as our bio army gets stronger. We also have the Liberator getting Stalker's still good. Since tower denied, I mean, Bjorn now has to be gathering around. Just going to collect up here for a couple of moments. And you're going to see a little bit of what they can do. Phoenix Immortal continue to come about and just have ourselves the stim pack on. Stalker Immortal squad then gathering up. We do have the bio still head left side. Top of this gold is huge. You can actually deny the gold base, that would be absolutely massive for you. So if that's a possibility, we will generally take it. Gold minerals just chokes up your entire army. This drop gets denied though. Widow Mines getting picked up before they get anywhere close to being impactful. So unfortunately for them, they will be halted on their tracks. Here, gonna load up and try and go elsewhere as obviously Hero and Weibo already have that 1-0 lead very comfortably, very quickly. Getting that started up. And in fact, moving up the right side, the Phoenix coming about as well. Left and join things together a little bit. Phoenix just trying to again poke around, keep the information going. Try and just have as much info as possible here as puts the Hero actually ready to try and take a fight. Kira is setting up for a big old drop. We'll see if that's something that can have effect as Medivacs do return home with their cargo. Those units are going to be necessary in this defense, it seems. Seems just very obvious at this stage. We're going to need this here as another Colossus shows up, and for the moment, Hero will not find a way to continue to commit through. He will not find a way to go any further on this. He'll just kind of get halted in his tracks for now. Lot, given the right circumstance, so we'll see if they can find that out on the other side. Viking shots, Prism taking some damage, a scan coming in overhead. Army repositions itself, and we are just going to be seeing Hero kind of jump on Kira's forces, but he took a little bit of a beating at the very start of it, so it didn't exactly start off great. Might continue in a great. But Bioforce absolutely being chased away as a couple of Immortals. Trying to just help out on the ground. Kira, if he gets a full cleanup, he would be absolutely loving his life. There's a full cleanup within reason. Is that something we can reach towards? Yes, it is. Hero is just going to take it 2-0. Brutal victory from Hero. No chill at all. And Kua, unfortunately, is going to lead Liquid to a 0-2 start on the day. Not what you're quite looking for, but sometimes it be like that. It's fight, and yeah, you got to consider the defensive advantage that Beyond holds. Is that something we can reach towards? Yes, it is. Hero is just going to take it 2-0. Brutal victory from Hero. No chill at all. And Kua, unfortunately, is going to lead Liquid to a 0-2 start on the day. Not what you're quite looking for, but sometimes it be like that. It's fight, and yeah, you got to consider the defensive advantage that Beyond holds, but at the same time, you are really. Is that something we can reach towards? Yes, it is. Hero is just going to take it 2-0. Brutal victory from Hero. No chill at all. And Kua, unfortunately, is going to lead Liquid to a 0-2 start on the day. Not what you're quite looking for, but sometimes it be like that. It's fight, and yeah, you got to consider the defensive advantage that Beyond holds, but at the same time, you are really. Fight, and yeah, you got to consider the defensive advantage that Beyond holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... Fight, and yeah, you gotta consider the defensive advantage that Bjorn holds, but at the same time, you are really poised to make the most of it. So let's... most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Most of it. So let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Most of it, so let's see if you can do so. Darkstalker Immortal, moving back and forth. most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Darkstalker Immortal moving back and forth. most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Stalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Stalker Immortal moving back and forth. Most of it, so let's see if he can do so. Stalker Immortal moving back and forth. And just go from there, see how quickly it goes. If it goes a bit long, we might have to jump out of it as well. That's just where we're at right now today, so that's where things stand. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. And just go from there, see how quickly it goes. If it goes a bit long, we might have to jump out of it as well. That's just where we're at right now today, so that's where things stand. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. It take too long to get into. Bum, 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Bum 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 bum. They take too long to get into. Here's Sue. And Skillers are ready to play some StarCraft. As you hope they are. Gonna be Alcini for the starting. As long as this isn't more than 20 minutes, we should be all good. If this is more than 20 minutes, I apologize for us having to probably leave early. Skills in the upper right hand side, that will be his spawn. The spawn of his opponent Sue is going to be in the bottom left as we get this up and running underway. Well, suddenly Bjorn takes a 30 supply lead, and we really felt like Trap was secured to take this one back, but This fight was horrendous, losing the prism, losing the height. Fun map, definitely a fairly macro-focused map a lot of the time is Arsini as well, so should be pretty cool. Templars so quickly, no storms dropped. Simply that. Well, suddenly Bjorn takes a 30 supply lead, and we really felt like Trap was secured to take this one back, but this fight was horrendous, losing the prism, losing the height. Fun map, definitely a fairly macro-focused map a lot of the time is Arsini as well, so should be pretty cool. Templars so quickly, no storms dropped. Simply that was just the splash damage in this force, right? Well, suddenly Bjorn takes a 30 supply lead, and we really felt like Trap was secured to take this one back, but this fight was horrendous, losing the prism, losing the height. Fun map, definitely a fairly macro-focused map a lot of the time is Arsini as well, so should be pretty cool. Templars so quickly, no storms dropped. Simply that was just the splash damage in this force, right? And we weren't really on the point where we'd followed up with different splash damage yet, so you get heavily punished. See where we're gonna go. So, gateway, and your bio continues around. The bio is gonna go after the Nexus. Zealot's just gonna go running about it. See where we're gonna go. So, gateway, and your bio continues around. The bio is just gonna go after the Nexus. Zealot's just gonna go running about. SCVs just gonna come in, marauder. See where we're gonna go. So, gateway, and your bio continues around. The bio is just gonna go after the Nexus. Zealot's just gonna go running about. SCVs just gonna come in, marauder. See where we're gonna go. So, gateway, and your bio continues around. The bio is just gonna go after the Nexus. Zealot's just gonna go running about. SCVs just gonna come in, marauder gonna get surrounded. See where we're gonna go. So, gateway, and your bio continues around. The bio is just gonna go after the Nexus. Zealot's just gonna go running about. SCVs just gonna come in, marauder gonna get surrounded. Zealot's just gonna go running about. SCVs just gonna come in, marauder gonna get surrounded. It's gonna get rid of an Archon. Just gonna be seeing the Colossus 1 and 2. We'll see. Good game. He just didn't have that secondary round of splash damage, and then took a bad. Have a little bit of StarCraft 2 soundtrack singing involved. It's really a classic moment of the stream. Well, I got that start again. Skillless, if he lets it go late or if he tries to avoid the late game, maybe could be a sign that he feels that as well. It'd be very interesting if he actually embraced the later game and sort of showed us what he would do in a later stage. I think he's doing his like corrupted spellcaster. I think that's where Sue's kind of forward. Couple queens will just take a couple steps backward to make sure they can do a set of depths. Just settle down a couple of depths. Just settle down a couple of depths. Some damage there as well. Just seeing our 3 drones going down so far. WBG's a new team. It's Dragon Kaisi Gaming, just picked up by a name sponsor who they're gonna represent for Esports World Cup basically. So it's not a new team in the essence of like it's still the same team makeup. It's just under a new name. But good for that. Lots of money on the line for teams at Esports World Cup, so may as well take the deal because the teams are absolutely willing to invest in that. Just getting the Dakia skills, having a good start, man. So a good amount of drones killed early. He's definitely putting some damage in, getting some successes in the early stages. Alright, it's going to be game 2 of Spirit vs. Classic. Just getting the Dakia skills, having a good start, man. So a good amount of drones killed early. He's definitely putting some damage in, getting some successes in the early stages. Alright, it's going to be game 2 of Spirit vs. Classic. Just getting the Dakia skills, having a good start, man. So a good amount of drones killed early. He's definitely putting some... in the correct direction here. And Spirit representing Na'Vi on the top right. Both these players heading to the Esports World Cup 1 month from today. In the correct direction here. And drone's going about again. Our Oracle's moving over. Blink and +1 are on the way about as well. Also trying to see what it is that they can in a couple of days from today, I guess. I think the players fly out in the correct direction here. And drone's going about again. Our Oracle's moving over. Blink and +1 are on the way about as well. Also trying to see what it is that they can in a couple of days from today, I guess. I think the players fly out in the correct direction here. And drone's going about again. Our Oracle's moving over. Blink and +1 are on the way about as well. Also trying to see what it is that they can in a couple of days from today, I guess. I think the players fly out in the correct direction here. And drone's going about again. Our Oracle's moving over. Blink and +1 are on the way about as well. Also trying to see what it is that they can in a couple of days from today, I guess. I think the players fly out August 12th, I believe, actually. And drone's going about again. Our Oracle. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is going to try and fight against. And drone's going about again. Our Oracle. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is going to try and fight against. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is going to try and fight against. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is going to try and fight against. See what it is that they can find. Feeling is going to try and fight against those few Stalkers. Stalkers taking a few shots of damage. Again, Blink and +1 continuing to come in to play right now. Bro moves up, Nibble. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is going to try and fight against. Bro moves up, Nibble. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is going to try and fight against. Bro moves up, Nibble. See what it is that they can find. A month tomorrow. They'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nip. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nibbles at the SCV. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nibbles at the SCV. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Bro moves up, nibbles at the SCV. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Do see what it is that they can find. I'm on tomorrow. I'll be on their way. Feeling is gonna try and fight against. Feeling is gonna try and fight against those few stalkers. Stalkers taking a few shots of damage. Again, Blinken +1 continuing to come in to play right now. Bro moves up, nibble. I wonder how many people watch this in China. I think WT. That blink and that +1 still continuing in. Doesn't surprise. Up and online. Play is good. It does feel like Skillis is just on top of things right now. Gotta say, I feel like Skillis is absolutely putting himself in a. It's gonna be wing attack coming soon. I'm not sure there's ever really a chance to make this work, because to me, this is a situation where Skills is just so well set. Damage is being done well early. He put himself ahead. He's, able to establish himself a great position, and now we just need to run that position through, right? So that's kind of what we're not doing just yet. What we could do is have Roach Ravage a link continues to get UCC coming about, Adept still building, Nexus on the natural. You have the SEV coming down. So that's kind of what we're not doing just yet. What we could do is have Roach Ravage a link continues to get UCC coming about, Adept still building, Nexus on the natural. You have the SEV coming down. So that's kind of what we're not doing just yet. What we could do is have Roach Ravage a link continues to get UCC coming about, Adept still building, Nexus on the natural. You have the SEV coming down. So that's kind of what we're not doing just yet. What we could do is have Roach Ravage a link continues to get UCC coming about, Adept still building, Nexus on the natural. You have the SEV coming down. So that's kind of what we're not doing just yet. What we could do is have Roach Ravage a link continues to get UCC coming about, Adept still building, Nexus on the natural. You have the SEV coming down. So that's kind of what we're and let's see if Sue can break through his skill. As you honestly has not really messed up this game, so be able to work out. It doesn't look as though it's going to be good enough. Polka is still moving about as well, just going to go pushing back the other side a little bit. And trying to get damage. Stalker's gathering together, still got Roach Ravager Queen on a little bit of a push. Trying to see what we can do. It's fine, because the medevac can just pop over here, dropping down. The Stalker's and Immortal have to step back. Station Pit coming through with this as well. We still got Roaches and a Queen being brought on forwards. Hello guys, just trying to find a player, so just gonna stick out of this for a moment while we figure that out. So give us a couple minutes to try and find someone. Hopefully we'll be able to go soon. Alrighty, guys, Nightmare's here, so thanks for that. I was just trying to find him. And we will get into this Nightmare versus Max Pack series in just a few. Sending play a message out to Classic and Beyond just so that they know that we're a little ahead of schedule as well. Alright, so we're diving into Site Delta. As in the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the Blue Protoss player. One of the PvP kings out here in the world. This is Max Pax. As in the bottom right, our Red Protoss player is Nightmare. Will I be doing any Stormgate content? Not really. Not right now. I'm just busy with StarCraft stuff. At the moment, we've got lots of StarCraft stuff going on. So, yeah, not really. We don't really have time to do much Stormgate stuff, and not super hyped about doing early access things and so on, and getting kind of too deep when there's a lot to still be changed and stuff, so for now, just going to keep on focusing on StarCraft 2. Proby, passing Proby. A couple of gates coming up. The assimilators coming through. And probes coming in. As our probe continues into the upper left-hand side. So nothing too crazy in the first few moments, just scouting. Obviously, it is 1 gate each. We expect this to be 1 gate each to start us off. As the probe, maybe other probes. Cervical coming through, and it's underway. Probe gonna control around again. Cervical's coming through, and got ourselves a Stargate building from MaxPax. Gonna go for the safer route. Nightmare looks so good in that PvP against Skillus. I could believe he could maybe put up a little bit of a fight against MaxPax, considering Skillus has put up a good fight against MaxPax recently as well. Stargate coming up, next coming through. Have ourselves a couple of moments here. And you see our Proby chasing the other Proby around, and again, a peaceful early couple of moments. Wait to see where we go with this. Obviously, Nightmare not going to go into the Stargate versus Stargate stuff either, so he's not going to go around with that one. And you have a little fight breaking out here. A Zealot and Adept and a Stalker getting involved with one another. A little bit of action on that, though. Still nothing really too overly major. As the Adept gets into the main base and is still being chased down by a Stalker. Stalker would love to get rid of this Adept in the next few moments. 2 probes going down, and that will be that for the moment there. And we got ourselves the Twilight Council and the Gateway building up still. Continue to bring that through for the moment. Battery activating, Oracle activates as well. I'm going to go after the probe. We're going to take a few more shots going down. 3 workers killed at the moment. Blink starting up as well. We get that up and running. Uh-oh, Oracle doesn't want to go down. MaxPax wants to protect that. He's killed 4 probes, though. I'd say this has already turned into a success story as Natural is unprotected for a later dive with the Oracle, perhaps as well. Something else we could maybe look at. Couple oracles coming through. We do have the blink on the way from Nightmares, about halfway done already. Oracle's gonna activate 2, 3 probes, 4 probes going down. Nice little bit of damage there. Like I say, MaxPax definitely making use of these oracles on a 12 worker lead already. Pretty substantial here so far. That's a good amount of damage done as we continue to get the blink brought through. A couple extra stalks coming up as well. The probes are still producing. Continue to get things underway. Oracle's just going to drop down. A little revelation again. The Stalker's going to be held back there. That's just going to be held away. Again, that blink coming through. Next, and a couple of probes on the way up. The Forge coming by. Stalkers will trade a little. Obviously, MaxPax is about to have his own blink. He's going to get there with the worker lead. Third base already building. Again, the early game establishment is already just so MaxPax favored right now. Looking really, really good for him throughout these early minutes. This is just game 1 of the series, but it does already kind of sell the signs of MaxPax PvP domination continuing. I know that might be a bit extreme to say already, It's just when you got someone as good as Max Pax in the matchup, you got to get behind the fact that he's just really good at it, right? Like, you just got to accept this and kind of roll with it. I think it'd be unfair to not bring that into the commentary, because this guy really is at that pinnacle level here in PvP. Robo facility coming up, we'll see an assimilator going down as well. Stalkers coming about, just need the Stalkers and Max Packs coming around as well. We do have charge, we do have +1, continue to be brought into play here, so we get that settled in. Stalkers are going to trade up against each other once again. So a few more shots coming about, we'll see that super battery activating once more. Continue to come by here and continue to strike. Our Stalker's still going to give chase for just a couple moments. Again, the extra gates coming about, Immortal Charge on the way through. A few different bits and pieces continue to be brought into play now. Continue to get set up here in this game. Dark Shrine from Max Pax. We'll see a fun way to kind of introduce the next stage of this game as well. It can be a very active way of playing, something else that can definitely go in your favor. As these three Stalkers just gather up, the Observer's going to be coming through too, continuing to get established. Stalkers, an Immortal in the center, just going to be seeing our Stalkers and Nightmare chilling on the bottom. +2 attack continues out as well. It's coming up to being about halfway done. The Dark Shrine is also still just producing through, so bringing that Dark Shrine into play. Actually gonna get rid of the Oracle here. Max Pax finds a blink onto the Stalkers. Just warped in a bunch of Zealots as well. Which direction does he go in? If he goes up that ramp, there's a super battery, which would become a super battery for him to fight against. Zealots actually showing up here from Nightmare, just now getting their charge. And one Immortal of Max Pax trying to stay clear of trouble. He's actually gonna lose his Prism. Great job by Nightmare to find the Prism through this. That obviously does a lot to dislodge Max Pax's continuous warp-ins and ability to just stay attacking in this game. Max Pax still has a massive supply lead, do not get me wrong. Up 20 workers up in army supply, but let's face it. This is a situation where Nightmare's just got to do his best, and he's definitely found one of the better positions right there. Stalkers and Stalkers continue to come through. We've seen the Archon still trying to push back. Max Pax struggling to actually just take the fights, I guess. And I mean, some of these tech units are starting to add up a little bit. Nightmare is pushing Max Pax away. And Max Pax still has that worker lead. Max Pax also still has the +2 attack that's just finished. That's a major advantage for the next few fights. Especially on anything that's kind of gateway unit focused. He's going to have that edge. Nightmare's sitting here. I hope he doesn't try and push further. I don't think it'll go well for him, even with the 2 Archons versus Max Pax's 0. I don't think that ends well for him at all, honestly. Just going to be seeing our Stalkers and Archons coming through. A couple of Zealots still getting shot down. DT trying to get to the front. Prism getting another warp in. One more High Templar warp in there, going to be able to become Archons. Focus blink up again, +3 attack coming up, +2 attack, about to finish. Archons Archons will fight other Archons. It's going to be seeing the Prism still setting up. A few more Zealots warping in. Shots keep coming through. A couple of those Archons getting knocked down. Another Archon here is going to be in trouble in a moment as 12, 13 probes getting picked away at. PTs are putting in some serious work. So many probes going down. As long as they keep going, that's going to be problematic. 25 dead workers. Stalker's Blink on the right side, going to work the way through that Nexus. And GG is called Nightmare. MaxPack's just too far ahead. And that is going to be him taking the first game. This best of 5. So MaxPack's taking the 1-0. Ready for game 2 in just a couple. What's our next game gonna be? Gonna be on Oceanborn. Max gonna host that up for us. We're gonna get this set to go in just a moment here as our games continue through the playoffs today. It's ready to go. Alright, let's jump into this next map as MaxPack's in the top left. It's going to be our Blue Protoss player leading this game. Or leading this series 1-0. In the bottom right, red Protoss is Nightmare. Okay, coming up, Assimilate's coming in. Again, those extra gates coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the single gate, and MaxPack's going to stick to that one gate and just try and make something happen on the back of that. So he's going to go for that one gate expansion, get that underway. Probe still nibbling at the other probe. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore coming up from MaxPack, Zealot, and a probe coming through as well. And let's just have warp gates ready to start. When those warp gates are coming up, we'll start to see tech choices and figure out where everything else is going to go. So, cheers on the probe. As that probe gets pushed away to the upper left side. Obviously wants to try and just find out as much as possible. Sees the expansion coming down. I mean, it's pretty obvious what this is. Not the end of the world to see it scouted. Stargate and the Nexus. There's no surprise as Nightmare just has gateway number 3 already proxied. And MaxPack sees it, so he knows straight away what he's playing against. Stargate finishing up. Oracle on the way out. More Stalkers still moving up to the top here. Nightmare trying to get into position. Just got the Stalkers pinging away. Battery going to take some damage. It's going to go down. That's going to be... They'll cancel that. So the Stalker still coming across. Just going to be seeing the Adept going to get there as well. More Stalkers taking a little bit more damage. Continue to go back and forth. Nightmare, obviously, again, a lot of units up. Naxxrax should really do with the tech defense now. This is where the Void Ray becomes very important. Oracle across the map has drained the battery, by the way. Going to force a warp in there, take some of the momentum away. Only one battery here to work with at the moment is not pretty. Void Ray going to activate to try and buy a little bit more time. Can Maxpax pull off this defense? We've seen him do it 100 times before. Can he do it here? This feels like one of the more susceptible positions for him. New battery and pylon both on the way. As that battery will be depowered. That's the moment these Stalkers want to dive on the Void, but that's what the probes are for. They're going to hold those Stalkers back. I love it. Look at what Maxax does. Every little bit of value you can find. Bringing that Void Ray in when he knows he's got the Stalkers held at bay. Love this. As the second Void Ray, though, is going to take some damage, but the Super Battery will keep it alive a long time. Oh, just doesn't pull it away quite in time. A moment sooner, that would still live. That would have been huge. Super Battery is going to fade in a moment as well. Oracle comes back around for another go of it. He nearly killed that Stalker previously, as this time this Void Ray going to get taken out, and I think that's good enough for Nightmare to take a map off of Maxpax. We are not going to have a one-sided matchup here. We are going to have ourselves a 1-1 tied up series. Maxpax not able to hold on there, and Nightmare is going to bring it back. And we are going to have a matchup. Yes, we're actually going to have a series going on here. Very excited for that, as game number 3 will be on the way in just a few. Get this ready to begin. And this next game coming up, guys. Sorry, the issue moment. Alright, game number 3 coming up. Maxpax and Nightmare are going to go battling on, if they've been a 1-1 scoreline. I'm going to go into Golden Ore, a big map. Let's see what goes down as we have in the bottom right, the blue Protoss. This is Maxpax. And the top left, our red Protoss player is a Nightmare. Alright, well, Gate Simulator coming up. Let's see where this game number 3 takes us. Nightmare getting it done with the aggression against that fast expansion. Probe gonna nibble a probe. Cyber core's coming up. We get this underway. Let's see our Zealot pop in, so we'll have a little bit of ground control. Probe still moving through. Still gonna fight. Probe will take a little bit of damage. And that probe might actually go down. Max Pax needs one more shot. Probe gets away for the moment. Nope. He's gonna get caught. It will fall. Stargate on Stargate. Max Pax is faster. We'll see if this turns into Phoenix on Phoenix. Still patrolling around. Stalker's there. We'll be able to grab a probe. That probe will fall. And that is that Oracle first from Max Pax. Now, we'll see what we build from Nightmare. He is going to go Phoenix himself. This is a scenario where it's Oracle versus Phoenix. It should not turn into Phoenix versus Phoenix. You don't really go reactively Phoenix from this as Max Pax once you see the Stargate of your opponent. Maybe you can, but I think it's definitely the suboptimal way to play it as the Oracle comes on through. Gonna see the Phoenix now. Interested to see if we keep Oracle number 2 as we recall back home. I think we just cancelled it, right? Yeah, we cancel Oracle 2. Already building the Twilight Council, so we're not going to shift away from that idea. So Twilight Council coming up then from Max Pax. And Nightmare's going to follow with his own Twilight after the Stargate builds the Phoenix. So kind of interest because you build a Stargate, you get 2 Phoenix. The kind of commitment that doesn't really get you much in return a lot of the time. Kind of intrigued where that overall leads us. Dark Train building on the side of Nightmare, the Phoenix. We got some shots off. Now it's going to be actually Max Pax. He did build one Phoenix, getting a kill. There's another Phoenix though from Nightmare. As we're going to be seeing Max Pax trying to just protect his Oracle more than anything. I see that Stasis Ward coming down. Again, the blink coming up on both sides. We get that ready to go. Max able to put some pressure at the front. Has an army supply advantage. Blink a little bit sooner from him, but I believe Nightmare's had an extra chrono boost on it, so he's been able to play catch up from what it was. Well, DT's warping in here from Nightmare as Max Pax has seen the pylon. Protection-wise, he is working on a robot, working on a forge. He just has the Oracle, but that's not necessarily here to play defense. Oh, no, it is. It actually hits the Revelation on DT1, but we're going to need units there. Folks will blink. That DT will go down. So the DT now that's moving into the main, and on the natural, that's going to be the issue. Forge is done. Robo's still a ways off, though, so these DTs are hitting hard. Another DT again picked off this one. Oh, just recalls away in time. Nice Revelation to catch both those DTs in it. Make it a little bit awkward for Nightmare as he does some work to play catch up here. extra gates and batteries continue to come about. He comes in, just going to grab a Proby there already. We do have a few more Stalkers still settling in, getting those up. Plus one attack star and extra probes coming through. We've seen a few Stalkers firing away. Observer just going to be hanging out overhead. Gonna have our Oracle coming back over as well. Honestly, numbers seem pretty even. Would be nice to get rid of the Oracle, right? As we do get rid of the Phoenix that tries to chase the Oracle. So Oracle will live. Maxpax just has to go running though. Nightmare on a pretty decent chase. Maxpax is going to be much faster to that +1, by the way. So that's continuing to move onwards. If he gets to that, that's going to be an advantage for him. Stalker's still fighting some other Stalkers. Gonna keep on trading. Charge is gonna start up as well. Bring that through once more. Next goes on to the 6 o'clock right there. Get that up and running. Stalkers coming over, just going to be seeing our Stalker Mole hanging about. A couple of Stalkers taking some damage. Stalker's still chasing. Another couple Stalkers coming about as well. There's Maxpax on the pushback. Straight into +2 for him. That charge about to be done. His own Dark Shrine as well, going to give him some options deeper into this game. Stalkers and Moles joined together. The Stalker going down. There's a couple of Moles going to keep on shooting, but they get kind of caught in the front, so that's going to be a little bit rough. Extra Zealots coming forwards. Just going to go for a wraparound here. Stalker's still putting in some work. Maxpax still has that upgrade lead. Feels like every fight should be okay for him, but he kind of got caught, with his tech units in the front, so that investment didn't go for much. Nightmare takes a significant army supply advantage out of this, and might be able to just keep swinging. Stalkers continue to fight. A few more Zealots warping in. Zealot Stalker still pushing up. More damage being done. More of these Zealots still going down. PT going to keep fighting there as well. Oracle drops a little stasis ward between the bases, just going to give him a little bit of extra defense here as Maxpax still trailing army supply-wise, has a comfortable worker lead, needs to turn that into some army though, otherwise might be in trouble here. Additional Zealots are warping in, we get ready to go to the front. So it's come through, battery going to take some more damage, going to keep on pressing forwards. Nightmare still pressing through. The cannon getting overcharged by the super battery. Is obviously going to be keeping it alive. Maxpax has got an upgrade lead here, but does he have enough to turn this around? He has another Immortal pop, and I just don't see how he's getting rid of all these Zealots. The Zealots kind of farm, and he is just mass gateway units from Nightmare, trying to take advantage of this army supply lead. And like I said, I think it may just be a little bit too much for Maxpax to really chew through. Let's find out, because this Nexus goes down. That's already a win from Nightmare. These Stalker's going to get caught in a stasis. As more Zealot Stalker moves back over the left-hand side. More Stalkers taking a few more shots. Another Immortal coming up to the front as well. Maxfax is just about holding on in here. Of course, he is trying to sneak down a base in the bottom left, so he's going to try and take the gold over there. Plus 2 attack on the way in. About to finish up. That's going to level out the upgrades. That's one thing that Nightmare's been kind of behind on in these trades. That will no longer be the case. Seeing an observer, taking a few more shots. Stalkers will gather. A few more Zealots warping in from Nightmare. As you can see, the Stalkers blinking around on that right-hand side. Now the Zealot getting picked off. A few more Stalkers being warped in. Stalkers still just going to come down here. Maxfax is figured out in the bottom left as well. So Nightmare will go down there and deny that base. And it looks like Nightmare is going to have the complete edge in this series now. Maxfax back up against the wall in the world of PvP. It's not often that you see this. It's not often that you see this. Stalker's gonna fight a little further. More Stalkers coming about, lots of Stalkers coming up in general. Super Battery activating. Plus 3 attacks going through. There goes the gold. Maxfax trying to reestablish a fourth on the right side now. I mean, that's his issue. If he hadn't lost the fourth, if he'd been able to hold on to that, this might have been okay. See, that's just not been the case, and this has been a lot more of a struggle. Maxfax says GG's. Nightmare takes it to a 2-1 lead, so Maxfax will be trailing and will need to pick up something here to... well, be able to play for the finals. Nightmare's a map away from going to the finals, guys. Nightmare finding a bit of love here today. That's awesome to see because Nightmare's one of these guys that actually had a good streak back when the patch came out a little while back. And kind of dropped off again. Picking up a little bit right now. As we get ready to go once more here. And to this next map's going to be game 4 in a moment. Maxfax just going to replay for a second as he figures out just what went wrong. I think, honestly, that moment where he's just out on the map moving forward and he loses the 2 Immortals immediately. Brutal moment right there. Really brutal moment. Hey, what's up? Yes, username available. Thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 5 months. Thank you so much. Headfield's Downstroke. Thank you so much for the 22-month resub as well in the Prime. After Maxfax kind of slipped through Trap very quickly and easily earlier, now we have Maxfax in a bit of trouble with Nightmare taking that 2-1 advantage. Thank you for the support, guys. Appreciate the subs. Helps out a lot as we try and keep on running StarCraft 2 events. So I really appreciate it. Let's wait for Max Packs to be ready. Map will be Crimson Court. I guess I can host that up for him. Just got the lobby up so it's ready. Whenever Max Packs is ready. Alright, let's wait for Max Packs, guys. Like I say, he's taking a moment. Nightmare. Map away from the finals. Nine times. Alright, Max X is ready. If Nightmare's ready. Go. Alright, go and ready. Let's kick this off. Crimson Court coming through. Oh. In the top right hand side, we're going to start off with the Blue Pro display, who is a map away from the finals of the Warty TV Summer Bash. It is Nightmare. And the bottom left, our Red Pro display here, Max Packs. If you guys are enjoying the tournament and the stream, please do consider supporting. Check if your Prime sub is available. You can subscribe for free on the Twitch channel with that. Or subscribe regularly, helps us out a whole lot as well. We're trying to make it back towards 500 subs so we can continue to support StarCraft 2 esport events. Really appreciate it if you can do any of that. Obviously, all the usual stuff, following, liking, etc. goes a long way as well, so keep that up as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to a Warty TV event today as we get ourselves into this game 4. Eyes on Max Packs to try and turn this around, bring this back, take it to a game 5. There was some excitement today because we had a very quick first couple of series. But you have Beyond vs. Classic coming up in the semifinals after this, guys, and then that will lead into the finals, of course, after that. How do I communicate with the players that speak different languages? I just send them messages. Pretty much everyone speaks some amount of English or can just translate it as needed. I mean, it's not very complicated, right? You send them a link, you're like, hey, or you send them like, hey, Group A this time, or Group B this time, question mark. And like, hi, I like Group B. Doesn't take much. Good Colombian, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for all you do, you made StarCraft great again. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the 3-month resub, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for using the Prime on the channel. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Stalker gonna fight, probably gonna take some damage. It will go down. Look at all that Nexus coming through, a couple of sentries coming up as well. Fight count's going to be the choice of Nightmare. MaxPax choosing to move into that Stargate play again. Comes that slightly faster Nexus from him with this all on the line. Single Rose going down, that blink still coming up. Just gonna have our blink coming through. That's gonna be Nightmare's advantage having that blink faster, but of course MaxPax can leverage things into his favor with the Stargate play. Those oracles, etc. will have a role to play in the near future, so waiting for that. Blink's about halfway done. So like I said, that's going to be the eyes on Nightmare if you can make that blink work. Gonna see the Stalkers get there, the Oracle gets shoved away for a couple of moments. Blink is about to finish. We're going to take the forward base with that, actually. So it's going to be the Rich Vespene gas available to him, so that's awesome to see. And that Rich Vespene up and running. Ooh, Naxpax trying to warp in here. Loses one of the warp in Stalkers, does not get run in return. His own blink about to finish up as the pressure is going to mount here. Can MaxPax break through for some damage, or can Nightmare hold on and put himself in a great position? Stalker's fighting, Oracle getting turned away. You can see those few Stalkers still fighting as well. Sentry going down. Robo Facility Forge still coming up. Extra Stalkers in production. More Stalkers building up here on the side of MaxPax. Stalkers will trade. I don't think MaxPax really has enough numbers to make anything too substantial happen. The Stalkers on the high ground from Nightmare could maybe come and join in. Would actually be kind of nice, no? Just really push this back. I don't feel like they need to protect the main from the Oracle too much anymore, so... Probably that could have been a possibility. Now we get jumped into on the main base. It's because you obviously lost the position, though. Nightmare gets pushed back a little bit. MaxPax taking advantage. Now we blink on top. Actually got a few Stalkers in return, so that wasn't too bad. MaxPax is now on the front base, just trying to really punish his opponent for the position that he set up in. Trying to take full advantage of the fact that Nightmare tried to spread out and take this forward location, and it's worked really well. Killing probes elsewhere too, as the Oracle came in, Checkpoint is up behind the main. Most importantly though, MaxPax is breaking through on the third, and if he breaks through on the third base, that's going to start looking very good. Stalker's still trading, a couple of blink backs coming about as well. 18 probes going down for Nightmare, who ends up in a lot of trouble. And +1 attack coming through, the charge coming up, observers on the way. Stalkers get warped in from Nightmare as well. Some trading, couple gates, the next charge coming up, +1 attack coming through. Stalkers still fighting. Trading out big time. A few more probes just going to pull into this. Got a few extra shots off there as well. Charging the Immortal coming up. Extra gateways coming through also. Moving forward, one Stalker gets taken out again. Immortal and the charge coming up. Extra warp-ins out on the left coming through as well from Max Pax. Oracle activates. 7 probes going down. In the main base, gonna go through. Final one taking a few shots. Nightmare tries to blink up defensively. Expects enough to honestly just trade out if nothing else. He might actually just go blink recall. Try and get out. Gonna get a few more probes as he goes. As the recall, he'll lose a few stalkers there. I think that took a little bit too long to recall away with. Stalkers warp in, Prism coming up, charge is halfway done. Another Stalker, Zealot coming through as well. Getting the Simulator and a pylon out the front there. These are still taking some shots at Stalkers. And the Immortal trying to get active. One Zealot in the front goes down immediately. Next Zealot. As we actually see Nightmare blinking forwards. Nightmare's really got a probe issue. It's not an army issue that he's got. His army was kind of a fine size. The problem is when you've got a probe issue, you're pressured into making plays. If you're pressured into making plays, then this happens. Well, you kind of have to attack into bad positions, and as you attack into bad positions, things get troubled. So units warping in, Nightmare getting ready to keep pushing forwards. As again, just trying to find a way to break through, find a way to slow Max Pax, and trying to find a way back into this game. But it looks as though we're probably going to get to a game 5 here. Max Pax bringing it back in the PvP. Just was very good with his army movement and all the rest of those Zealots. One dropping, the Stalker's going to keep firing through, and we break our way onto that Prism and all the rest of it. GG's, that's going to be wrapping it up as Max Pax does tie the series. And it's 2s apiece in the semi-finals here, with one map standing in the way of these guys and the grand finals of the Wardy TV Summer Bash. So one of these guys will move through, the other will not. Find out who that is in the next couple moments. Alright, getting into this PvP. Game number 5. Players have hosted it up, so we're ready to go pretty much immediately. Countdown completes. Load screen is done. And the winner of this map goes through to today's finals. In the top left, looking to get there on the back of the PvP, it's going to be Max Pax. Blue Protoss player in the top left, the only non-Korean left in the tournament. Well, are we going to see an all-Korean finals if Nightmare advances on through to play Classic or beyond? Whoever wins out that other semi-final that will be coming up, as mentioned before, in just a little bit as well. Max Pax was just so good at moving and fighting in that one. Something they're going to be coming up. Just going to be seeing 2 gates. Just the 1 gate. MaxPax comfortable with the 1 gate, even on a map here like Ghost River. Well, Cybercore's coming through, finishing up in a couple of moments here, getting that underway. Nightmare obviously had success earlier in this series with a proxy gateway, just 3 gateway attack against MaxPax's fast expand Stargate defense, so he's going to go to that once again. That's going to be the plan for this as we get this set up. The gateway coming through, the couple of stalkers being brought out. There's Adept trying to chase that probe down. As MaxPax does now throw his expansion in. Time to start establishing the stack defense because, as you can see, MaxPax is up against the pressure. 2 stalkers are going to meet this Adept middle of the map. It's going to shade through to try and pick up further info. Adept will have to shade just to stay alive as it will come off to the edge, try and hide for the moment. Couple stalkers going in, stalker taking some shots. Oracle is about to finish, the warp gate's still about to be done, the Void Ray also producing. We'll wrap up in a moment or so there, so just getting that completed. It's time for Nightmare to start pushing. Extra batteries are coming up from MaxPax. The preparations are being made. These 2 stalkers, not really where they want to be. As the Oracle's seen down here, I feel like those stalkers should get moving. They don't need to be on the top to catch the Oracle coming across the map anymore. You need these stalkers to be ready for your big push at the front. The Void Ray popping from MaxPax in a moment. Let's see if he can make the adjustments necessary to defend this, where he couldn't defend it earlier in the series. I think it's going to be a little easier. The batteries are in a better position for the Void Ray to pull back into, which was one of the things that didn't work for him early in the last game that this happened. Oh my goodness, that is a massive stasis ward, and MaxPax is going to completely shut down the economy of his opponent. Loses the pylon there that powers the top battery, but the other 2 batteries are powered from the high ground. MaxPax taking damage on his Nexus. We'll try and repower that battery on the top. Void Ray still active. Stalker's going to get some shots off. Void Ray's going to try and come back through as we do activate, and those Stalkers, I honestly feel like they're taking too much damage already. MaxPax very calm and collected, though. He pulls back with the Voids. He doesn't get overzealous about chasing this army down. Void Ray is going to get the super battery now because he realized that the Stalkers have dove hard. If they dive hard, you activate the super battery to keep the Void alive. And this is all just a process to build up more Void Rays and more defensive units. Gets a Stalker there. Every Stalker you get rid of course, is massive as well. Super battery still active. We're just fighting in the super battery. Love that decision from MaxPax. Gets him some Stalkers and he takes away the firepower of Nightmare as he looks to set himself up in position in the grand finals, because this is a defense made. A force field coming down from MaxPax to trap a Stalker and get another kill. And with every Stalker loss is just less potential to DPS those Void Rays down successfully with battery healing on their backs. Stasis Sword goes off, couple probes get caught. Nightmare again won with this exact situation earlier in the series. And just this time around, I think the problem is, like, you gotta just take it, like, MaxPax is usually good at defending this stuff anyway. If it works once, don't try your luck again, because I just don't feel like he's gonna mess up the defense a second time around. And Void Ray is just chasing back, and MaxPax with the clean defense made. Stalkers keep on dropping. Void Ray is coming through. MaxPax takes the 3-2 victory and is going to be through to the grand final as our first finalist. MaxPax, GG's and congrats to him. Very fun set of games. Yo, thank you, Snuggle Bunny, for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for all you do. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting. Really, really appreciate it. Jeff, I feel like I missed your 200 bits. I see you with the top bits of the month. No, I don't think I shouted that out, so thank you so much for that. Appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. As MaxPax goes through to the finals, and we get ready to go onto the Korean server for Classic versus Beyond in our second semi-final here in just a few moments, guys. Channel bets are up. If you're on Twitch, you can vote on who you think is going to win. We'll take a couple moments. When we come back, StarCraft 2 resumes with our second semi-final. We've got 2 best of 5s remaining. Hoping for some longer games as we get this ready to go. So we'll be back in just a couple and get that Classic Beyond TVP underway. Welcome back, guys, as the action resumes here in the Summer Bash semi-finals with Classic taking on Björn. Hooray! A non-PvP, yes! We actually get to do some TVP now. We'll be in on this in just a few moments. As our players are both ready, that means we don't have to hold back. So 2 best of 5s left today. Classic and Björn going at it. Let's get this started up and see where things are gonna go here in this series. Lost my phone for a second. Grab that. Alright, we are going, guys. Let's do this. in the top right corner of the map, our blue Terran player is Bjorn. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Classic. As we get into game number 1 of this best of 5 series in the semi-finals, we get this underway. Throwing a boost on the Nexus as we get up and running then, so we got things underway. I'm just going to be seeing where everyone is going to go for a little bit of Terran versus Protoss. Yeah, we had some PvPs, there've been some fun ones, but man, it's nice to have some non-match action. And I gotta say, I've got to cheer on Bjorn a little bit, because I kind of want the TVP final. I'll be a little bit biased, I want the TVP final. We've had a lot of PvPs in this playoffs. I would much prefer a TVP final, but if we don't get it, that's okay. That's okay. We're going to be seeing a Reaper coming through. Just going to be seeing our Command Center coming in. Cybercore coming up. Nexus building. Get that up and running. We've seen our Reaper coming about, Adept moving around. We're going to take some shots against CC's coming up, Twilight Council coming in. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Obviously, having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Yep, just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Maybe expand? Well, obviously having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Step just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Maybe expand? Am I scared of an expand? Well, obviously having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Step just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Maybe expand? Am I scared of an expand? Well, obviously having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Step just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Maybe expand? Am I scared of an expand? I'm kind of scared. Well, obviously having expansions down quickly. Post-youth, this in-base expansion should be very easy to take and very easy to defend. Step just going through once again. Trying to get a little bit extra on the way. And Reaper is going to get chased back by the Adept. It's going to get pushed back over this direction. And that Reaper will go down. Adept going to continue to fire up onto the depot. Blink is starting. We get ourselves Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and a Gateway coming up as well. So we continue to bring this all through. I don't think I really want to try and do anything here. Just chill. Maybe expand? Am I scared of an expand? I'm kind of scared.
Foundry ready.
Off base. 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 Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base.
Go, Recon. Covering back. Light. Ready to scout.
Off base. Off base. Well, now we've destroyed the shockers. I don't know how that works. That was weird.
Resource base warmed up and working.
I just still fight. Maybe, maybe not. No more to do. No, we're doing a Battle Aces event in a short amount of time. He's not teching, right? Oh, okay then. What's my tech predator? I don't really want to go into that. Kind of just want to keep my base advantage.
Enemy is building a resource base.
They're standing by.
Well, well, well. Let's see, the Hellions dropping in, so I mean.
Engine running.
Units reporting damage.
Oof, we lived. Any more SC2 today? Nope. SC2 is gone until tomorrow. And, yeah. I need Pine and Trigger to get going. Oh. Indy's hosting lobbies. Nice. I don't even have to do anything. What a life. How's everyone doing, guys? You all doing good today? You guys ready? I know it's not going to be StarCraft coming up, but something a little bit different. You guys okay with that? Let me actually add this to... Yeah, I think I can. Add it to TL, and then next Oracles, Adepts, and a Stalker will be moving back out onto. Selected tournament doesn't exist for this game. Oh, I see. That's a good one. I can fix that. Give me a second. Refresh this on I. Nice. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering. Selected tournament doesn't exist for this game. Oh, I see. That's a good one. I can fix that. Give me a second. Add. Refresh this on I. Nice. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way. Selected tournament doesn't exist for this game. Oh, I see. That's a good one. I can fix that. Give me a second. Add. Refresh this on I. Nice. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Selected tournament doesn't exist for this game. Oh, I see. That's a good one. I can fix that. Give me a second. Add. Refresh this on I. Nice. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Phoenix Center Oracle. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Phoenix and Oracle's moving in. Cyclone gets a lock on. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Phoenix and Oracle's moving in. Cyclone gets a lock on. Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Phoenix and Oracle's moving in. Cyclone gets a lock on. Is that good enough? Yeah, it's... Oh, I actually... Oh, we have to change our region in game. Didn't even realize that. I actually need to add India on my friends list as well, I see. Engineering bay coming up, a couple of additional barracks on the way too. Phoenix and Oracle's moving in. Cyclone gets a lock on. Is that good enough? Yeah, it's... Oh, I actually thought it was good enough to...
Just waiting for the big man Wardy and fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I mean, I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes...
And fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I mean, I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better.
And fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I mean, I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey, Juniper, thank you so much for the third...
And fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that. But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic FP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some Battle Aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
I'm fighting. How we doing, mate?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Yeah, man. I'm excited to cast some stuff. Some battle aces. Sounds fun.
Cool. We have, sometimes you're supposed to save the best for last, but looking at the MMR, this may very well be the very best set first, no?
Yeah, I was trying to make the matches. I was trying to think of a way to not make the best match first, but it didn't really work out because everyone, the guys in Korea want to play early, so
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like that, But I think the cool thing about this game, kind of like in StarCraft 2, like kill one Oracle. Oh, nice job from the Oracle to get out alive. That was a risky moment in Classic XP. At least this makes things look a little bit better. Hey Juniper, thank you so much for the third.
That we have not set any rules. There is no draft system. There are no bans. We just let people pick whatever the hell they want to play. Apparently the nerds are ready. Let's do it, Waddy. I'm so excited.
Yeah, man. Part. Oh,
Ooh.
we actually have some fun matchups.
Yep. All right. So who's who actually? Parting is Wasp, right? Parting is top right, and
Tank gets set up here from Spirit. The Adept still kiting. Full.
Trigger is bottom left.
Yes. The Trigger's bottom left. They both actually have Wasps on their roster, but Trigger's going to go. Going to play with recalls, but only recall. Like, that's the only recall unit in his army, so that's kind of funky. It's not like going to be all the rest of the recalls being brought in with it. Bit of the Adept. We do see Robo Bay Nexus and additional sentries coming up as well. Oracles and a Phoenix back around that left-hand side. Stimpak and Combat Shield.
Trigger is bottom left.
Yes. The Trigger's bottom left. They both actually have Wasps on their roster, but Trigger's going to go. Going to play with recalls, but only recall. Like, that's the only recall unit in his army, so that's kind of funky. It's not like going to be all the rest of the recalls being brought in with it. Bit of the Adept. We do see Robo Bay Nexus and additional sentries coming up as well. Oracles and a Phoenix back around that left-hand side. Stimpak and Combat Shield coming up on the barracks as well.
Trigger is bottom left.
Yes. The Trigger's bottom left. They both actually have Wasps on their roster, but Trigger's going to go. Going to play with recalls, but only recall. Like, that's the only recall unit in his army, so that's kind of funky. It's not like going to be all the rest of the recalls being brought in with it. Bit of the Adept. We do see Robo Bay Nexus and additional sentries coming up as well. Oracles and a Phoenix back around that left-hand side. Stimpak and Combat Shield coming up on the barracks as well.
Trigger is bottom left.
Yes. The Trigger's bottom left. They both actually have Wasps on their roster, but Trigger's going to go. So, kind of a unique comp from Pine.
And both running Crusader. Shocker. I've always once Shockers are out, I think Wasp are completely useless. Maybe the recall guys, they can stay safe. Man, this is also hard. I've never observed either. This is crazy, man.
Yeah, I need to change my mouse settings. It's different from the last time I tried to watch something on this, but yeah, no, it's but the crazy thing is, it's like, it's just so fast, right? Like, already we've got units kind of coming across. We're going to have tech choices made in a moment as well. I mean, Parton's already thrown down his third base, so he is setting himself up to just macro this up.
Yep, a Trigger has enough resources technically to do it, but I guess he just wants to have a few more gun butts because he doesn't want to go up to 3 bases too early and potentially lose workers immediately in the natural and lose all momentum. He's got the money for it. Up a third base. Wow, that's so many. Okay, he's going to go gun butt Wasp. Wow, that's wild.
Wow, yeah, he's just going to spam units. Maybe wants to try and jump on this fight now while Parton is maybe under kind of represented on the map, and he does force the recall back. And I guess that's still only kind of your basic resource being used. He's got so much power banked up, 1,000 power banked. So he's just waiting. No tech on the way or anything, just spamming basic units still. So he's absolutely looking to win a fight right here and now. And he's going to have the gunbots to try and, well, overcharge to do something in the background of this with the Wasps coming in to tank.
Looks pretty. Parting is going to send as many Wasps to the center to reinforce, but still a lot of gunbots left over here.
They pack a punch as long as they're not taking damage, which is obviously what the Wasps are here to kind of... They do get a few more Wasps in front. Trigger is starting to run out of momentum, and that's going to be the issue here. As Parting obviously count goes down, this is way less scary.
Yep, it looked promising for a split second, but in the end, Parting was able to reinforce that 3-base economy really kicking in, and obviously if we're fighting here, I think Parting has pretty much already done it. Trigger is going to try to tech. He's going to try to tech to air, where he's got Falcons and airships, but that's going to take forever. Honestly, he's going to have a very hard time even just defending his main and natural. That was close, looked promising, but in the end, Parting holds, and with the...
Tech ad behind this, but obviously down at base, and Parting maybe doesn't even need to be here right now with the base lead. Kind of taking this fight, but he might just have enough anyways. A few recalls in the back and putting in work. His Wasp number is very good in the front lines as well, and he's going to start killing some workers.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tankful.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want to all...
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want to all...
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it looked promising. I mean, obviously, a lot of these fights, this is the cool thing about getting into a new RTS, where it's like, okay, I've played it.
Spirit has got this game 3 in the bag. Only problem is it's very tank focused, and obviously the tanks don't want it all in siege, but the tanks are what's going to be able to kill. Absolutely, third base, and just there's such like, I guess like really like what works and what doesn't work. And Trigger just had to kind of burst through a little bit more powerfully then and get something done on that third base to really have a chance, I think.
So Parting takes the 1-0 lead in our first immediately, and of course we'll take a look at the decks in the beginning once more. Trigger is our green player in the bottom left. He's actually moved his units around, but it's still Gunbot Wasp. Spotting is still playing Rico West. Seems like they haven't changed anything, right? So Trigger just says, alright, I lost, but I lost because of the way that I tried to play. He splits off a couple of Wasps very quickly. He is playing very...
ways create some different fights early. Obviously, I imagine we won't see any major changes to composition until they see a game where some of those tech units actually get to come into use. In 1 hour's time, guys, so in 1 hour, another full qualifier. Check-ins will be opening for that very shortly. So, and yeah, we'll be able to have even more ways create some different fights early. Obviously, I imagine we won't see any major changes to composition until they see a game where some of those tech units actually get to come into use. In 1 hour's time, guys, so in 1 hour, another full qualifier. Check-ins will be opening for that very shortly. So far that's not going to be a factor. This time we'll see if he wants to tech up or what he wants to do once again, parting instantly into that third base.
I keep pressing Z, by the way, to zoom.
Base.
I keep pressing Z, by the way, to zoom into the natural, but they don't kill workers that quickly. I don't know if this is going to work for Trigger.
Yeah, the gunbots have to absolutely just kite here. They are the most spots, so it's only the wasps that are coming towards him. Now he's going to get on top of the recall, so he gets a couple kills. The wasps have killed off, what, a quarter of the natural so far, so that's not too bad. These gunbots just need to hold out, man, and he is getting rid of the wasps, and now he's getting on top of the recallers. He's going to get it this time. It's closer to being in trouble, I feel like, but I feel like it's still just going to be...
It's 48 supply at the moment for Trigger. He's got a lot of Wasp going in to reinforce as well. He has killed a lot of these expensive recalls. So it looks promising, but obviously Trigger needs to do more than... Oh, it's not very big at all. Is Trigger doing it this time around, Wadi?
I think so. Partin only has 12 supply, and it worked. Like, he didn't need that many wasps in front because the gunbots just kited, and they just never let anything happen anyway. And so there you have it. Just like
Tiny
that.
bit of overconfidence maybe by Parting to fight so far away, right, from the third, because he was fighting quite far on the bottom side of the third base, and the recall guys are so slow, so even if you recall them to the center, it still takes them a couple of seconds to participate in the fight, while it felt that all of Trigger's units were participating in the fight all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get invited again with hosting, don't we?
Yeah, it's
That's
awesome.
great.
We've got India as well, guys, providing A, Polish coverage, and B, he's gonna take care of all the hosting. This is the only series that will play on Asia, I assume. I think everything else will be on Europe. Maybe once or twice we'll do some server swapping. For instance, when it's Cuckoo against J Money. Is that the second match, by the way?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm actually very excited for that one too. And by the way, still same decks. Nothing has really changed yet.
No, like I say, I feel like as long as it stays early game, these guys still have. We are having quite the little positional duel so far here on Alcyone. As we're actually starting to see Bunny bleed out quite a few units as well. These Stalkers starting to add up some shots. Oh, we got the Prism, which is a great pick because obviously now no Warpins on the front lines, but also no Micro on the Colossus, etc. either. Marauder going down. Prison speed coming up, +2 attack, +1 armor still coming in. Again, another observer here as Bunny establishes base number 4. Trap taking the gold base, trying to establish his own economy into as strong a position as possible here. But a mine goes off, a Zealot gets caught, the Zealots make their way through that mine. The rest of the bio showing up, and we're actually going to catch those Zealots in return, so we go back and forth currently. The mine shot goes off, Stalker's going to get turned around again, bio still coming through. Prism heads into the main base. As we do see the EMP going off, the Vikings are going to go over. Prism just getting chased. Couple of SCVs going down to those Zealots. Oh, Prism comes back in, but Bunny has to be careful because he's got to go deal with this main army on the front. He actually has enough here to deal with this. This is a good setup from him. Drops the EMP, should have the DPS to get through those Zealots. If not, it'll be very close to being enough. Might lose a Ghost. Medevac healing OP. We're still fighting at the front though, and this is where Bunny might have some issues. His Vikings all went to the main to deal with the Prism, which means that now you don't have the Vikings on the front to deal with the Colossus. That's a little bit of the problem. TT finishing here from Bunny. Get that completed. +1 ship weapons is very close to being done, so great upgrades finishing for our Terran player. See one upgrade though that's going to be very useful for Trap, and that's the Shadow Stride. DT Blink is likely to be an absolutely huge influencer on how this game goes, because blinking DTs can be such an annoyance to deal with. So difficult to shut them down and stop them from doing everything that they just want to do. Lots is firing, some shots are taken. Fusion Core coming up, CC, Starport, all of that coming through as well. +3 attack going down on the Engineering Bay. And +3 armor, so still working on upgrades, although Trap will take an attack upgrade lead, although be lagging on armor upgrades. There's the DT showed up. We do have turrets. It's just a question of obviously getting used there to deal with them. The disruptors, oh, don't like this fight for Trap. He used all of his disruptors at once, or most of them at once. Now the Vikings chasing the Colossus as well. Trap losing a lot, but Bunny has to go deal with the DTs. The DTs are causing masses of issue, and we don't have anything home to deal with them. Oh man, we even evacuate the two of them with the Prism. That hurts big time for Bunny. He was really winning the fight on the map. I actually think if there's no DTs here, he just keeps on going. He chases the Colossus, he gets those kills. He does now clean up both of the DTs in the main base at least, so there is something that goes on quite nicely and easily. An army of Trap regathers in the upper right. +3 attack, +3 armor, +2 ship weapons, another DT moving forward. Bunny's been pretty good at spotting invisible units so far, but that one is going to miss his vision. Trap playing to stay in contention for this year's Esports World Cup. Bunny a map away from getting into a qualifying round for this open qualifier. We're going to lose that. Yeah, we're going to lose that. We should be able to dive those disruptors. We get both of them. They do not connect. The Vikings chasing Colossus down as well. So many tech units dying. We're going to stim again. I was going to say there's some gifted immortals right there. They just joined the fray, but right in the back of that army. 18 SCVs going down. Bunny's army supply is huge. Another disruptor. I don't think that hit anything, right? Let's jump back to it. I don't think it did. 3 upgrades are still on the way out from Bunny. This Bioforce still pressing upwards. Cannons are not going to last too long. The super battery is not going to matter. We kill the pylon, denying warp-ins. This base will go down. So now it's a base for a base, plus the fact that Bunny obviously got a good amount of unit kills during this as well. That's definitely a benefit. Nexus drops into play. Just going to cancel that again. Bunny having killed a few probes here too. Definitely a good step back across the map for himself, putting himself in a way better spot than he was in. After losing that base, wanting to do something about it and gets it done. DT showing up again. The DTs are still the one thing that's really finding damage to trap on a very consistent basis. Constantly coming back through and finding success after success after success. One more Liberators plus 2 ship weapons, another tool that Bunny will be very happy to have on his side at this point of the game. Two Colossus still coming through, our Liberators are still in production, plus 2 ship weapons is about to finish. So my shot hits the Zealots, the rest of the bio. I mean, we split apart in 2 different directions. Just trying to get set up. As we do go pushing, the Zealots chased up that left-hand side. Liberator will siege probes. Just gonna be taking some hits. 1, 2 probes going down immediately. Love the Liberator sieging far away. It's so difficult to find a good answer to those libs right now. You don't really want to go building an air unit, but what else can you really do? Stalkers don't really reach in an efficient manner. No, you kind of need too many Stalkers to justify kind of sending them there, right? Tell you what Bunny's been great at is being getting rid of those Colossus, but this time the Disruptors get the jump on him, so he's caught a little bit off guard. I think he's still going to turn this into something okay because the Colossus dies so quickly. The Disruptors, where are we going, boys? No! Disruptors start running towards the Terran army to escape. I assume he clicked to his gold base and he was just in that awkward position where some of them decided the path downwards and then across to the right would have been the way to go. That's very sad. That's an unfortunate cost. It didn't need to happen as DTs can blink through, of course. So they're just going to start going for depots. Again, Trap super reliant on these Dark Templar to keep him in this, as the scan is actually very well placed on that right-hand side. And with Blink used, I think all those DTs die. However, Trap uses it as a chance to get onto this base. Planetary Fortress under fire. There's not a lot of firepower, to be fair. We might actually be able to repair it up. It's not enough. I thought we might be able to just keep that repaired. As the one Colossus is actually going to stay alive. The Stalkers get rid of the Vikings, so they are gone now. Well, supplies are still even, man. The DTs are the absolute saviors of Trap, and yeah, Bunnies are maybe not dealing with them brilliantly, but it's extremely difficult to deal with these DTs. You need a good chunk of units. They can blink, so they've got mobility as well. You obviously need to keep the detection. They keep hitting in different places. Yeah, I'm just going to go back towards the main. It forces Bunny to fall back the most, as he is actually probably going to get rid of this gold base now. Let's mind a good amount, and some of these Stalkers get stuck as we just work our way through this. Yeah, this gold base is dead. Disruptor shot shouldn't reach. So we get rid of the gold. Trap actually starts to launch an army towards the center, takes the watchtower as Liberators try and play the defense. Zealots GTs continue up at +3 armor coming through. The ship weapons still coming about as well. Just going to see our Bioforce knocking down the Nexus. Stalker taking some shots, and the Stalker goes down. Nexus will fall. Stalker's blinking underneath, and CC. Not going to be taking too much. The Libs continue to siege on top of this army. We are going to push this back. Disruptor gets denied. So many tech units going down. Trap supply keeps plummeting. I do feel as though Bunny still has this game under very good control. As our bio presses forwards, a couple of those Stalkers going down. The Colossus are going to be chased. You don't ever want to be a Protoss player running away, because when you're running away, you just can't deal the damage you need to against a Terran force. There's some DTs, but as they blink, we actually will drop the scan. Actually, Zealots flanking as well. EMPs coming down everywhere to help. Doesn't look like the Stalkers have much life left in them, though. It's really just Zealots versus the world, and Unfortunately, the world is this Terran army, which is looking a bit too good. Once again, DTs show up, and that will force us to lift up and back away, but there's got to be reinforcements coming from Bunny, and here are some of them, as these Immortals are going to try desperately to get out of Liberator reach, but there's just too much Terran. We just keep on scanning. Trap says GG, his StarCraft 2 year is over, and Bunnies will continue into a qualifying round for the Open Qualifier, and of course that's 2 rounds overall, because he also gets a second shot if he loses this one in a 3rd place matchup. Creator took out Sue, so it's going to be Bunny versus Creator on that bottom side qualifying matchup. And then on the ZVZ front, Rogue and Shin are 1-1 tied up over there. Alright, well, we are going to have Bunny Creator coming up. I'm pretty sure they're going to be allowed to start, because it's just a semi-final. It's the first one ready to go, so we should be good to go. So Bunny getting the victory. We will not see a game 3. We will just get ourselves continuing into the next round, which again will now be best of 5 action. Gonna find out if we're running the qualifying matches same time or one at a time. I honestly don't think we have enough streams. I think we could do the the semi-finals same time, to be honest, but that's not my decision to make. Alright, all qualifying matches are going to be one at a time, so we've got 3 best of 5s coming up. I assume we're going to start with Bunny Creator. Let's go in a moment. Always good to know we're going to have 6 English streamers covering one match. Love that. Alright, so yeah, we're all going to be jumping into Bunny versus Creator, which will be, I assume, starting soon. I presume they are vetoing right now. Do, 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 do. I was really hoping for C to be Creator. Give Bunny the advantage over C, but not sure about Creator. I think it's going to be a fun series. I think Creator and Bunny likely play some very fun matches, especially in longer games. I think it'd get very interesting. As we will get this one ready to roll out. So just waiting for vetoes and everything. And we'll be able to get in game. Shin 2 on Rogue, so apparently Rogue is out. So it's going to be Shin against Stats on that topside qualifying match. So yeah, we're gonna go. Apparently, they are gonna go. We're gonna go same time coverage for the semi-finals. So we're gonna go Bunny Creator, guys. I'd rather cast Bunny Creator than Shin Stats. I think Bunny Creator is a very fun matchup. We're gonna go into that in just a few moments. We get it ready to go. Off very shortly. I kind of like this. I think it's very unfair to make two players wait a full best of 5, and the loser of this first series then has to wait a full best of 5 as well. I think it's may as well. We've got like 6 English streams. I think it makes sense to do both the semi-finals at the same time. Everyone will be able to watch the matches, so. So I'm just waiting for Bunny vs. Creator. Have this TVP underway in a moment. Alright, so we're just explaining to the language casters that this is also going to be, they have to pick which match to go into. Alright, so we're just waiting, guys. Like I said, Bunny Creator is going to come up for us. Our lobby is on its way, apparently, so we'll be good to go momentarily. Alright, getting ready to go into Side Delta and get this one ready to go. Did I enjoy this year's Home Story Cup? The Home Story Cup was good. It was cool. It's a good time. Is this the only open qualifiers for Korea? Yes. It's one for each region. SCT2, thank you so much for the 58-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Good to see you. Just wait for Bunny Creator to be allowed to begin their game 1, which is going to be here on Site Delta. Creator's now asking to wait for a second. Just take a moment to figure this out. Get this ready to go. Apparently this is the less popular matchup. I think it's the more fun matchup. I mean, Stat Shin's cool as well. Again, win this and you're through into the closed qualifier, which takes place Saturday and Sunday. It's a big deal, man. It's a big deal. As we are, I think, officially going to be allowed to begin. Alright, they are allowed to begin. Bunny versus Creator. We are in game 1 in just a few moments, guys. Our players can start. We are officially allowed to go. Side Delta going to be our opening matchup of this qualifying match from the open qualifier to the closed qualifier. Let's see what we can do in this Esports World Cups. Next steps can be taken here. You win this series, you get through into that closed qualifier. I honestly think the Koreans are going to have a very good shot in that closed qualifier. Of course, only 2 players make it out the closed qualifier. Yeah, this one is this is already very important. Let's dive on into it. It's best of 5 action as well. As in the top left, we are going to start off with the red Terran player. This is Bunny. He plays against the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map, Creator. Alrighty then, guys. Best of 5 action continues right now. Love it. I'm very excited to see where we go with this. Such a cool matchup. Bunny and Creator, 2 players that have honestly had pretty okay years, just haven't super succeeded. 2 players where you put them up against each other. I couldn't pick a winner. 2 players who you put them up against a lot of other people, and I could see them beating pretty much anyone. Like, these guys can have some really good times. Creator obviously finished up top 4 recent GSL, so he absolutely has the ability. I mean, his GSL round of 8 was sick. Creator arguably, I think, has been a bit better than Bunny. Like I say, there's no doubt that Bunny can be very, very terrifying to play against. I think this series goes the way of if Bunny can take control early and do some cool early game pushes and mix those in, I think he's going to have a good time. I think if these games get more drawn out, I think Creator's going to be pretty sharp, and especially if he can get to those DTs that we saw Bunny struggling with against Trap. I think that's where Creator can absolutely excel, because I think Creator's already actually very comfortable in a later game. I don't think he's going to mess around with carrying. If he gets the chance to tag the carriers, he's going to take it as well. So yeah, I feel like if we get to a later stage scenario, then I do start to favor Creator even more so. Early game, I think that's Bunny's speciality. Bunny can also, like, it doesn't have to necessarily be like just winning the early game, but if you can get set up in the early game to then take momentum and then be the player that's dropping everywhere and being super active, then as Bunny, you can have a very good time into the mid and later game as well. It's just if the game slows down and Creator gets complete control of the game, that's when I just see Bunny's strengths really disappearing very quickly, you know? See what happens as we get going. Try cancel. Nexus continuing to come through. And so just have ourselves a couple CCs coming up. The racks in the bunker coming in. Just gonna have that one in depth moving up right now. Again, a couple of probes coming out. Our blink is on the way. Warp gate's about halfway done. We'll just have that blink and the warp gate coming through. So Creator seems pretty settled in what he wants to do. We're going to see some 4 gates from Creator throughout the course of the series as well. Creator is the guy to kind of amp up the pressure a little bit early on. That robot facility comes through. We have our blink halfway done. Plus 1 attack on the engineering bay from Bunny is already on the way up as well. So we're getting that started. Stimpack just starting up also. And again, the barracks, marines, SCVs, everything kind of coming through for the moment. Getting things settled down as robotics facility. We'll finish up very soon. The Adept going to try and shade toward the main base. A couple of marines still popping out. Another factory on the way as well. And we are very much set on just getting into that bio play factory to then move into starport and support units from there. And the blink is going to be pretty macro focused. 2 gates initially, now adding on a third post, third Nexus. Bunny playing pretty macro once again. This is something he brought out against Trap, that very fast third CC in that game number 2. And it's going to be something he brings out here in the very start of this series. So I'm going to try and mix in some greed. And that's where maybe Creator mixing in some 4-gate blinks would be really nice over the course of a series. Mixing some 4-gate blinks, try and get some wins if Bunny keeps on trying to be this greedy. Stim combat and +1 all coming up. Hallucination gets up to the top side. Stalker's trying to go after the SCV, not quite going to get there. One Stalker blinks away. Lots of Stalkers still trying to come through. Again, Stimpack, Combat Shield +1. All of that continues as our charge. And our Prism coming up from Creator. Prism's about halfway done. Marauder coming about again, Combat Shield about to finish, Concussive Shells coming up, Medivacs on the way through as our units continue in. Bunny, at some point, we'll maybe want to try and put a bit more pressure on. And these Stalkers are unable to pick up that single Marine here. The rest of the bio comes down to the low ground. The Immortal and the Charge coming online, the Robo Base halfway done, the extra gates are building. Our bio will once again take a step forward and chase away those few Stalkers. It's going to push those back very easily as we do turn back around to the third. Get rid of an Observer there. These 2 Medivacs will continue and just boost to the front. Start healing up some of this bio. That charge will finish very shortly. You see the Sentry warping in. Colossus coming through. Again, Bio Army coming around the right-hand side at the moment. We have our +1 armor upgrade also coming by, so just bringing that +1 armor up. Couple Widow Mines on the way through. SCVs are producing. This Bioforce ready to take maybe a bit of a stim into the third, but there's a Prism in the main, and that's going to be Creator striking at the perfect moment, just as Bunny's ready to pounce himself. Creator is going to hop on into the main base. And a couple of nice Widow Mine shots there. We are going to see the Prism suddenly cleaned up. Uh-oh, Prism, don't actually die. Prism, no! Creator, what are we doing? Too busy looking at the army on the other side of the map, I imagine. Bunny doesn't even need to engage this. He just got rid of the Prism. Fall back, get your reinforcements on the map, and then look to take a fight if you want to take a fight. Getting rid of the Prism is such a big deal. That's going to clog up Robo Facility build time, which wants to prioritize building Colossus right now. And it's also just going to mean you have no counterattack potential, so now Bunny can stay on the map. He can pick his fights, he can choose his moments without being dragged back home for the foreseeable future. And that is an amazing feeling for a Terran player, having that freedom if needed. Army still gathering. Temple Archives coming up to being about halfway done. Nexus halfway through. And +1 attack. The extended thermal lance all coming in. We have our armor in our Ghost Academy building up as well. A couple of additional Vikings in production. Zella just comes through and is going to get rid of a Marine, so it's going to make an easy pickoff. That's not the biggest of deals, though, as Creator still just focusing on those Colossus. He's got 2 of them out, 3rd one on the way. Maybe after that he can go back into the Prism, get that rebuilt. Biomedivacs just going to come over. And again, got that Disruptor coming through. +1 attack coming in. Probe facilities and gateways still coming up. Also, +2 attack upgrade with a couple of Ghosts and Vikings. All continuing out. I guess forwards here. We're actually going to be seeing our Storm is coming up about halfway done. +1 attack about to finish as well. 2 more gateways, 3 more probes, a couple extra disruptors coming through. The Bioforce will open up this set of rocks. Really not. Okay, there we go. Starts with +2 attack upgrade. I was going to say he needs to try and keep up to date on his upgrades. Because disruptors are popping, that's going to help a lot. But that 5th base, maybe he needs to target for Bunny. He's going to be able to get down there, and Creator would have to come down a ramp to be able to fight into this army, which is just not going to happen. So that's an instant cancel. Bunny's now going to try and go up the ramp. The EMP is available. Actually drops the first EMP quite nicely. Hits the only high Templar that was there. Storm's not done, of course. Bunny doesn't necessarily know that. No, the Ghost from the side gets taken out. The Colossus are the saving grace at the moment, able to shoot from afar and kind of just scare this army back each and every time. Beacon coming up, Stargate coming through, our +2 attack upgrade coming in as our bio will unload. We'll get rid of the pylon. We can begin to press further forwards. A few Zelds are popping out as well. Everything gets cleaned up as another Zeld comes over. SCV's coming through. Vikings hanging about, going to drop a CC down at the front. Couple of disruptors and the +2 coming in. A Stargate and Fleet Beacons on the way up. It's going to be seeing a couple of carriers will start from Creative. He can slow this game down enough to get his carrier count going. And I think he's going to end up in a very good place. One of the big benefits he could absolutely gain from this whole situation as our army works its way down to the south. Nexus going to be in some trouble there. And so many bases coming up top right, but I think Bunny's starting to send some units up there. It would be great to just knock those bases down, because I don't think there's realistically a defense creator in the top right now. Gets that little catch. It's going to be seen on Nexus coming up in the top right. So just going to swipe. Depot taking damage. Army in the center of the map too. We did get rid of one of those bases. Looking for the next one. I love this kind of full-on switch actually from Bunny to just go towards the top right base. He's going to find the next base here as well. So yeah, really kind of shutting these down. And yeah, his main army's over there as well. +1 air weapons coming through. Our carriers coming up. Dark Shrine on the way with our Stargate about to finish. +2 ship weapons and 3/3 upgrades still building on in. Our command center is still coming up as well. Nuke on the way. Missile turrets building. This army of Bunny is actually going to turn around and get an observer picked off, so it's going to get that grab. Disruptors going to land a couple of these units It's actually nice disruptor shot, although we do lose the disruptors on the back of it, so Bunny's able to get some pickoffs in return. And now Army on the right side still setting up as well. Another disruptor lurking over there. Bunny's going to try and grab this bottom base. Going to put Creator down to 4 bases and keep him there, which is such a big deal. No cancel there either. That is a kill. Bunny making plays right now. It does feel like Bunny's in the more comfortable position. However, the carrier count is growing, and if carriers get too high, it can be very tough for the Terran to deal with. I think Bunny's done everything very well so far, but he needs to figure out the carrier phase of this game and what he's going to do about it. Shot will land on the Ghost. Is trying to drop a nuke down. Easy way to clean up those nukes and not let them ever really get established. Bunny's still playing a couple different splits of the army. He's going to stim down here again. Craig just didn't see it coming. Going to get an Observer as well. Man, Observers keep dying too. How many have we lost this game? We lost 4. So yeah, fairly decent number. Obs aren't cheap. We actually have a new prison being built. EMPs here were actually pretty good on those little group of units, but we've got to run. We're going to get cornered in maybe no matter what here. As we scan, we see what's approaching. The rest of Bunny's on will start to come in along. Actually going to load what we can into the medevacs and just run for it. Now the Stalkers catch, and maybe this was the worst decision all along. He could have just jumped on the Stalkers or turned around and got those tech units. Like, even this, after the unsuccessful load up and unload, he's actually still going to get rid of a few units from the bottom side as well. He could have done so much more there. I think Bunny didn't realize quite the opportunity he had to maybe just dive one way instead of the other. Army still sets up in the center. Widowmine shot goes off. Missile turrets will be taking some lasers to the face, and we have a Protoss army that is approaching the front, but there is going to be the Liberators that are going to keep this back. And can we deal with the carriers? More Vikings are on the way. Bunny needs to be able to fight those. That is going to be the secret of this. Just firing. The Archon's taking some damage. Carrier still building. Mothership on the way. Our Nexus is about to finish up as well. Plus 2 web weapons coming by. Plus 3 ship weapons from Bunny. Actually good upgrades in the sky from him, which generally will help. We nuke ourselves over to this direction, but looks as though Creator realizes where it's coming from. Disruptor shot is good for the kill. And unfortunately that will be the end of the attempted nuke once more. Ooh, Creator too good at shutting down the nukes. No excitement for us as DTs. Will be wanting to start making their plays. It's one of the things that Bunny really struggled with against Trap in that game too. And so very happy to see Bunny Creator making his way to these, because I think that's going to be a big step in the right direction for him to be able to have a good time here. He needs to start kind of pulling Bunny around, and those DTs are the perfect candidates to do such a thing. Stalkers want that Liberator, but one Stalker goes down. Liberator will now fall. Mothership pops out onto the map, and well, DTs don't really get any workers, and we're going to clean up all these DTs. Easy. Yeah, really easy. 11 probes actually going down as damage is done across the board. It is Bunny just finding some openings with libs to get some shots off. Just finding some decent success there as our ghost count continues to grow back up. Army over to the right hand side, we are making a push. And actually going to jump on this base. Creator is completely out of position, and nuke on the left side at the same time. No energy on this Nexus with the EMP, and we are going to be able to get rid of that. Creator's going to start launching a counterattack. Straight up through the middle, looks like the nuke was denied. But he scans here, makes sure that this base is not a factor, and now pulls back. He gets one base. Will Creator be able to get a base in return? But he's got to be cautious. He knows this is coming because he did not see the army responding at all to his army, to his force. As he cloaks up the ghosts, runs them about a little bit. 18 probes going down. Man, damage being done again. Shots over here from a Liberator that now gets cleaned up, but the probe count has been taking an absolute battering. And so we are going to be seeing the Vikings are going to one-shot down the Mothership. Thank you very much. Storms are zoning, but understandable that Creator is feeling a little scared. That Terran army, if it gets on top of you, here's the Protoss. Probably just going to wipe the floor with you. I think Bunny's army is very powerful. Creator's actually maxing out on army, so he's 150 army supply. Massive army from Creator. But is not going to have as much economy to rebuild with from here, so needs to really start winning fights. This is where Bunny might benefit even more from kind of splitting up a little bit. Disruptor is actually going to get killed off by this little group of units as well. A couple Marines will go down. So many carriers. Game slowing once more as Bunny does not really find a way to attack just yet. These few Stalkers are going to go harass themselves, get rid of some static defense. Missile turrets are minerals you can drain out of the game. Bunny trying to expand top right and in the bottom left. I love the double expanding. We saw from Bunny his ability to kind of deny the double expanded attempts of Creator was really effective. If Creator can't do the same, then Bunny's going to start taking even more of an economic advantage, which is already pretty big. It's kind of in his favor. It's just going to be an instant jump on this Nexus again. There's units on the low ground, but not enough to really justify coming through. Bio going to have to go stim back against those Stalkers, protect the Vikings. Oh, we didn't get the base though, so the base will live. We're going to try and nuke onto the army as this carrier force continues to chase through. Oh, the nuke's still coming. If Bunny had actually just turned around forward and just kind of scared Creator back, this actually had some potential. This was a very cool nuke position that Creator just never thought to check on. Well, maybe Creator knew not to go backwards as well, but he had no reason to go back any sooner as well. EMP is so important here. We need to EMP any potential High Temple. It's so hard to see if there's High Temple under this army or not. Like, even we can't see it easily as a spectator. Makes this very tough as the Viking count super high at this point as well. Forward base maybe in a little bit of trouble. Carrier gonna come and save the day. Turns out one ghost can't save us there. And Bunny gonna start relocating back over the left-hand side. 20 minutes in one of this best of 5 super important matches. And that's kind of being shown in the way that this game is setting up so far. Just both players not making anything too crazy of a play, right? Both players being fairly calm and collected. Just trying to make sure they don't just throw it all away on one bad fight. The potential to go 1-0 up in this series. Every map is going to be very difficult to gain, and is so important in your campaign for the Esports World Cup attendance. More libs coming out, the nuke on the way, 3 more gateways building from Creator. He spends a bit more of his money. 57 probes, but is still actually being able to amass a decent bank. It's still less than Bunny's, but he has larger army supplies standing on the map, remember? That's one thing that Creator has in his favor is Ghost takes some shots, and we are just going to see this Terran force coming back over here. Looking on this base, stimming again, it's actually a lot of HP off the bio units already. Gotta stay clear of those disruptors. That's one way to lose a lot of your bio quickly and end up in a bad time. I was going to say, do we have any High Templar right now? We actually don't have any High Templar currently. No Storms available. Seems kind of crazy. Playing against this amount of Vikings, we lose the bottom left base. Creator's going to go for the top right. Bunny would still be ahead on bases if this was to be a 1-for-1 base trade. So I don't think Bunny's too upset if this is how it goes. The Planetary Fortress survives quite a while. Nuke lands, doesn't do too much. Disruptor does a good bit of zoning. You cannot get forwards here with the Vikings to start picking off carriers. So we do go base for a base, but I think, like I say, Bunny should still be okay with that because he has the top right corner base mining and he has that bottom left base setting up as well. Those are both locations which Creator is not able to match symmetrically across the map just yet. So yeah, Bunny will go base for a base. Because Creator will run out of resources first if they trade anything close to kind of similarly to one another. Gonna kill off a couple of our own medevacs here, free up supply. Now Bunny's army is going to be about a similar size to Creator's, 140 army supply apiece. Massive armies, big banks stacked up. Base super far bottom left goes down. That would have been really crazy if Bunny was able to take both corner bases. Creator finishes up +3 air weapons as well, so his carriers just got even better. Our Liberator count is growing as we have 4 more in production, and Bunny is really closing in on this maxed out army. Game settling one more time. I'm gonna grab ourselves a little cheeky TT there. Get that off. Gonna get the DT. All these Liberators setting up. Fire comes through, Nexus goes down, Prism and +2 hour armor continuing by. This carrier force back up through the center. See how Archon's picking through some of those missile turrets. The Viking force is going to really try and catch some of these carriers here. Doesn't want to go too far forwards on their own, and obviously the disruptors dissuade you from continuing. Another bunch of probes are dead, but we're just replacing it with more army supply. Creator will build as large of an army as he possibly can. That seems to be his goal right here, as the MPs on those Archons would absolutely melt them. The Archons will melt the Vikings if they get given the chance to fire, which they very nearly did there. Vikings still chasing, Carriers taking a few more shots, Stalkers still hanging around. Our DT building as well. 6 Vikings on the way up. Two, 3 probes continue to come around. Lib still on the move. Another disruptor shot fires. You can see Creator still making a push up to the top. The missile turrets going down. The orbital floating. Gonna siege up those Liberators. Disruptor shots not gonna go off there. Liberators are still firing. Archon's going down too. Bunny can't keep that forward base up. Creator's now expanding in the bottom left corner next to that base of Bunny, which is also in that direction. Bunny sieges up the Liberators, says, no, you're not fighting into me. I told you guys we could actually have some cool late game duels. I will say I'm surprised. I think Bunny's actually played the better game than Creator, despite it going to the phase of the game where I thought Creator was going to be a bit more dominant. So despite that, Bunny has been... I feel like Bunny was just in control early though, right? Like, I guess it's also still what I said, because while this is typically where Creator's more comfortable, Bunny did take control early so that he's been able to keep controlling the game. And while it's slowing down now, it's always been Bunny taking the extra bases. Bunny's got the extra setup now. This is a lovely attack from Creator. He's going to go top right with a bunch of units. He's going to go bottom left with a bunch of units. DPS on this planetary is huge. Although as we lost to DT, it nearly wasn't enough to stay alive. Now nothing fighting back. We're going to try and come down here. A lot of SCVs going down. The Liberators just going to fly into this. The Libs actually targeting down the carriers. I thought they may want to go for some interceptors, but we're just going to go carrier after carrier. The Vikings will stand and fight. There's basically no anti-air. 1 or 2 Archons underneath. Every single carrier will fall. This is going to be a big rebuild, but who has the more money to rebuild with? It is absolutely Bunny, as he is going to have the ground army now showing up as well. And without the carriers in the sky, the ground army will look great. Bunny just lost a lot of bases, so he doesn't have a lot of mining, although he does have mules. He does have some minerals to mine off of. Like I say, Bunny had the larger bank to begin with as well, as he now goes for this Nexus bottom left. We'll grab that. 26.5 minutes in, we saw the decisive fight. Creator spends all of his gas now, pretty much can only warp in Zealots, which is not ideal. Bunny going to try and relocate to this bottom left base, get an orbital there. These orbitals might want to try and go back to the top right. Creator trying to re-expand. This base hasn't really been mined from yet from Creator either. Creator's actually pushing forwards with an army. He believes he's got enough to go, and he is going to jump on a lot of Bunny's units that are just not protected by reinforcements. Liberator sieging up, but they're getting jumped on too, and Creator is breaking through up the center of the map. The Vikings trying to get rid of that Colossus. The Ghosts are kind of out of energy. They can't do much. The Liberators can't really justify sieging on top of all these units, and Bunny, 27 minutes in, I feel like he's played a beautiful game, but it looks like Creator might have just broken him with this attack through. He is going to break him, isn't he? Oh, Bunny. What a heartbreaker, because like I said, to me, I really think that Bunny played the better game. I think he set himself up better, he mined more, he gave himself a better everything. He clearly just did not do well enough on that bottom left-hand fight, and that's going to be where it all comes crashing down around him. And that is going to be Creator with a big win. Now, it's not all completely done. Creator does have a better mining base down there. Okay, Bunny has this base as well, he's muling it. Bunny's only 15 army supply behind, so it's not completely done just yet. We're not there just now. We might go on a little bit longer still. 30 probes for Creator, though, to 15 SCVs. Obviously, mules will do a lot to make up that difference. You can see as the mules drop, the income advantage stays in Bunny's favor. Yeah, Bunny must lost a lot of army supply. Army supply is going to even up again now. The question will be, is it teched up enough? There's a lot of disruptors. Obviously, disruptors are so annoying to deal with. There's no, the Ghosts. They do lift back up. There's not many Stalkers. The Libs are probably better than ever right now. It's a gas issue for Creator. He doesn't have the gas to really afford too many Stalkers. Bunny just needs to figure out a way to actually come through and to fight against this army. It's not easy. More Stalkers warping in, realizing Libs might be the issue. We scan, we see the right side base. What are we going to do about that? Send a ghost over there, apparently. Do we have a nuke? We have a nuke. So he's going to try and nuke the mining base of Crater, but now Crater has 2 mining locations. Denying this base, which is where Bunny was mining from, was a huge hit to Bunny's economy. A lot of the income advantage will dissipate. Some of it was mules, some of it is just that base that was actually able to mine. Nuke launches to the far right. The Libs would love to siege up and take position. Crater's army is actually not good in a straight-up fight if you can force the fight, but forcing the fight isn't easy because the Disruptors will keep you away from it. This Ghost is going to get, well, it kind of nukes itself, but I mean, he was going to die to the DT anyway, unless he cloaked instantly. Liberators are the way you can kind of slowly push forwards and take advantage. You know, I love that. Gets a Stalker or 2. Just using these Libs to kind of push this position. And again, Crater's army is not super high-tech, so Bunny... Oh, he's a Disruptor shot there. Bunny is still, honestly, in possibility. He just needs to keep edging the Libs forward slowly. I actually think he's going to be okay. Get on top of this base. His army, like I said, in a straight-up fight wins. It's just getting into a straight-up fight. But the Libs can kind of force that by slow pushing the position, or at least force Crater to look elsewhere. Trying to take bases top right now might take some of Crater's attention away, or force DTs at the very least. Stalkers are going to go off on a journey, leaving the Disruptors to try and buy time. I think with this amount of Libs, the back 2 should be unsieging and repositioning slightly. I feel like this is a little bit too slow going. Like, yeah, okay, like these 2, yeah, that works. Just push a little bit further up. That's the power of your army. With 5 Libs, you should be able to kind of, 3 siege should still be enough to deter a kind of push in. Once the Disruptor zoning the bio back, giving the Stalkers potentially a chance to jump on the Libs, but that's going to be the kind of juggling game that they play here as we have a base bottom left trying to come from Bunny 2. Stalker Disruptor going to go around the side, potentially look to pick off reinforcements. Bunny's just going to unsiege, and he realizes what's happening. Sets up the Libs. Are they jumpable by these Stalkers? I'm not sure. He's going to have an orbital here that's getting chased down. Actually going to turn into this fight. This Disruptor shot is good for a couple of units. Bunny's army supply about 5 in the lead at the moment. It's very close. Obviously, Crater's now trying to utilize the mobility of his army versus the sieging factor of the Liberators. If Bunny can't fight without the Libs being sieged, then this sort of scenario is huge. Just Mule wants to repair, and he is going to get the repair off on that orbital command. And then it gets blown up by a Disruptor anyway. Crater keeps this base, but it's not really mining, so it's not that big of a deal. Like I say, he's just trying to abuse the fact that Bunny is super reliant on the Liberators currently. Gonna try and come down here. We'll get rid of this orbital. Like I said, Bunny has the top right at the very least. But he counts it back up. We're actually going to go drop this base. To be fair, Crater has nothing here, but he can recall to this position. But a recall has to be very well placed in terms of number of units. Oh, we're going to EMP it before you can recall. Absolutely has to EMP it. EMP it and then... Yeah, good. Okay, that's a huge denial. There's not even a pylon here, just to put into kind of perspective. We're actually going to try and recall the probes, because to be fair, at this point, losing probes is an expensive rebuild as well. Crater's going to try and push the issue. A lot of Libs not sieged on the left-hand side. The few Libs that got sieged, though, they shelled away at those Stalkers, and Crater is still having issues breaking through. Absolute chaos here in this game 1. 32 minutes on site Delta. These 2 are absolutely playing their hearts out as a Disruptor shot fires, but will not quite be able to catch. Army coming back across. Liberators will siege again. Disruptor's going to get shot down. Stalker Zealot will move up to the top side where he tend to try and jump on top of something. The Zealot's going through. The Disruptor shot firing. A Ghost or 2 going down. The Libs try and take positions. Bio. Anytime you just get in the bio to jump on top of the Stalkers is great. And I actually love the chase here because the Disruptors went the other direction, so it's an easy opportunity to actually get some of the Stalkers. And I like that a lot. And that makes a lot of sense. Lib's actually going to take the chance to siege up here as well. Stalker's going to try and get a couple of those Libs. Disruptor's pushing back. Lib's going a little bit too adventurously far forwards there, I think. 1 or 2 of them. But we're taking trades as Bunny, and I think if you're taking trades, you got to be somewhat okay with it. Stalker, Zealot, Disruptor still moving about. The Lib's going to have to back away. We lose 1. That's still the one thing that Crater is trying to take advantage of here. Disruptor shot fires. A couple of Ghosts in the bio army backing it up. The rest of this army still moving around, just going to go towards the orbital. The rest of the bio moving about as well. This bio's kind of on its own, does not want to eat the disruptor shot. We lose Marauders here. Disruptor goes down, however. Now a bottom left base. This one that survived earlier, still mining. But Bunny has the top right mining, and that's a huge deal. Being able to mine off the top right is a massive factor. As this disruptor shot goes for the Ghost and the Marauder. Bottom left base just going to have to lift off and relocate as well. Stalkers push up. Planetary Fortress gets into action. Stalkers, Zealots, going to Disruptors continue to come about. They settle down. Liberator and more Ghosts on the way through. Orbital Command is going to retreat. Hey guys, if you're just coming out of ads, I want to say sorry that you had ads. I did everything I could to delay them, but super long game. We only get so many snoozes, so we can only turn them off so many times, so there's only so much I could really do there. So, yeah, unfortunately, they just played. Sorry. Literally nothing else I could do about it. Sorry for that. I know it wasn't accurate timing. 35 minutes deep, though, and Bunny is getting further and further ahead on army supply. The base of mining is huge. He's got I love that he's now getting drops elsewhere to kind of put some pressure on Creator again. I think that's such a huge factor, right, to actually start picking away at his opponents. Because that's something he couldn't really afford to do before, but now as the armies get larger, you can afford to do it again. So the Terran army gets into some better strength once again. Now, this is the base you want to hit. This one right here. That is the mining location. Creator has been too... The funny thing is, Creator, obviously, you look at these Stalkers like, well, you could have made some of those into better tech units, but he's had to make each of these Stalkers to survive up until this point, so he's never really had the money to afford to go into anything better. When we scan this location, Bunny is going to drop even a few probes. Talked about it before, but probes are not cheap to replace. Just going to drop here. We could EMP the Nexus, and that means the Nexus likely goes down. Creator's going to dive the top right. 2 Liberators here will not last long. And he probably gets rid of this base too, as the mining is going to be denied from both players. Libs are going to start sieging from afar. Disruptor finds a Ghost. The Orbital survives, so that at least will be able to relocate very easily. And this base goes down. Probes are actually long distancing. We need to be careful. Like I say, every worker counts for so much right now. It's actually Creator's army supply that takes a bit of a lead as Bunny comes forwards, and he's going to find... I mean, this base, he activates overcharge. Okay. I'm not sure what that overcharge is meant to heal, but I think that's just a panic moment from Creator, trying to do anything and everything. He's running out of bases. I love the scans, but he's like, I'm just trying to make sure you've really got nothing left. And then Bunny, if he can just hold this top right base, would be in an advantage. We actually recall here. We die for the Nexus, we don't get it, but honestly, it's only 2 probes mining 90 minerals. I guess this Nexus gives you long distance mining more easily on this location, and maybe that's what we're fighting for at this part of the game. Marines and refineries still setting up. I say, Bunny's realizing the top right is super important. The only issue is he can't give up his main. He can't give up production. You're not rich enough to rebuild production. So that's an issue as well. Stalker's getting underneath the orbital command. Is going to get jumped on. That will be killed. So the orbital drops down. I mean, every orbital you get rid of is less meals. Oh, what if we trap this army, though? What if we trap this army from 2 different sides, maybe even 3 different sides? Liberator should try and deny you going up into the natural. No, we're going to go for it. Oh, I kind of like the idea from Bunny, but now if your opponent actually gets into the natural / main, it's going to become impossible for you to actually dive in. Disruptors able to zone. We're actually going to go chasing this portion of the army. We blink. I don't love the blink so much. Again, Bunny has more units elsewhere as he is going to try and come in with this now. The Liberator is obviously quite clearly missing. The Disruptor shot is big. That might be enough to change things, although we're going to lose every single Disruptor. Now it's only really Stalkers. The few Marauders will put in some work. The Zealots will try and tank. We need units here. Bunny needs anything he can get. Stalkers will be chased down. Creator's supply is plummeted. Oh my god, he had a good Disruptor shot, but it just wasn't good enough. All the Libs are left in the top right to try and deny that base from being attacked. And Bunny wins it without the Liberators in the army, killing the Disruptors. Creator has no mining. He has no gas to make new Disruptors. All he can make is Zealots. Right now, that's good enough, though, to chase this army away because it's only bare bones bio. Gonna turn, we're gonna get another Stalker. Medevac's dying, the Liberator's still protecting this mining base. Bunny scans. He needs to know that he's got his opponent completely on the verge of being all in, and that this was game winning. That he's not mining something, he's not building up again. He needs to know if he needs to make a kill move or if he's okay to sit. And he is in fact okay to sit. Creator's gonna try and make a kill move on this top right base. When he sees the Liberators are still there, at least 4 of them, that's not an engageable position. And that's immediately just going to be like, nope, you cannot come over here, you cannot hit this base. That's exactly what Bunny was playing for, protecting that base, having denied his opponent's bases. 39 minutes on Site Delta as more Liberators are sieging. The Bio continue to come through. The Stalker Zell in the bottom corner. Well, that's all you've got left. He scans this base as the only base Bunny did not see yet. And he scans it, and the Stalker's just going to blink in, going after these libs. SCVs will pull, because this is Creator completely all in. Every Stalker that dies is irreplaceable, as it's going to be more than good enough. Now there's 2 Stalkers versus the world, as Creator will very likely try and stay this as long as possible. We repair the Liberator, and these 2 Stalkers will go down. I think Creator GG's. What a game. 39 minutes and 40 seconds for Bunny to win Site Delta, but he gets a very well-deserved 1-0 lead in this best-of-5. An absolute banger of a match here in the Esports World Cup Open qualifiers on the Korean server. Well, not just Korean server, but for the South Korea region. Wow, that was a way to start it all off, guys. That's for sure. That is for sure. Apparently, Shin leads 1-0 over Stats currently. Going to try and get a little peek at how that one is going. As game 2 of this series will be on Alsini. Shin and Stats are 13 minutes in-game currently. And hard to say who's winning this one. This is really kind of dependent, fight-dependent based on supplies. So that's happening on other streams. We're obviously sticking here with Bunny and Creator. More action from this coming up soon. So you get Bunny versus Creator coming up. Underway. GG's getting called. Good luck's being said. Obviously, one absolutely wild game here to start off this series. That's got to be a tough one to kind of recover from mentally from Creator in a way, because it was so close. At the same time, he's got to... I mean, I feel like all of this looks a bit rough, because, like, at the same time, you're kind of like, oh, you know what? Like, yeah, like, I also had a bad early game, you know? Like, he got ahead early. That's why he was in such a good position. He got ahead early. He forced himself into a good position. So as Creator, it's like you lost in the later game. You didn't have a good position going into the later stages because of all that as well. It's actually a pretty messy little situation all said and done. Shin leads Stats 2-0, by the way. So that's what's going on there. Rob Athari, thank you so much for the 87-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for supporting. Guys, enjoying the stream and the cast, and do consider subscribing to the channel to help support the stream and the casting and everything. Appreciate it. As we are waiting for Bunny Creator to go here. I feel like we had one more caster in this lobby. Ooh. Our players are ready. We're just waiting for the admin to allow us to begin. Do 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 do. Alright. I'll run another round of ads because they're available now. Hopefully we don't have another 30+ minute game. Put us into ad trouble again. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, just waiting for our players are ready. We're just waiting for official permission to begin. Kick this off. That's a great game. Great game 1. I told you guys I wanted to watch this series. Hell yeah. Alright, go getting cold. We're gonna jump into Alcyone. Get this underway. Let's get this all started up. Let's get this one going. Counting on down. Counting on down. Jump into Alcyone, get this underway. We're actually stuck on the loading screen. Roddy's stream died. I wonder if Roddy crashed, and because Roddy crashed, the game is crashed. Because we stuck. Just to show you guys, we are stuck on the loading screen. That usually happens when one person lags out that's meant to be in here, so. Just waiting for the game then, guys. Like I say, we've crashed, so we wait a couple moments. Will only grand final winner qualify? No. So the top 3 players today qualify for the closed qualifier, which will be also including players from Europe, Americas, and Asia. And that closed qualifier is where 2 players qualify to the Esports World Cup. Those closed qualifiers on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, very stuck on loading screen game, guys. Alright. Oh, people crashed out. Roddy's internet died. Oof. I don't think I've ever seen Roddy have a tech issue, honestly. Hi, Ellie. Hi, baby. Just going to check in on this, are you? Thank you. Good girl. Yeah, you wagging your tail, aren't you? Good girl. In a good mood. Get outside. Oh, lovely. All right, so we're just waiting for Alcine to come through. This is a qualifier to a qualifier. Yeah, this is absolutely a qualifier to a qualifier. Waiting for the admin to say we can begin again, guys. Hey, Ali, you're back again, are you? Hello. You're really wagging that tail. I know you're wagging that tail. I know you are. Whack, whack, whack. Alright guys, we're gonna try this one again. We are just waiting for our admin to let us go, go, go. Still waiting. Alright. Lots of waiting, guys. But we are finally good to go. How's Stats Boy doing? He's down 0-2 against Shin, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure someone probably told you in chat before. You heard it on the stream delay. Let's finally go into Alcine for game number 2 of this best of 5 series. Long first game, a couple of hiccups getting into game 2 in the bottom left-hand side. I mean, another map as well, just before we get into it, but another map where maybe we could actually really see a longer game kind of break through. Could be very interesting. In the bottom left, though, our red Terran player, this is Bunny. As we have got in the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player, Creator. So, game number 2 of our series. And Bunny leading 1-0 at the moment. Getting this underway. Let's see what happens to get underway. Alright, well, Gateway and Barracks on the way up as we get started out for a couple of moments. We get things settled in.
Now we've watched 3.
Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How are we all doing? Hopefully everyone is feeling great today. Now again, going in just a few moments. Just gonna give it a couple minutes for anyone else to show up. And we'll be getting started with Skillers versus Nightmare today. And after Skillers Nightmare, we're going to be going into the very fun matchup, actually, which is going to be between Trap and Max Packs. Really excited for that. Everything's best of 5. We'll have a PvP semi-final as well, and then we'll be into some PvT with Classic and Beyond on the top side of the bracket. So yeah, we're just going to give it a moment or two, but it is the final day of the Wardy TV Summer Bash. Final day of this event as we get back on track. World Team League across this weekend as well. Should be some good fun. Looking forward to it. And hopefully you guys are excited for a weekend of StarCraft with us as the build-up to the Esports World Cup continues. We're having a good bash so far. It's actually been a pretty fun event. I think the playoffs the other day were a little bit sad. Just because there was a lot of fast games. I actually think the best matches we've had so far were the PvPs in the playoff bracket, but the groups were really good. So yeah, we're going to go Skills vs Nightmare, Trap versus Max Packs. Winner into the semi-finals. We'll do that one first. Then Classic versus Beyond. And yeah, cool. So we're gonna have 5 best of 5s today. Even the finals is best of 5 as well. So yeah, excited to get into it. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let's kick this off. And I think we're all good to go. So let's get on to Crimson Court here for Skillers versus Nightmare to start off our day in the Wardy TV Summer Bash playoffs. And yeah, like I say, gonna be a little bit PvP heavy for us, but we'll just battle on through. And hopefully, I gotta sadly cheer on Beyond a little bit in those semi-finals because I kind of want to see a TVP final. Hopefully we don't get 4 best of 5 PvPs today. Hopefully it's a couple TVPs at the end instead of just the one. As we dive on in, we get set to go. I just realized I forgot to put my YouTube stream live. I'm so smart. Hello, YouTube? Why is YouTube not detecting my stream? Looks like, guys, let me try and just start and stop this, see if it helps, but if not, I guess we'll just go without the YouTube. My OBS was being funny this morning. It didn't like it when I tried to go live on my own channel. Either. Oh, there we go. Looks like we're ready. Perfect. Go live. Alright. So, a couple of issues on the YouTube side of things, but we are good to go here now as we kick off into the action on our first best of 5 of the day in the quarterfinals of the Wardy TV Summer Bash. Our red Protoss in the bottom left is going to be from Team Liquid Skillus. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map, we have Nightmare. Alright, so some PvP, and like I said, it's going to be a little bit PvP heavy to start off the day. A lot of Protoss on Protoss here in our playoffs as we work our way through. Gateway at number 2, Cybernetic score coming up. Our pylon on the way in as well. We get all of that up and rolling, ready to go. Excited to see what this next step is going to take this into. There's a couple of probes just nibbling away. Stalkers just setting up as well. It's going to be seeing two Stalkers coming out, the Adepts coming through, the Warp Gate coming in as well. It's going to be seeing those two Adepts coming about, the Warp Gate coming up, a couple Stalkers coming through as well. Probe comes up, again, a couple Stalkers and the Warp Gate still coming through. Our Nexus is building, battery coming up as well. Just getting that online. Again, the Stalkers, the battery, the Nexus all coming through. A couple of sentries still coming up. Our Stalker's going to ping away at the battery as well. Stalker's just going to recall back and away. A couple more sentries coming in. Two Adepts actually get in here from Nightmare, so they're going to start dealing some pretty serious damage early on. It's going to be a couple of Adepts going down, and 7 probes killed. Massive start from Nightmare. It's going to be amazing for him, so he's off to the races in that regard. Looking good. What's the server order? Skillus has the server preference because he's higher seed, so he starts on Central. As we have our Twilight Council and Nexus still coming through, got the Sentry and the Stalker coming up as well, battery on the way down. Maybe seeing the Twilight Council building here from Skillus, so we bring that up as well. Continuing through with this. Couple Stalkers and the Sentry is going to come back around. The Oracle gets chased away, and we do have ourselves a couple of probes and the Twilight Council coming up as well, to bring that Twilight into life. Skillus obviously has to play catch up, and he is only a couple workers behind after this, but there's still a negative to obviously having gone into that investment early, and he has killed a couple of probes himself. The Oracle is still trying to find more. There are 2 Oracles out. It'd be nice to see them together, because if 2 Oracles were together there, that would have been at least 2 or 3 workers killed off, right? That would have been great, but doesn't happen as our Stalkers come across. Oracle actually now takes some shots. However, the natural is open for this Oracle, and Skillus will get in. Finds himself 2 probes, 3 probes. That should have been 3, but it shouldn't have been 3 now. And it still isn't 3. Man, he just took all that damage on the Oracle for the sake of flying through here. Now he's just stuck in a corner. Not the best first few moments here for Skillus, unfortunately. Not ideal at all. As that blink continues up on both sides, the Nexus builds on the 3rd base. The rest of the Stalkers continue to gather up together again. Blink Chrono boosting, this few Stalkers get underneath. The Oracle will go down, so that's that Oracle just cleaned up, which is kind of expected based on everything that had happened up until that point, so that shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. The Nexus on the 3rd base coming in from Skillus as well. We get that underway. The Nexus from Nightmare on the 3rd also. This Oracle still cruising out the front just a little bit, trying to see what else is going on, trying to see what else may be happening. Stalker's still chilling. Another warping comes through. Resonating Glaive still coming up. Nexus and Gateway Robo Facility building through as well. We bring all of that out. This Oracle just patrols in the main base. More Stalker Sentry coming down. One Stalker already caught in a stasis ward. A few Stalkers starting to fight back. A couple Force Fields get in place as the Stalker Sentry goes onto this Nexus and tries to chip through there a little bit. We will see another Force Field getting put down as well. Still fighting here. And there's our Robo Facility coming online soon. Nexus about to finish. +1 attack is starting up. Our units still pinging away on the Nexus right now as we hit that Stalker Force once again. A few more shots still coming about. We force the push backwards. Stalker still pressing onwards. Trying to find everything that we can do here currently. As the extra probes continue up on both sides. Well, still coming up around the top, +1 in charge coming through. The extra gates on the way. Observer building from Nightmare as well. There's a little revelation going down. Just going to grab a little bit of info on that Nexus. The few Stalkers getting warped in too. And the Stalkers of Skillus going to be back out into the center once again. Away they go. Retaking position. Charging +1 on both sides. The extra gateways coming up. That's the Temple Archives building from Skillus now. And that's going on the back of this main. Temple Archives, 4 extra gates. I mean, again, because though Nightmare's been able to take some edges early, gets a cancel in his 4th base again. Nightmare just the one to kind of strike and find little moments, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it's been... I wouldn't even say right now it's that crazy of a lead. I'm trying to look to see if Nightmare has anything in particular that Skillus doesn't. He has some extra gates up a little sooner, so just more infrastructure. So maybe there is going to be an overwhelming force of units soon just because Nightmare can afford more. Nightmare's also gone very Stalker heavy, whereas his opponent's obviously gone for that at least 1 Immortal now into charge. I guess 1 Immortal's not going to make that much of a difference. If you have 3, 4, you're really going to start fighting well against these bigger Stalker armies. Just the 1 feels kind of flimsy. Well, Skillus in general here just continues with the tech units as he counter blinks to get the Observer. But yeah, I feel like Skillus just continue with kind of, again, like a couple of tech units, whereas Nightmare's kind of all out on just gateway forces. And Nightmare overwhelm. And these couple of tech units from Skillus make a difference. Skillus started +2 attack where Nightmare did not. Nightmare will start pulling backwards and utilizing the blink to trade efficiently, of course. Beautiful blink so far, actually. He's doing a great job of trading there. As the Observer. Still chilling out overhead. A few additional Stalkers join up and move forward as well. A couple of batteries on the way up from Nightmare. 2 more pylons also in production. The Observer still leading the charge and is going to get to the high ground here where we can just spot a little bit of what's going on the top side. The prison sets up with a few Zealots. The Stasis will catch some of Nightmare's army. That's going to hold him up at least a tiny bit. As the first couple Stalkers go down, and now we move on up. Pylon in some trouble. And Zealots are going to start charging forward here in the... Again, Stalker force of Nightmare just keeps on trying to push this point home. Is really letting kind of the upgrades slip away, right? This was even upgrades, now nowhere near to +2, has not started it. And Skillus is edging ever closer to getting that +2 attack upgrade online, which would be massive for Skillus. Having that upgrade lead can be something you can really utilize and really push into your favor further, so definitely expecting that to be a continued factor. As we do see, though, the mobility here of Nightmare's army just diving and killing the 3rd base. The Zealots in the main, but Stalkers defensively too. And I was going to say that Prism needs to be careful. Prism, I was going to say, I thought it might go down, but just about gets away. Stalkers didn't quite have the blink fully underneath it, so Prism is out of there. The Zealots all over, but only a couple probes go down. Not really enough to answer for the fact that you just lost a Nexus. Stalkers pull back once more here as Nightmare continues to just pull on away. And it does look as though Nightmare just has too much. I mean, at this point, there are 3 Immortals, so the tech unit numbers have grown for Skillus, but if we just get a few Zealots in here, start getting those to tank, I think Nightmare just completely overwhelms. He's going to target fire down Immortals very comfortably now. Archons are not going to do much on their own. And this is looking as though we are going to have Nightmare taking game 1 of this best of 5. Starting off strong in the quarterfinals against a Skillus that's really looked very good as of late. I mean, he really has been one of the players to kind of keep your eye on because he's been consistently pushing his kind of potential. He's been consistently improving. And Nightmare does end up taking the first game of this best of 5. So Nightmare off to a 1-0 lead in today's final day of the Wardy TV Summer Bash. This is Dingleberry. Thank you so much for the 25-month resub. Welcome back on the Prime as well. It was great to see. Thank you so much for clicking the Prime button. Appreciate you using the Prime on the channel. Obviously, there's so many choices for where you can use your Prime. Appreciate that you choose to use it. For a moment or two, we'll kick off into another game. Get everyone invited in. Get this ready to roll on out as we move our way through this first series. PvP style. PvP style, beautiful. Alright guys, I'm going to just give it a moment or two. Close this. The browser is so messy at the moment, there's so much going on. Right, just giving a moment, but I think we are good to start up. Let's go into game number 2. Golden Aura, Skillous and Nightmare. Dive into their second game here. See what is going to go down. In the bottom right-hand corner, our red Protoss player from Team Liquid is Skillous. And in the top left, our blue Protoss, it's Nightmare. Game number 2. And we see what Nightmare has in store for us. Opened that last game great. Those Adepts getting in, able to do a bunch of damage early on. Fantastic stuff. Obviously, that's, you know, pushing yourself in the right direction from the very start of the game. So that's always great to see. This is a Proby just heading down to the bottom side. Couple of assimilators coming up, gateways coming through. Probes just going to pass each other by there as well. I'm just going to move into this main phase as the assimilator finishes. That probe is going to nibble at the other probe. Shots going off there. We come all the way back around that right-hand side. And a second gateway coming up from both players. We're going to just see 2 gates each, not really too surprising. Skillous will scout just a little later than his opponent. In this scenario, you show up, you're going to see both the pylons in the main base as well, so you don't feel bad for actually kind of scouting a little bit later, because there's just nothing to say that there's anything going on. Not even a hidden pylon out on the map, so you're kind of wondering, oh my goodness, do I need to be out on the map ASAP looking for proxies? That probe nibbles at the other probe. Well, Cybercore will complete. Warp Gate already starting on both sides. Solid Sentry on the side of Skillous. Double Stalker on the side of Nightmare. Getting that underway immediately here. Now a couple more Stalkers and a Warp Gate coming through. The probe will nibble the other probe. Like I say, there's going to be a difference in the early units. With Skillous having invested in that Sentry, he doesn't have money for teching. Nightmare looks as though he'll expand and then go into some... He could actually just expand into sentries of his own. Expand into Stargate is not seen super often. He could just expand straight into like a Twilight Council at this point as well. I mean, he just has money stacked, so the option is there for Nightmare in terms of how he techs. He will also have these 2 Stalkers that he's going to poke onto the map with, so he's feeling fairly safe with those. There are the sentries, so I think that makes sense. Sentries, if you're expanding early, sentries are so good because of their ability to hallucinate. And if you're going to go Stargate, you may as well go Stargate, then Nexus for just the faster Oracle, the faster access to defense, should you need the defense. In this case, he didn't, but yeah, I think this makes sense if we're going to see that gas stacking up, get those sentries on the way. Put some work in from those. We nearly kill a sentry. In fact, we may chase up the ramp for one. Both of those are low. The battery on the low ground finishing will heal them back up. And that is now eventually a pushback, but took a little bit of effort, took a little bit of time to get there in the end. Twilight Council building on the side of Skillous, robotics facility from Nightmare. Has 2 different tech choices on both sides of the map. We continue into a different game from both. Skillous will play a much more mobile army this time, and obviously this isn't how it went last game, but Nightmare did end up on a force that was very Stalker focused, where Skillous was Stalker and Blink focused, but then tried to introduce more tech units along the way. This is going to be from the start. Nightmare playing the tech unit counter, the Prism to harass a little bit perhaps, and then obviously Immortals count building up to deal with the Stalker count that's going to be high, with the Twilight Council of Skillous already able to finish and start Blink as soon as we get the minerals in about 30 minerals time. There it is, Blink on the way up. So We get that started. Third Nexus building from Skillus as well, so instantly into the third, believes that that map control that he's getting for himself with the eventual blink, and right now just the hallucinations. He knows what's up. He's comfortable. He's not in fear, so you can get that expansion down nice and early. Hallucination just going to be patrolling still. That Mortal still chrono boosting out. Blank is chrono boosting here. And there's that later third base of Nightmare. It's not that much later. We're talking about a 15-20 second difference. So it's not too much later here as the Stalker Sentry. Just going to get some shots off. Hallucination will go down. That is going to be a partial cleanup. More shots just coming about. And again, we get that Forge on the way up as well. It's building the Forge on the main base. The Gateway coming through. The Twilight Council building in the main as well. So is Nightmare already looking for the follow-up with the Twilight. Should not go Blinky. Obviously should just be going to charge and starting to invest into that charge lot, a Mortal Archon kind of style. Get that up and operational. Or Resonating Glaives if you want to play a timing-focused style. That works too. You hit with Glaives and Immortals and you have a very powerful army. Adepts are extremely tanky. They have the ability to threaten mineral lines as well, so your opponent has to position correctly. There's a lot you can do there. It's gathering. Hallucination. Still coming up, Prism on the way. 3 more gateways coming out, the extra gateways coming online. Charge and +1 continue to come through. The pylon sets up over on that far right hand side. The hallucination continues over as well. And Resonating Glaives coming up, +1 attack. 3 extra gates continue to come through as well. Got Archives on the way, the charge building. We're having ourselves the army of Nightmare moving down to the south. Nightmare, careful. And a little bit split up as Skillus is on 2 sides of this, but honestly, I feel like Nightmare's Immortals specifically are kind of running around and not doing as much here. We get a Warp and a Zealots, but no charge yet. Zealots are not great right now. If you're going to start seeing a bunch of Adepts coming out of Nightmare, and the last thing you really want to be seeing is kind of Zealots really from Skillus. And Nightmare did lose the Prism during this. Skillus did find that, so that makes this a little bit awkward. Immortals are going to fire, a couple sentries going down, that Archon getting picked off. The Stalkers will continue to fall. Prism still moving across. Going back around the bottom, Adepts firing up again, a few more Adepts gathered together. Adepts just going to absolutely shred through the Zealots, and Skillus, the supply is dropping. Now the Adepts just say, cool, we can just genuinely commit through to this natural. Probes will begin to die. 9 workers, 10 workers already going down. This is big damage done on the side of Nightmare. He is getting some work put in here. The Nexus will continue to take some shocks. The Pylon going to take a few hits as well. So Pylon also starting to drop. As our Adepts shade back over to that left-hand side. A couple of Stalkers still getting whacked away at. Continue to work through those. 12 probes currently going down, and that number is increasing. 16, 17, 18. This is bad for Skillus, man. This is not a pretty series. His army supply is down, his work count is down, and it looks as though he might just be down in this series 0-2 in a few moments' time. The Adepts actually do break through a pile and still just walk into the main base. Not every day you see the Adepts having to walk, but in this case it makes sense as we'll find somewhere good to be, kill even more workers. I mean, as long as you're killing workers here, you're basically being successful, because any work you get rid of makes it so difficult for your opponent to recover. So yeah, this looks as though we are going to be good to go for Nightmare to a 2-0 lead, absolutely popping off in today's early stages of these games. Super Battery pops up, healing up those Stalkers. And a couple of Zealots and an Archon being brought through, but Skillus is dead in this best of 5 game 2. And he's going to have to perform a reverse sweep at this point, but Nightmare's just been crisp with the plays. Putting himself in some very good positions, putting himself off to some very good starts. Just like that so far. Alrighty, so we're going to go into game number 3 here in a couple of moments. Get this set up and ready to go. We're going to go to Ghost River. Get that started. And go throw the invites in. We'll get this going on. Awesome. Depths are so good. Yeah. There's a depth style in PvP has actually really taken the PvP world by storm lately. It's been super popular, just going into the Glaive of Depths and kind of working from there. It's been a big thing, absolutely. So, yeah, very popular. Definitely something that's going to be terrifying in PvPs for some time yet to come. Alrighty, let's we got everyone in the lobby, so we can get this started up. Let's go. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. And we've got the YouTube live. Sorry if you're on YouTube as well. We started like a little late on YouTube. I couldn't get it to go live. For some reason, YouTube wasn't picking up my stream, I guess, connection or something. Like it just couldn't. I was hitting the stream button and it just wasn't picking it up, but working now. So, hell yeah. So yeah, thanks if you're watching on the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, please consider hitting the like button. It takes a second and it really does help us out, so do check that out. Super easy to do and it helps more people find the channel. Here on Twitch, then, hello, it's always great to see you guys as well. Thank you so much for dropping by today. Let's finish this Summer Bash off in style. As we have in the top left-hand corner, the red Protoss player from Team Liquid. This is Skillus. In the top right, our blue Protoss player. It is Nightmare. Game 3 of our best of 5. Nightmare with the probe onto the map here on Ghost River, one of the shorter maps we've seen so far. Couple probes nibbling at each other. You see our gateways coming about. Again, gateways, cybercore continuing up here for the moment. Probes on the way through, gates coming up, pylon on the way. Again, that probe gonna nibble at another probe. As we have this pylon here from Skillus, he's going to get a little cheeky because he's keeping a probe next to it as well, which almost always means you're about to build something on this location, right? So, this looks like that's about to happen in a couple of moments. Probe going towards the upper right-hand side. I'm just going to be seeing our Stargate coming through. Get those warp gates on the way. That Stargate being proxy then from Skills. He will try and find some early damage. Nightmare building Stalkers, which is a great step in the right direction for dealing with the Stargate, of course. One Stalker fires. Probe already taking a few shots. It's going to go down to 3 Stalker shots. Probe falls. The other probe just out on that far left-hand side, just patrolling. So I wonder if Nightmare's going to set something up as the Stalkers move on the map. It's going to get a little bit funky, right? He doesn't know about the Stargate, so he just wants to try and play the denial on the pylon. Sees the one Stalker coming with the probe, actually distracts the Stalker for a second. Now 2 Stalkers onto the pylon. Oracle will get out. The question is, can he defend this pylon for a second Oracle to come out? Now the Stalkers are not convinced they should be here still, so they're going to let that pylon live. Nightmare just pulling back, wants to, I guess, defend. And Oracle obviously pulls back a little bit too, doesn't want to get aggressive because he expects the Stalkers to be in position. And Oracle's not having a great time, getting denied at the moment, pushed away, and so far Skillers, oh no, gets flanked by the Stalkers in the bottom. Oracle goes down. Suddenly we are just, is that the only Oracle he made as well? It is. Oh no. Well, he's on his way to a Robo, which is going to have to be used very well defensively, but Skillers' entire early game investment just goes to pot right here. It comes crashing down, and with a gateway warping in, this is going to be gateway number 4. We're still on one basis Nightmare. I mean, this is going to be tough for Skillers to hold. He's expanding. Yes, he'll have an Immortal, but he has such a lack of units. Because of that early investment, that's done nothing at all. It's going to be really, really tough in these next few moments for Skillers. Absolutely no doubt as our Stalkers will press on forwards to begin with here. One Stalker already taking some shots. They'll just target down one of the building batteries. That works. Can't be healed up by anything as Stalkers do not have Blink yet, so arguably or maybe even here a little bit soon. Do pop the barrier on the Immortal as we'll get one more probe. We pull back. Another Sentry available. Nice grab. Maybe we don't. If we don't even need Blink yet. I mean, the fact we're already being this successful with Blink not ready sort of suggests just how things are going. As our Stalkers will hit the Nexus again. The Immortal, a couple Stalkers, Sentry pulling back further. We get the Sentry taken out. Stalkers blink to that right side. Immortals and the Stalker skill still pressing through. On the bottom side, the Warp Gate gets a couple more Adepts in. This Nexus is, well, going to allow the Super Battery to go off at least. So Nexus is going to get the battery off. The Adepts do get blocked. One Immortal died. Super Battery now fading off. The Nexus, I was going to say, put the Super Battery on the Nexus while nothing else is going on. A couple more Adepts going to try their luck again. We pop the barrier on the Immortal. We're just going to fight it. If we can take out the Immortal, the value of, I mean, there's just not units here realistically at that point. And Immortal is saved. Nice micro of the Prism, but now the Immortal is going to just have to stand there and fight. It's actually walled into the main base. As the Stalker numbers are clearly in favor of Nightman, it looks as though he will execute this attack correctly enough to get himself the job done with a 3-0 sweep. Domination in the playoffs continues here as, yeah, GG, 3-0 from Nightmare. He just moves on through. That was, I mean, Nightmare had the closest series in the round of 12 against Lambo, in the fact it was 3-2, but each of those individual games was very one-sided, I would say. So, yeah, each of those individual games themselves was kind of very one-sided. So, I kind of say, that's why I kind of say continues to sweep through, because when he wins the games, he's winning them convincingly. In this case, he wins the series convincingly. Nightmare goes to the semi-finals, making this 3 players from Korea in the semis, with MaxPax the only European left standing in the round of 8. He takes on Trap up next. It's going to be Trap versus MaxPax to decide what the semi-final PvP is going to be looking like. Can one of the best Protoss versus Protoss players of all time in MaxPax take on a Trap? I mean, MaxPax, amazing PvP, but it has been less convincing lately than it ever has, right? Like, if there was ever a low point from MaxPax's PvP, recent history might just be that low point, because we're talking about a guy that was dominant in this matchup, that really defined the meta, or defined his own meta. Like, a lot of people would not even, you know, be able to do what MaxPax does, because MaxPax was just so good at it. So yeah, now we get this PvP best of 5. I mean, look at recent results. MaxPax 2-1 Trap, actually, just yesterday in Kung Fu Cup. Did lose to Skillers 1-2, but 2-0 Skillers before that. Lost to Classic recently in the Summer Bash in the group stages as well. And he still has a lot of wins. Like I say, you say his PvP is a little shakier. It's a loss here, it's a loss there. It's like, oh, he lost to Showtime a couple of times. You know, we're holding him to extremely high standards simply because the high standards are what we expect from MaxPax. So, when it comes to PvP. Like, his PvP match history is just absolutely nutty, so definitely something to think about there. And with that, guys, we are going to take a quick break. We will need to get videos underway for this PvP, so we're going to get Trap and Max Packs ready to go in a moment. This will be Trap's server preference because he came out of the group stages in first place. So we'll go West Central, West Central, West, and we'll get into that in just a few. I'll put channel bets up as well if you guys are interested on Twitch. You guys can check that out, and I'll see you guys in a few for Trap versus Max Packs. Slowly with the 73-month resub. Welcome back. Dropping them Wardy Ellies in the chat as always. First map going to be Side Delta here today, guys. Max packs and trap in just a couple moments. This PvP section continues. That's actually kind of excited to see what max packs and trap have for us. We start off on the West server as well. Trap comes in as a higher CTO, first place in his group C. Was the one he won out in. Second map gonna be Crimson. Wait for the other map picks to come through, guys. We'll be pretty much ready to go in just a few moments' time. So, fairly quick first series today. Hoping Max Packs Trap delivers a little bit. Trap's been really good lately. Where's this music from? I use an app called Pretzel. You can put a whole bunch of different radios on stuff. As this one's called Mood Swings by Harris Ella, in case you're interested. Waiting for the fourth map pick of Trap. We have, I guess, Oceanborn. Alcyone. No, Alcyone got V at Oceanborn. What have we got, actually, in terms of maps? Amphion's gonna be map 3. Crimson Core map 2. Dynasty Vito, Ghost River. So we've got Oceanborn, Ghost River. Oh, yeah, there's only 2. I was like, what's the other map? I couldn't figure it out, but there's only 2. If Trap is ready, we can go, because Max Packs is ready. So yeah, just waiting for Trap to give us the go-ahead, and we'll kick off into this series, guys. Bets are up for another couple minutes on the Twitch channel if you want to bet your channel points. Get hopefully ready to go in just a moment. What's up, Mr. B? Love the content? Hell yeah, thank you so much for watching today. Waiting for Trap to give us the... Ready? I think he was ready, he just didn't say it. Just double checking though, as you kick this off. Let's get into this as we go into the top left-hand side of Side Delta to start this series off. We're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is from Psystorm, Max Packs. In the bottom right, our red Protoss. It's going to be Trap. In one of our best of 5 as we get this underway. And let's see what is going to go down. Over the course of this series, we start off on Side Delta, which is a map with that ramp as well, so we already have that as a factor here. The ramp, obviously very interesting, very fun, and should mean that we can see some faster expansions coming out into play as well, so definitely expecting that to be a factor. As we get this underway, the Gateway and the Assimilator coming up and online, getting that going. Okay, what's coming through then? The probe's coming up. Probe is going to nibble out another probe. Nibble, nibble. Probe gonna nibble at that pylon. Just gonna force a cancel. Next already down from Maxpack, so Trap is now in this position where he's actually gonna have to finish a Zealot up to chase this probe down. He's gonna throw the Stargate down before he expands, but Maxpack will have a slightly faster expansion. Trap has faster access to that Stargate. So it continues to wander to the upper left-hand side. Stargate's on the move. Top row moving about again. Stargate on the way from Maxpack. So we will see Stargate on Stargate. We'll see if that leads to Phoenix versus Phoenix. Adept is going to go shading by. The Phoenix coming up. The Adept on the way. Adept's going to be shading about, heading back down to that bottom right-hand side. We will see the Phoenix is on the way up. The battery finishing there. So it is going to be Phoenix on Phoenix. Man, if there's anyone you don't want to go into Phoenix versus Phoenix again, I feel like it would probably be Maxpax. Maxpax is so good at it usually, as Trap is going to catch this Adept and just lift it again this time with a second Phoenix here to kill it. Well, Phoenix is going to find another Adept, so Maxpax's early units are continuing to go down. Phoenix in the center, those Stargates coming through. We just have ourselves the couple extra probies continuing in as well, so we bring all of that through for the moment. Phoenix in the center here from Trap, trying to move to the upper left. The Adept going to go shading forward as well. The Phoenix. You decide what they want to do. Is that Adept will cancel its shade. Simulator coming through about halfway done. Our Phoenix still building about our pylons as well. Obviously, at this point in time, it's Phoenix on Phoenix with 2 Stargates each. You do nothing but build Phoenix. You can be kind of tricksy if you get a probe on the map, potentially put some pylons down, stuff to block locations, block expansions. Outside of that, kind of like what Maxpax has actually done on the bottom side here, actually. This pylon here stops this expansion being taken, because right now Trap doesn't have anything that shoots the ground unless the Phoenix lifts something, unless they build something, and then that can be lifted and killed by Phoenix too, so creates some interesting situations for sure. And Probe getting ready to expand from Maxpax as his third base ready's up. We've got the other pylon here, so you do need that Zealot's trap that you just made. And on top of that, we'll need obviously now the chance, or we'll have the chance now to get into that fleet beacon. And as you go into that fleet beacon, you will head into the Phoenix range, the anion pulse crystals. That's going to be a big deal as well, so definitely watching out for that. There's Phoenix looking at some other Phoenix here for a few moments. Just having ourselves that fleet beacon continuing up on the side of Maxpax is just now starting, so getting that underway here. The rest of these Phoenix are trapped, just joining together. Zealot going to be there, pylon taking some damage. There's the faster Phoenix range. The Trap will have that advantage. If Maxpax just stays defensive, there is a world where that Phoenix range doesn't get to take advantage, you know, for Trap having it and Maxpax not having it, so this is not end of the world territory or anything of the sorts just yet. Phoenix are still moving. That third base coming up. That's where it gets interesting. These Phoenix threatening the fights, but Maxpax can't threaten because of the lack of Phoenix range. Trap will have control for the next few moments. What Maxpax would like to do is to get these Phoenix cornered, because then they can't really use their range if they're pushed into a corner. Then it doesn't really matter. Then Maxpax would have advantage because he's closer to home. His reinforcements will be arriving more quickly. Now Maxpax is running. Uh-oh, Phoenix reinforcing up there as well. It's actually not going to go down. As Trap comes back over here and says, hey, I feel like I can kill some more probes, and he absolutely can as well. Maybe even try and camp out the Stargate. The Zealot is actually going big as well, as MaxPax is genuinely in a little bit of trouble. Gonna get one into Phoenix intercepted. Now MaxPax has Phoenix range as well. Now he commits to this fight. He should be better off in Phoenix numbers. He just lost 17 probes. He can rebuild off of that, and especially if he wins the Phoenix fight. None of that matters. So for MaxPax looking to be in a bad spot, he just won the game because Trap lost the Phoenix fight. I mean, it's kind of crazy. MaxPax understands this is not good for me, but if I can take a fight, like if I let him feel too confident, if I let him be in my base and he stays too long, I can take complete advantage of it. And he does. He just MaxPax things, man, honestly. Kind of crazy. He's so good at PvP, and he understands so well the situations he can kind of go about and do. Oh, MaxPax is toasting. Cool. That speeds things up. This off and we get this underway, so we kick off into game number 2 here. Get this one started and get this underway. What's up, Panda Bandit? Thank you so much for the 31-month resub. Welcome back. In the top right-hand side, our Blue Protoss. This is a MaxPax, and he is already taking the 1-0 lead in this series. Then, as in the bottom left, there's going to be our Red Protoss player Trap. What's up with just mirror matchups? You don't like it? I don't love it either, mate, but that's the way the bracket played out. The Protoss players just kept winning. Not really stop the mirror matchups if that's... I mean, there's coming into today, there's 5 Protoss left and 1 Terran, so unfortunately we just have to move through these PvPs. Okay, we're coming up, assimilators coming through and get settled here. Gonna have a single gateway from MaxPax, so it looks as though he will try some single gate, probably Stargate expand. So yeah, Cybercore's coming up, the Zealot coming through. Couple Stalkers continue up the warp gate on the way, Stargate building as well. Probes nibbling, passing each other by. There is the expansion from MaxPax following the Stargate, kind of as we expected so far. I'm just going to shade around the left side. A couple Stalkers going to get there. Will take a hit. And a couple more gates coming through. That Nexus coming up. Continue to settle down as our stalk is still heading to the top side. Stalker's fighting, Adept taking some shots. There's a Stalker, Adept gathering together. The Void Ray coming up from max backs. Got that Warp Gate on the way in as well, as we do see a couple more Stalkers of Trap coming over. Nexus will be finishing. Warp Gate is coming through. The couple of batteries on the way from max backs as well. Bringing all of that up and about as our few Stalkers here pinging up onto that Nexus. Will there be a replay pack for the Summer Patch on the Patreon? Great question. Yeah, I can put a replay pack together. I probably should, because it's been a little while. So I'll get that sorted out. I'll put it on my to-do list. Stalker's gonna fight. Void Ray is not quite gonna go down just yet. Stalker's still gathering. I see a few more shots going down. Couple probes taking hits, so 2 workers going down. Stalker's firing. Couple of Void Rays are active. We do see our Stalker's just taking some big shots there. So they all go down. 3 more Stalkers coming up on the side of Trap as well. Continue to bring that through. Void Ray's activating. Couple Stalkers still going down as Max Fax is playing the defense here as Trap sends it. He actually kills that Void Ray. Did not go close enough to the super battery for healing. Was running the wrong way. And Stalker's coming about. Extra stasis ward coming into place. Again, Void Ray probes. 4 more Stalkers of Trap all coming up. The Stalkers are going to approach the front. Get ready to ping forwards here as we do have the first Stalker taking damage. Stasis goes off, catches a few Stalkers. That's big. This sort of build from Trap is so momentum based, and losing a few Stalkers like this is gonna be pretty rough. One Void Ray goes down, the other Void Ray continuing to fight. And continue to come through here for a couple moments. Stalker going down as well. Extra Stalkers of Trap continue to come through. Let's continue to chase. And Depth still again pushed away up to the top side. One more Stalker warping in. I mean, at this point it doesn't feel as though Trap's going to break through, right? This is the moment where the momentum has been broken down. Maxbox looking as though he'll defend. Stasis ward catches a bunch of probes as well. What a catch that is. I mean, more salt in the wound for Trap here, who's just not going to succeed on this side of the map. Stalkers will hit voids that they just don't have the DPS to chew through. That super battery is too good, and Maxbox takes a 2-0 lead. So Maxbox 2. Trap 0, and Maxbox will be 1 map away from just moving on through to the semifinals. Amphion, gonna be map number 3, guys. This is obviously turned into a wash of a day as we move through very quickly so far. Alrighty, guys, Amphion coming up. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, up 2-0, the blue Protoss player makes some Twitch chat rumblings for Max Packs. This PvP is very good, isn't it? It really, really is. As in the top left, needs to sort of figure something out. This is Trap. He's lost a Phoenix versus Phoenix game. He's lost the aggressive, trying to bust down the 1 gate. Expand game. Needs to make something up right here. Well, guys, I mean, when a here plays Nightmare, I get the fear that Max is going to win and we're just going to have some very fast PvPs all day. Come on, chap, let's fight back a little bit. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's turn this around. Let's get some more games coming about. Oh, early game blocking. Target coming down both sides. Next coming up, we got settled down. Heading into this, just going to be seeing an adept. Going to come across with another adept for the moment. Phoenix coming through, and Nexus is a building. Battery coming up. Trying to see where things are going to go. Captain the Zelt still trying to move through here, trying to get a little bit of action on the go. I'm just going to be seeing how Phoenix getting a little lift off. Couple of Phoenix continue to fire, and Deb does pull away. Very scary, right? The more there is, the more those gunbots can fire. They really hit that critical mass where it's just like, how do you ever kill them before they just overwhelm you? So Phoenix coming through, and Nexus is a building. Battery coming up. Trying to see where things are going to go. Captain the Zelt still trying to move through here, trying to get a little bit of action on the go. I'm just going to be seeing how Phoenix getting a little lift off. Couple of Phoenix continue to fire, and Deb does pull away. Very scary, right? The more there is, the more those gunbots can fire. They really hit that critical mass where it's just like, how do you ever kill them before they just overwhelm you? So you gotta be kind of cautious and Phoenix coming through, and Nexus is a building. Battery coming up. Trying to see where things are gonna go. Step in the Zelt, still trying to move through here, trying to get a little bit of action on the go. I'm just gonna be seeing how Phoenix getting a little lift off. Couple of Phoenix continue to fire, and Deb does pull away. Very scary, right? The more there is, the more those gunbots can fire. They really hit that critical mass where it's just like, how do you ever kill them before they just overwhelm you? So you gotta be kind of cautious and Phoenix coming through, and Nexus is a building. Battery coming up. Trying to see where things are gonna go. Step in the Zelt, still trying to move through here, trying to get a little bit of action on the go. I'm just gonna be seeing how Phoenix getting a little lift off. Couple of Phoenix continue to fire, and Deb does pull away. Very scary, right? The more there is, the more those gunbots can fire. They really hit that critical mass where it's just like, how do you ever kill them before they just overwhelm you? So you gotta be kind of cautious and Phoenix coming through, and Nexus is a building. Battery coming up. Trying to see where things are gonna go. Step in the Zelt, still trying to move through here, trying to get a little bit of action on the go. I'm just gonna be seeing how Phoenix getting a little lift off. Couple of Phoenix continue to fire, and Deb does pull away. Very scary, right? The more there is, the more those gunbots can fire. They really hit that critical mass where it's just like, how do you ever kill them before they just overwhelm you? So you gotta be kind of cautious and Phoenix coming through, and Nexus is a building. Battery coming up. Trying to see where things are gonna go. Step in the Zelt, still trying to move through here, trying to get a little bit of action on the go. I'm just gonna be seeing how Phoenix getting a little lift off. Couple of Phoenix continue to fire, and Deb does pull away. Very scary, right? The more there is, the more those gunbots can fire. They really hit that critical mass where it's just like, how do you ever kill them before they just overwhelm you? So you gotta be kind of cautious and so he's gonna be at a deficit in terms of money spent on units. So this maybe triggers opportunity to go and get something done. Quite a lot of blinks available, but we're gonna run out of wasp very quickly. I think Parton's gonna have to blink up top toward his reinforcements. That's going to give Trigger a little bit of a position where it's going to be difficult for Pine to come in and get a real kind of surround and a real spread on his units. Now blinking forwards, though, and chasing for those gunbots.
Yeah, he got a bunch of workers, that's nice, but this is what I mentioned early good in punishing gunbots that have won it a little bit, and I would say this was a tiny bit of an overextension. Even though we got a bunch of the workers, if we lose all the gunbots here, it is not worth it. Trigger is reinforcing it with a lot of boss, but another forward blink by Parting to get on top of the remaining that I don't think can use overclock anymore.
Yeah, if they can't overclock, it's not scary anymore, man. They are just going to look as though Parting is going to get it done because he's got tech online. Actually, Trigger is on his way to tech as well. He's got the same tech setup with Dragonfly airship, but Parting just has the units already made, already on top of this base. The third will fall from Trigger, and it looks as though Parting is going to pull it.
Yep. I thought Trigger was playing well there, and I thought it was a cute idea the way that he was playing it. I just think he got a tiny gunbots, but every single time you see that eventually those units were committed, and he is fine. We now see Trigger trying to send it on the third.
The rest of the night, because I've not played many games that look like this, Roddy, where you just kind of consistently go non-stop units. So, yeah, I feel like this was going to be a bit of a different flavor for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I've had a couple where it's like, all right, if you go 4 base and I go 4 base, yeah, involved as well between these two that we're not familiar with, because obviously we cannot see all the games they've played against each other. But overall fun, very explosive, very short. Parting wins our first best of 7. Do you just want to hop into the second one immediately, since the first one was kind of short?
Go.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and settle my little Twitch prediction and get the next Twitch prediction. So the second series, guys, as Parting, by the way, wins $150. Trigger will still get 50. That is the same setup for every single series tonight. All the winners get $150. The losers will get $50. 73% of you all believe Parting was going to win. Parting does win. So next up is J Money Magic from Oklahoma, USA versus Cuckoo, right, from Romania. And the fun thing is, Vardy, and these are the series that I always get most excited.
Definitely feels a little bit sad. Go.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and settle my little Twitch prediction and get the next Twitch prediction. So the second series, guys, as Parting, by the way, wins $150. Trigger will still get 50. That is the same setup for every single series tonight. All the winners get $150. The losers will get $50. 73% of you all believe Parting was going to win. Parting does win. So next up is J Money Magic from Oklahoma, USA versus Cuckoo, right, from Romania. And the fun thing is, Vardy, and these are the series that I always get most excited.
Definitely feels a little bit sad.
$150. Trigger will still get 50. That is the same setup for every single series tonight. All the winners get $150. The losers will get $50. 73% of you all believe Parting was going to. Whoa, Cuckoo, you guys are so nice to me. And Cuckoo is like, J Money who? Like, thanks for the free win, I guess. And I love it when you have two kids that are both very confident going into a series. I absolutely love it.
Beautiful. All right. Well, we'll get that all set up. We'll get this underway. Like you say, 8 best of 7s tonight. Got plenty of games coming up. We've got some fun matchups. Lots of fun games coming online. As I'm really kind of excited as well for the one at the end, Vibe Theory, a little bit of like American Showdown to wrap us up tonight. I don't know. It's going to be some fun.
Yeah, I think Theory is damn good. I played him a little bit in or played him in the closed beta a while ago, or alpha it was even, and I already thought he had a very good understanding of the game, and I'm sure that he's played quite a bit ever since. I saw Vibe streaming the other day. He seemed to be having a good time, and Vibe has always been, I think, a pretty incredibly different, like 110% different than Trigger versus Parting, what we've just seen.
Absolutely. All right, well, people again added and stuff, so we'll have this set up in a few moments, it would seem. It shouldn't be too far from getting this all online. If it comes back.
Him in the closed beta a while ago, or alpha it was even, and I already thought he had a very good understanding of the game, and I'm sure that he's played quite a bit ever since. I saw Vibe streaming the other day. He seemed to be having a good time, and Vibe has always been, I think, a pretty...
And Ready Rumble for Cuckoo versus J Money. And yeah, I think if it comes back over, I'm just gonna have a Raven.
Incredibly different, like 110% different than Trigger versus Parting, what we've just seen.
Absolutely. All right, well, people again added and stuff, so we'll have this set up in a few moments, it would seem. It shouldn't be too far from getting this all online. If it comes back, and Ready Rumble for Cuckoo versus J Money. And yeah, I think If it comes back over, I'm just going to have a Raven coming through. The full match, but I really just think we're going to see such different games. I cannot imagine we're going to see the baseline tier 1 tech units just just hammering. Very different in general.
Yep. Seems like Cuckoo is having some PC issues, and apparently neither of these two kids was able to add.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forward.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs. Very different in general.
Yep. Seems like Cuckoo is having some PC issues, and apparently neither of these two kids was able to add.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forward.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but very different in general.
Yep. Seems like Cuckoo is having some PC issues, and apparently neither of these two kids was able to add.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forward.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it's very different in general.
Yep. Seems like Cuckoo is having some PC issues, and apparently neither of these two kids was able to add.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forward.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple of tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. Couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
We can talk about this a little bit right now. Obviously, it's no secret because a lot of people have seen these two guys play against each other or have seen them play on the ladder.
Tank moves about. Raven is going to come on forwards. I'm just going to go into this mineral line, see what we're going to do. What's the plan? Order turrets. Spirit looking for some damage. A couple of SCVs do die quickly, but the thing is we're still struggling, and it is going to be this army of Bjorn that's going to be a challenge for Spirit. He's got a couple tanks.
No clue who's going to win this. Cuckoo is slightly higher ranked, but I don't know how much that really says.
Yeah, I feel like... Yeah.
I've noticed this as well, where there are people who can get incredibly high up with just nothing but a talk against other weird builds, but then I'm somehow pretty good against two-base aggression.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have those things which you're like, if you're decent against it, you feel confident. It's like, man, I don't care what rank he is. I can take down anyone that tries to do that.
Love the struggles that J Money and Cuckoo have to get into a lobby. I like how J Money can have the time to send me 30 DMs on how excited he is for this match, how happy he is to play, but he cannot do the one thing that we've actually asked from him.
Oh, I love it. I'm just going to add people the next series along to tell them to add into already. Make sure everyone knows. Because
Yeah,
these
well,
guys, you know what they're like. They can't read sometimes.
They read their excitement, but
Yeah, that's true.
J Money, mate, stop using Twitch and get into the game.
Bringing up, starboard, being sieged already.
Love the struggles that J Money and Cuckoo have to get into a lobby. I like how J Money can have the time to send me 30 DMs on how excited he is for this match, how happy he is to play, but he cannot do the one thing that we've actually asked from him.
Yeah, that's true.
J Money, mate, stop using Twitch and get into the game.
Bringing up, starboard, being sieged already.
Love the struggles that J Money and Cuckoo have to get into a lobby. I like how J Money can have the time to send me 30 DMs on how excited he is for this match, how happy he is to play, but he cannot do the one thing that we've actually asked from him.
Yeah, that's true.
J Money, mate, stop using Twitch and get into the game.
Bringing up, starboard, being sieged already. Another tank sieging here.
Love the struggles that J Money and Cuckoo have to get into a lobby. I like how J Money can have the time to send me 30 DMs on how excited he is for this match, how happy he is to play, but he cannot do the one thing that we've actually asked from him.
Yeah, that's true.
J Money, mate, stop using Twitch and get into the game.
Bringing up, starboards being sieged already. Another tank sieging here. So yeah, he is coming. In just be a couple moments. We can kick off into Cuckoo J Money. The next matchup.
Are you familiar with J Money Magic at all, Waddy? All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. So yeah, he is coming. In just be a couple moments. We can kick off into Cuckoo J Money. The next matchup.
Are you familiar with J Money Magic at all, Waddy? All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt.
All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
All right. He's a Zerg player from Oklahoma. He's, according to his own word, he started playing StarCraft 8 months ago. According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Fiona's just going to break into the net.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
According to other people, he started playing 2 years ago. You know? People always want to make it seem like they are this exceptional talent that installed the game yesterday and got very good.
Ravens and Vikings just going to sit here. Oh, we're just going to go. The tanks move forward. Turrets come down. The tanks are going to melt. Yeah, Bjorn is just going to break into the natural.
No, but I'm very excited to find out.
Yeah, well, that's fun to hear, man. It is nice to have. Then, okay, there's one more tank on the high ground. 2 Ravens. Unrealistic at this point, right? Like, it's just so tough to go from like a baseline level. Like, it's amazing to see, you know, new opportunities. Everyone comes in with a bit more of a level playing field, right? This is not a game people have grinded out for the last 15 years. Obviously, lots of.
And even though it is incredibly difficult to play a game against guys like Clem or Potting or Trigger, who are already so damn good at Battle Oasis, it does always feel like it's a little more realistic to get things going. Your vote can pay off so much than it is compared to a StarCraft 2, where it just seems so incredibly difficult to do that.
Blink Hunters and J Money gonna play Recall Blink Hunter. Both have mortars and destroyers in the lineup. Oh, we could really be in for some longer games. EV's here. Help him win the Viking fight as well. Obviously, Blink Hunters and J Money gonna play Recall Blink Hunter. Both have mortars and destroyers.
Yep, J-Money has snipers as well. Snipers are incredibly sick against mortars if you can ever get there, but it's not going to be that easy. J-Money's got an interesting Starfort setup as well, right? Advanced, what are they called?
Advanced recalls?
Advanced recalls, yeah, I got smacked by those earlier today.
Yeah,
and he's got the Mammoth as well. That's also an interesting one.
Advanced recalls are so freaking good. Like, I think these things are underrated. I played a lot of, like just massed ground units, like, serious splash damage. They just melt things. They melt Crusaders and all sorts, so It's a fun unit to play, but against
Look at
mortars,
this.
we're not going to see it.
Two-base tech for both players, and both of them obviously playing Mortar Destroyer. Now that's odd, because I have no idea how that would even look. Mortar Destroyer? I mean, it feels... Destroyers are absolutely amazing if they can ever shoot at what they are supposed to shoot at. But if mortars are already sieged up, it seems like that is going to be unlikely. Who do you think this works out better for, the Scorpion player or the Recall player?
I think better against the Scorpions, though. I just don't see the recalls being able to have value against the mortars once they come into play. Uh-oh, that recall's not big enough, and the Scorpions try and take advantage, but now they're going to get trapped in deep. They're just going to sort of send it. Yeah. A little bit tough,
They've
man.
actually been bait by J Money, and it worked out kind of well, but he does still shouldn't recall all of them. Or about better aces. J Money Magic did say, I absolutely love when people try to go for run buys against recallers. Go ahead and try to do it over and over and over again. I will always get my units in time. It was absolutely J Money, by the way, who sieged up. Who got a few more mortars sieged up. And it's actually Cuckoo who takes a bad fight, even though it was J Money who sieged up first.
And Cuckoo at the end was actually sending a couple of Scorpions forward. I don't know if that was intentional or what, but he actually kept on sending the Scorpions forward, so he actually soaked some mortar shots and then got his own mortars to fire instead of taking mortar fire himself. So helped him get the mortar advantage, and that's a big lead, right? And you can just set up, like, the recalls are not going to get in reach of these. They are just going to have no shot at that. So this is rough, because now you can slow push around the right side and just deny mining on the third while also getting towards the natural. This is very tough already for J Money.
Yeah.
Alright then, final map. And you can just set up so aggressively here, and like this is what I mean, like the recalls are not going to get in reach of these mortars. They are just going to have no shot at that. So this is rough, because now you can slow push around the right side and just deny mining on the third while also getting towards the natural. This is very tough already for J Money.
Yeah.
Alright then, final map. North qualifier number 2. And you can just set up so aggressively here, and like this is what I mean, like the recalls are not going to get in reach of these mortars. They are just going to have no shot at that. So this is rough, because now you can slow push around the right side and just deny mining on the third while also getting towards the natural. This is very tough already for J Money.
Yeah.
Alright then, final map. North qualifier number 2.
Who has played a crazy amount of games in the last 2 weeks with the mortars. He is a big mortar, and they have snipers in tier 3, but I just don't know if J Money Magic is ever going to get there, as he uses the recallers, but in range of this many mortars. They got nerfed a couple.
Rather seen J Money give up the third, get to the snipers, and at least then just try and take like an incredibly good fight where the snipers, because there's nothing that can really kill the...
They have snipers in tier 3, but I just don't know if J Money Magic is ever going to get there, as he uses the recallers, but in range of this many mortars. They got nerfed a couple.
Rather seen J Money give up the third, get to the snipers, and at least then just try and take like an incredibly good fight where the snipers, because there's nothing that can really kill the... Welcome back. How are you doing, guys? We're going to jump into our next game here, Ufernal against MMA. Let's jump into this and see just what's going to happen here in the next couple of moments. How's everyone doing out in the chat? Hope you're having a great day so far. A beautiful Thursday as we have StarCraft 2 action all week long for you guys in the Wadi TV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. We're live tomorrow for Group C. Did you guys see Group C, by the way? It's kind of sick. Scarlet, Bjorn, Hero, and Mana. Yes, it's gonna be absolutely insane. I'm super excited for tomorrow's group. But today's group's sick as well. We're only in our second series. The games have been amazing so far, and we only have more to come your way. Coming up next is going to be Sue versus MMA, and then Sue will also be playing against Creator and Ufernal. And then Ufernal against Creator will be the final series of the day. So looking forward to all of that as we set up into this map. Digital Frontier, again, this is another one which I'm not going to lie, I really do love. I think it's beautiful, I think it's awesome, I think it's got a lot of potential as well. It's another map by Negative Zero. So the second time we've seen one of his maps in this series, we saw him playing we saw Blue Shift just earlier. And this is Digital Frontier, so a very different map layout. But this one doesn't remind me of Catalyst, I can tell you guys that much. As we have to the top left-hand side, our purple Terran player is MMA. And he's going up against the red Terran player to the bottom right-hand side from Team Liquid, Ufernal. Alright, so setting up into this and getting ready to go. Looking to see what's going to happen in the next few moments. Looking to see how this is gonna get rolling. So I'm just gonna kind of read some little facts about this map that the Team Liquid guys. So the straight up honesty is that last year or the last map contest I was actually involved in the judging, so I had a lot more to say about the maps before I actually got to watch them a lot. This map we didn't see a super long game on yesterday, so I'm just going to read the comments on the Team Liquid thread, which is actually made by people who judge the maps, right? So it's a bit of a better summary than what I'm going to give you after just looking at them a little bit here and there before the tournament and on the one map we had yesterday. So this map is, the direct rush path is hindered by line of sight blockers, these blue things, there's some orange things up here as well, so I know they're also blue here, but they're orange over here, and that's what I love about this map, by the way. The colors are absolutely fab. I think it's great. It's kind of like the black pinky colors, you know, in the black pink aesthetic, only with different colors. It's really cool, I love it. The third base is fairly open, but tucked away towards the main base, so kind of over here. It depends which third you want to take. You can expand up or down, so you can actually kind of expand whichever way you want to go. I guess maybe this base is the more natural third. I think this base is fairly close for a third base. It's actually kind of closer than that base, though. So it's interesting. Anyways, it's a cool map, and it's yeah, it's just interesting one here, I feel, for this TVT. Final map of this series. Both players expanded in the early stages as we get underway. What's up, Shifty1212, my man? What's up? How you doing? Thank you so much for the cheer 100. How you doing, mate? My original hashtag sub number 107. Never forget. Appreciate it, man. How you doing? Hope life's treating you well. As you can see, the Cyclone coming through the center. A couple of Hellions and a Reaper going to move out the front. And they are going to find that Cyclone approaching, so they're going to back away and say, like, nope, no thank you. Don't fancy that. As you're going to see this Cyclone going to start attacking the natural. And Ufernal in a little bit of trouble right now, as he's actually gone into the main to deal with those Reapers, which got a couple of worker kills. He's going to lose a fourth worker, perhaps no. Cyclone's going to back away. Ufernal's building double Cyclones, slightly different builds at the moment. As we're just going to be seeing those couple of Hellions and the Reaper coming out the front. So it's going to be seeing the couple of Cyclones arriving, and now Ufernal does have the upper hand in terms of units here. Maybe he tries to bait those Cyclones in for the fight, as we are going to be seeing those Cyclones pushed away and actually going to be chased, because the Hellions do have the speed. He'll turn around in the line of sight blockers, trying to use that, you know, this little part of the map to his advantage. But he'll continue to get pushed away at the moment. Guys, it is best of 3. Matches are best of 3s. After 2 wins, you have won the series. But we've played the third game no matter what. It will count to map score. But it is match score the first determiner. So it is still best of 3. We just play the third map no matter what. Because it's also, I mean, the format's designed around it being a map contest tournament. So it also allows us to see more maps guaranteed. So that's the reason. I know it's a bit confusing. it doesn't really, there's nothing I can do to make the overlay make sense because we're very limited. We can only make it say best of 3 down here. I can't make it say 3 game series, which it also kind of isn't because map score isn't, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's best of 3, all maps played. Hopefully that explains enough. If you disagree with that phrasing, you can disagree. I don't mind. As Euthermal just has too many Cyclones, or does he? 2 Cyclones come in from the back, and that's a cute little flank by MMA that I think even catches Euthermal off guard. He wasn't quite ready for those units there, and he lost actually a few of them in that process. So Euthermal losing out just slightly, and now having to pull back a little bit back through the center of the map, just pulling back into a more defensive position. Sub Shifty 1212 with another Cheer 100 in the chat as well, mate. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Getting some love for Shifty. As right now that the Cyclone's getting back into play, and well, MMA is like, hey, you like playing the Cyclone meta? So do I. Cyclone and Cyclone from both players here so far, and well, 37 workers to the 35, 15 army to the 12. If MMA wins this, by the way, he'll be 6-0 in maps in this group. What a way for him to go. As you are going to be seeing the starports on the way up as well. That first starport about to finish up here. Could lift up and jump on towards that reactor. I guess actually doesn't want to just yet. Going to build a Liberator for now, but will be going onto that reactor eventually for Viking production. As Euphem was actually telling me a little bit about Korean TVT the other day. He was actually talking to me about it and telling me, you know, some bits and pieces, and he's like, hey, so like basically every game after Cyclones really becomes just like sky warfare. Whoever's able to control the skies and Vikings with Vikings then gets Liberators, and then they kind of just win the game. So we'll see how important the Vikings and so on are going to be in this one. We'll see if there's going to be a bunch of starports coming up or what. As you will see those Cyclones still out in the middle of the map. Some Cyclones here just sat in the line of sight blockers still trying to catch Euthermal off guard. As what I love is when a map convinces players to both of the same race go for different expansions when they're playing the same style. MMA expands down the map in a linear pattern, whereas Euthermal will take that pocket third. So both of these bases are apparently very viable here. Interested to see maybe seeing how this goes. Oh, look at that. Euthermal comes in from the other side of these Cyclones. They were on hold position, so he actually gets a good fight. He actually comes out in a running position on that one. Very nicely done. Some people asking about the rocks in the center because it's a little bit weird. There's a couple more SCVs going down. Is that something we need to look at? No, it looks as though it's being dealt with. So let's just look at the rocks in the middle as well. So these rocks are basically to open up the pathway a little bit more, make this a little bit of a larger and realistic push path. So later in the game, you can move across a little bit faster. These rocks basically open up new pathways and obviously make it more interesting as the game goes by as well. So there's your answer to the rock question in the center. Just makes the middle of the map a little bit more intriguing and changes as the game goes by, which is also kind of a cool feature in maps. As Euthermal already pushing forwards here, and he sieges up one tank in the back. He lands a Viking already. Tanks are here, and he is going to have one tank killed off by those Cyclones. We're just going to be seeing Euthermal. I think he's going to get pushed away. His Viking pulling back a little bit too, but he does kill 10 workers with this attack. As MMA continue to push this away, though, a couple Vikings still up in the sky. As you're going to see, Euthermal will lift his third Viking back up here to make this an even trade. Oh, he's actually going to miss it. MMA loses out there on this Viking. Doesn't get the kill, which he could have gotten if he target fired correctly, as he will clean up this attack. With 10 workers lost, nice little push forwards there by Euthermal, making the most of the moment. And look at that already. MMA is going to go in towards the anti or the rapid launchers, the rapid fire launchers. I keep forgetting the name of the Cyclone upgrade, but it basically increases the initial shots on the, when the Cyclone shoots anti-air, it fires like 4 blasts super quick. This makes it so it's 12 blasts super quick, and that's makes it kind of much better in the anti-air kind of department, which might be important if Euthermal's going to be focusing on Viking and Liberate, and he has that air control, which he already does. So cool response from MMA, making more Cyclones to try and deal with that here. So going to be seeing those Hellions coming in, and we are going to be seeing them picking off an SCV. 2 Cyclones and a siege tank here to this top side as well. Going to be able to push those Hellions back once again. As you will be seeing those units actually loading up into medevacs here. A couple of tanks and a couple of Cyclones. Intrigued to see what this is going to mean for MMA. What's he really going to be hoping for with that drop? He is moving across the map with it, so he's looking for something. As you also see, the Hellions, though, are going to actually run under this drop, and the medevacs are going to be, well, seeing that right away. So both players getting that information, and both of them back away with their attacks. Medevacs pull back slightly. Hellions off to the right side. And Euthermal will just continue to expand. A 4th base coming up already. A 5th CC is ready to move out as well, perhaps. Or maybe just makes it an orbital. As there are the extra starports. So there is that Sky Terran sort of style I was talking about that Euthermal was mentioning. He just says, pretty much all of the maps, pretty much DVT right now is about just controlling the skies, and so here he is, looking to control the skies. Now MMA will get in position, he's going to cancel his fourth. Well, Ufam, at least he can fly this base out over there whenever he finds himself the opportunity, as we are going to see Medivacs loading up a couple more of those units once more. And still just gathering himself together. Continue to expand down the left-hand side. His fourth base is finished, and his fifth is on the way up now as well to the top. So both of these players still just expanding en masse for the most part. Another CC from Ufam will build out over here. As MMA is starting to clean out those rocks, and again opening up those pathways as a big chunk of Hellions are going to start going across the map to try and do just a little bit more. Now MMA did see those, he'll be able to try and hunt them down if he wants to in the next few moments. As you see at the same time though, actually a Cyclone drop into the main base. Liberators and Vikings are going to come and shut this down, but those Cyclones will get quite a lot done in the meantime, it will seem. As we're going to see the Hellions at the same time running into that mineral line and killing a lot of MMA's workers. You can see that in the picture. 19 workers going down. MMA also positioning though to push in towards the third base here of his main army. So he's going to try and do something with this. The tank siege up, and he will get into position. That CC is starting to drop. Has to lift up and get out of there. As he's still in the picture-in-picture, see those Hellbats going crazy over on that base, getting a couple more workers. But man, this CC is still burning down. Liberators from the side going to start doing a bit more damage, picking their way through these siege tanks, and still just pushing it back. So Ufam will continue to defend. Both players throwing themselves at each other in the utmost of ways. I mean, really, just complete aggression on either side. You're going to see the Liberators getting taken down. The Vikings doing a good job of it here, and more Cyclones from MMA continuing to come up over the next few minutes. More units into the center. Is going to be seeing these SCVs going to be in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to start getting picked off. This siege tank gets picked away at 2. Vikings are going to land very quickly now. Is going to be seeing a couple of tanks, and Vikings continuing to fight. And actually, Ufam is starting to push his way through this. MMA is going to lose out on this army as Vikings lift back up into the skies, and Ufam is going to pull on over to the right-hand side. He's going to be repositioning that base, which was slightly out of location, and MMA drops down in supply after what was a fairly successful few moments for him, I feel. Oh my god, Rifkin told me about this yesterday, with Cyclones with the upgrade lifted into Medivacs, and the red things just sit above the Medivacs. That's such a weird bug. Alright, we are going to be seeing those Cyclones unloading and getting rid of that little bit of a weirdness. Because you are going to see Liberators coming in. I mean, the thing is, you should be able to lock onto the Liberators and do quite a bit. He locks on, kills one, and gets out of there. Nicely done by MMA, keeping up this aggression, keeping up his pressure on the map at the moment as well. There's just going to be seeing some Hellions, a Cyclone, a couple of tanks are setting themselves up and getting ready to go. Some more Liberators on the way up currently on either side as well. Cyclones coming in, they are going to get themselves a couple of siege tanks, still finding some really great trades here so far, MMA, over the last few moments. A couple more missile turrets on the way up here from Ufam. Sense Tower also on the way down at the moment. So setting up some vision on this right-hand side, as we are going to see the fusion core on the way up in the main base, and MMA still coming across over to the right as well to try and see what else is going on. Vikings and Liberators up in the skies, seeing what else they can do as well. As we're going to see some more of these units just dropping down. And they're going to be coming back through the center once again. A couple more Libs coming across here, tanks through the middle. And we're seeing those rocks starting to be targeted down right now as well. It's going to be opening up this pathway even more so. As we're going to see these Vikings coming in, and a Medivac just doesn't quite go down. And they're still looking for the position, still being the aggressor right now. As Ufam building 4 Liberators at a time. His air army, the key feature of his game at the moment. As those Medivacs not sure where they want to go. The scan obviously giving Ufam a good idea as to what is going on. There's mostly Hellbats in here. It's actually a little bit kind of shitty, right? Because if you see those red things, you know how many Cyclones are in the Medivacs or not. That's kind of crazy. As Liberators siege up from MMA actually do some damage here before they're going to get taken down. Not bad, not bad. He does get in position over here, but again, how long until the Liberators just come in and just siege this up and push him back? MMA, I mean, you can lock onto those Libs as much as you like, buddy, but they just do so much damage so quickly, and the Cyclones will not kill these very quickly at all. He is going to get 2 kills to the siege up again. Meanwhile, those few Hellbats not getting much done either. And as you can see, somehow the Cyclones lost their lock-on? How did that happen? Was it the vision because of this kind of high ground? I'm not even sure. Well, MMA is pulling back once more, but Ufam feels as though he's in control of this game now. Again, this air play is working out for him, and MMA, even if the rapid fire launches on the Cyclones, is not finding himself enough here. As we're going to be seeing him having to back away with these couple of units as well. He's kept Ufilm on 4 bases, though his own 5th base is up, although not really mining at the moment, I suppose, one of the issues here. There's just no real way for him to fight this. Oh my god, those medevacs are just going to disappear, and of course a couple of Vikings from MMA are not going to last much longer either. Cyclones again just have to run out of there. Tank goes down because there's just so many libs sieging. You just can't react in time unless you're already moving away with that tank. It's the only way you're going to get out of there. Again, Cyclones are going to try and help, but they just can't even get the lock-ons that they need to initially pick up the kills, and they're blocking each other as well as they're trying to get away, and Ufilm continue to just push forwards with the Liberators and the Vikings. More Hellions and tanks coming through the center of the map. Some extra Liberators as well on this left-hand side, pushing on forwards. You're going to see those Libs on siege, and Ufilm is still making his presence known as more and more Cyclones from MMA to try and deal with this. I just don't see how he gets rid of the Liberators soon enough to really make a difference in this. So you're going to see those Hellions trying to push forwards as well. A couple more tanks are going to siege up, and one of those Cyclones does get taken down. Vikings and Liberators pulling over to the left-hand side now as well, sieging up, and those tanks continue to move on forward. Is going to be in a little bit of an issue, and we do see a couple of them getting picked off. More Cyclones again through the middle, and we're going to be seeing them going forwards and doing a little bit more damage again, as we're going to be seeing a lot of damage picked off here. Those Cyclones going down once more, and this is a cleanup initially here from MMA, but he still has to deal with the Sky Army, and that's just what he doesn't really have anything to deal with at all. And again, it's just the issue of how do you even get in range of those Liberators to lock on initially with the Cyclones. Works his way through those rocks, which opens up the map a little bit here, and maybe here we go. Begins to lock on, but has to instantly start pulling back and just pulling out of position. One single 4 here is actually picking away at some of these Liberators, which is doing a great job. With the tank support, Ufilm is still just firing away and slamming down those Cyclones time after time. 4 more Vikings on the way up for Ufilm, as we're going to be seeing Hellions still fighting each other here. Liberators locking on once again. Vikings still doing a decent job. Another tank, another 4 actually taken down. MMA, I think, really is in some trouble as Ufilm continues to push on forwards. A few more Liberators coming in here, and they will siege up on this ramp once again. Another scan coming into play. In the center of the map, Cyclones, a couple of 4s, still just looking to pick up reinforcements or so, but again, Ufilm is in a position now where this base is going to go down. Does he know about this bottom left base? Sees a depot down here, doesn't know about the CC. I mean, he has to assume there's one 4th base up at least, right? So he should have a rough idea that he can probably deny something, as the counterattack from MMA might pull Ufilm back a little bit, although the number of units that are here are rapidly decreasing because already the Cyclones are going down, and well, here come the Liberators sieging up yet again, although this time the tanks and the Cyclones and the 4s will do some damage initially. They loop back around, they'll get another lock on, they pick off another Liberator. MMA is just losing so many units in the process, though. This is really, really painful for him, as you're going to see those Vikings, the tanks, continue to come up this right side. A couple of the Cyclones getting picked away at. Vikings will land as well, and that's going to be the end of that attack. Now MMA really doesn't have much left at all. A few more units just trailing around in the center. You're going to see a couple of Hellions morphing into Hellbats here. And again, those units just going to be moving forwards to try and do a little bit more. More Liberators setting up their siege zones, and we are just seeing still MMA pulling back over to the left-hand side. As tanks going to siege up once again, continuing to fire away here, continuing to fight, continuing to engage. Armory is going to get picked off in the next couple of moments. Vikings will land from Ufilm, and look how quickly this CC just disappears. And now, of course, on the natural expansion, he has access towards the main base. And if he kills off the main base production, what do you do then as MMA? Well, he's got some Cyclones to maybe stop that from happening, but he isn't going to be able to save all of these bases or all of these workers. And Ufilm now really just closing this one out. What a TVT series we've had here between MMA and Ufilm. Some back and forth games. I mean, game number 1 on Blue Shift was just fantastic. Really back and forth. Really could have gone anyone's way at multiple points. Some great plays from both players to get back in it multiple times. Game 2, that Reaper attack left Ufilm behind, and then MMA really did just play it out well from there. But Ufilm still defended for a long time to keep himself in it. And this 3rd game, I mean, you guys have just watched it unfold. Cool little kind of example of the Sky Terran, which we're apparently going to be seeing a lot more of in the near future. As we're going to be seeing Vikings continue to push on forwards, and again, look at this, just Vikings on the ground as part of the army. It's not something you see every day, as Hellions are just denying this base down to the south. And this is going to be these Vikings just lift up again, getting rid of another couple of medevacs. Continue to do just a fantastic job here, as we're going to be seeing the Hellions still just picking up some more workers. Ufilm has been losing some workers as well here and there, like a couple of Cyclones were running around in bits and pieces, but again, in the end, there's just not enough units coming out from MMA to ever really clean this up. I mean, another refinery or so going down. Also, this command center going to get picked off here. Again, just very solid damage done. And that's pretty much going to be it, as we're going to be seeing these Vikings continue to pick away through this and just continue to shut this down. More SCVs going down once again, and again we just see that U-Thermal's been able to clean this. So we're going to see the Cyclones once more going to be able to fight over here, but what do you even do? I mean, okay, you're picking off a base, you're slowing it down, but eventually those Cyclones get chased away. They don't really do enough, and U-Thermal still has a base up here, which is mine, which I guess the Cyclones move towards now. MMA is just really trying to survive this. Just pure Cyclone at the moment coming on through. 2 workers left on the map. He doesn't want to give this up. He really, really doesn't. I was going to see that refinery picked off here. And still just pushing up this left-hand side. Lone Siege Tank of U-Thermal gets picked off as, again, that army coming on through. MMA can't build anything else. With only 1 worker left, he has no mining remaining. So it's this army or die trying. And, well, I just don't really think this army is going to be able to cut it. I mean, it's a lot of Cyclones again. Cyclones are pretty great, but in this stage of the game, are they going to be enough? Perhaps not. U-Thermal pulls back for safety's sake, sets up some Liberators, and he's already picking away at a few of these. The Vikings on the ground are pushing forwards to fight this as well, as we are just going to be seeing a bit back and forth. U-Thermal doesn't want to fully commit in unless he's really sure about it. Really wants to fight with the Lib zones, it seems. Still being very, very careful. Still just pulling around in a couple different directions, and now the Cyclones are going to take their final fight. That's got to be it, though, from MMA, right? I mean, he just lost half of his Cyclone count, if not more. Again, he's barely mining. He's trying to reproduce SCVs, but U-Thermal still has... I mean, U-Thermal only has 26 workers left himself. You can understand why MMA is still trying to fight until the very end, because he did do a lot of eco damage here. He really did try it out, but it just didn't quite work out for him there. And that is going to be GG's, and that wraps us up for game number... Game number 3. So our second series of the day is wrapped up. And coming up next, we have MMA versus Sioux. So we're going to be getting into that in just a few moments' time. Just going to put some of these maps in the map order so that we know what we're going to be seeing here. So we've seen Blue Shift, Parasite, and Digital Frontier. Let's put in Lost and Found, and maybe let's put in one of these maps as well, such as maybe Arashi. Let's try that. Alright guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, our next series is Sioux versus MMA. Do not miss this. Welcome back, everybody. I gotta say sorry to Redacted 2148 who came in with the 6-month resub like half an hour ago and I didn't see it. Dude, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the 6 months of love. If you're still out there, Redacted, I do apologize for missing your resub. Just crazy games today, crazy stuff happening, some madness in general. And apologies for missing the resub earlier. Can you get some love in the chat, please? For Redacted 2148. Again, thank you Shifty1212, my man, coming in for the tier 200 during that last game as well as Bit Ghost coming in with the 2-month resub saying go you thermal. Thank you so much, guys, for all of the love and support. Again, with your love and support, I'm able to stay as a full-time StarCraft 2 content creator, caster, streamer, producer, that sort of thing. So if you're enjoying the games and you want to see more in the future, hit that follow button to see when I'm going live. But also don't forget, if you're Twitch Prime user, you can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. Just click that sub button. If you've got that Twitch Prime, you're not using it to sub to someone, it does go a long way to supporting us and allowing us to continue making content. Beyond that, of course, if you're enjoying the games, again, obviously subbing is a great way to support and make sure you see more in the future from us. Just hit the follow button so you can see when you go live in the future. We're live every day this week and next week with StarCraft 2 content at least, building up in towards Katowice and so on. So very exciting times as we get this ready to go. And I think we are set to go into this here. So our players are ready. I'm not sure if MMA was actually ready or if he was just chilling. I think they're ready. I'm going to click start, just in case. Alright. We're going to jump into this. It's MMA versus Sue. TVZ, guys. As we get ready to jump into this. Treachery is our next map, and this is a map from the macro section of the competition. Treachery, a map has been produced by Young Rustler. He's actually one of the map makers who has been in the finals the last couple of times. I can't remember what maps he had last time, but he was definitely a name that when I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember casting his maps last time around, even though I can't remember which they were. Apparently this is his third TLMC finals in a row. So let's see what he can do with Treachery here as we go into game number 1 of this series. So let's see what happens as we go into this. To the bottom right hand side, our purple Terran player. Give it up if you're cheering on MMA. And he's going up against the blue Zerg to the top left hand side. Of course, he is one of our favourites and our map contest champion from the contest that we ran, or the map contest tournament that we ran. It is Sue to the upper left hand side as the blue Zerg. I mean, how exciting to start on a macro map between Sue and MMA. Does it get a lot more, much more exciting than that? I personally don't really think so. So excited to see how this goes. We do see this setup just getting going, just getting rolling in these early stages. And it is a gas pool opening, so maybe Sue with some potential aggression here. And it's just yesterday he advanced through to the round of 8 of the GSL, of course. Great to see, and very excited. He was very enthusiastic about playing in the competition as well, by the way, which is great to see. You know, a lot of the Korean players you ask, and they're like, well, you okay, maybe. So he was like, yeah, I would love to play again, you know, super hyped, because obviously he won the last one against several in the grand finals, 8-7. That was an insane series, by the way. You should go back and watch that. So, yeah, he was excited to play again. He was down, you know. And it's great. You know, another player, this is going to maybe surprise some of you guys, but another player who was really excited to play was Innovation. He couldn't believe it. He was like, invite, really? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, awesome. He was like super happy, smiley face and all. It was pretty sick. What's up, Fluffy DK? Thank you very much for the sub coming in on the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime on the channel. Do appreciate it. There's some love in the chat for a new subscriber. Welcome to the family. Don't forget, as a subscriber, you'll get access to all of these replays. We're going to be sending out our replay pack in the next few days. You can already access the January replay pack through our Discord server, which has over 500 replays in it. And other than that, new replay pack in the very near future. That's going to be coming up soon. So keep your eyes open for that. It will be going out to subscribers. One of the biggest benefits of subscribers. Young Wrestler made Defender's Landing. Thank you, -0 in the chat. That's the one he made. I remember talking about it a lot last time around, I think. Last time in the map contest, that he was the maker of Defender's Landing. I didn't have my full notes here today. But But yeah, cool to see as we can see this Reaper patrolling at the front. A depot will go down as well. Zergman Speed looking to complete in the next few moments, as we do have a few Zerglings around the left-hand side. We didn't see much of a game, I feel, on Treachery yesterday. I think it was a pretty short one. I can't remember which series it was actually in, but it was played yesterday, as we do set up in towards this now. Obviously, it's kind of one of these macro maps, right? As we're going to see Ling Speed kicking in. Naturally, MMA needs to be a little bit careful for a moment or so. The Reaper trying to defend using the SCVs as well. The Reaper's going to go down. Now a couple of SCVs might fall as well. And we're just going to be seeing these couple of extra SCVs continuing to drop on down as well. It's just going to be seeing this SCV. Oh my god, that's 4 workers killed. MMA now finally pushing those Lings away, but 4 workers for 4 Lings, plus he killed the Reaper. Really fantastic stuff. Last tournament you submitted Defender's Resort. That's it. I actually do remember that one, right? It's, I do remember this. There was the, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna look it up, but I totally remember this map. I can't, what was it? I'm actually just going to look it up because it's really bothering me that I don't remember it. And as soon as I see it, I'm going to remember, because I remember casting all the games last time. Yeah, it is the white one. I remember the white one with the the X in the middle. Yeah, I remember this one. It has like the forward third base and stuff. You saw some cool games from that. I remember one of the Zerg players played this insane ZVT on that map, where it was like super hyper aggressive. It was really fun. Yeah, I remember it now. I remember judging that one actually. Awesome. See, well, it only took me kind of some looking up and some help from the chat and the map maker himself to remember, but I got there in the end. As unfortunately, Su is actually going to be getting very aggressive here. A bunch of roaches on the way up at the moment, so he's looking to get ready to go and just across the map very early. And MMA building double armory, building, well, a Liberator and a bunch of Hellions is maybe not going to help him so much, but he's moving the starport off the tech lab as well. That's not going to help him. He's got no idea about these roaches and ravagers. He needs to do something about this. He needs to figure this out, and right now he's just not even seeing this coming. So MMA has absolutely no clue what's going on. It's coming through the middle of the map. This big roach ravager attack. It's going to be very unfortunate for MMA, who really at home has nothing at all. More Hellions being made. He's going to see these roaches for the first time in just a moment. And again, he's building factories on those tech labs. That's not going to help him to get anything up to defend here. I mean, he's going to be able to morph in Hellbats, but what are the Hellbats going to do is Lings are going to reinforce this. The roaches are already picking away at the front, and I actually don't know what you'd go for at the moment. Liberator picks off a couple of workers, which is something at least on the other side, as we're going to be seeing those roaches and a couple of Ravagers once again getting to work on these depots and making their way through this. A couple of Hellions going to try and sneak out onto the map. They don't quite make it just yet, as more of these SCVs going to be moving forwards, and then, well, the Hellions are going to go for it. The SCV's helping to fight, and he will get rid of a Ravager pretty quick. I wonder if it's worth just morphing them into Hellbats at some stage here, though. There's still just so many Lings and Roaches pushing on forwards. We're going to see those Hellions continuing to kite on backwards, as we are just going to be seeing the Lings and Roaches continue to fight away, and it is pretty much going to be it. As we're just going to be seeing, well, a couple of Cyclones come out. Maybe MMA can hold this off in the end. Su is actually still just making more units, though, by the way, so, well, these Cyclones should actually clean this up. If he dodges that Corrosive Bile, he'll get rid of these couple of Ravagers. He will be able to defend this, so MMA will survive. He'll get into the next stage of the game, albeit maybe not in the best of positions. Su actually has a bunch more Roaches, but now we actually see a bunch of tanks on the way up, so that's going to be interesting as well. Sorry for the little bit of lag spikes as well, guys. That's just because we're playing on Korean. Sometimes my connection to Korea goes a little bit iffy lately. I'm not 100% sure why. It's just something that started happening in this last couple of months. A lot of people have been having it now and then, where their connection just goes a bit funny on certain servers. And unfortunately, we have it on Korea, and it happens once every kind of like 10 maps or something. So I really don't know why. The players don't see it at all. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm not even sure if it's happening over my other screen. I'm going to keep an eye out, and if it's not, I will just switch over to the other screen to continue to bring you guys the action from there instead. So I'm just going to watch for that the next time it happens. So hopefully it'll just clean up itself. Usually it is only around for like a few moments, so we'll see. We'll see. 10 more Roaches on the way up, as we're going to see a Roach-based follow-up here from Su. I think MMA, you know, well, he survived. He definitely did come out of this in a bit of a weaker position than he would have liked to be in at this stage, as we are going to be seeing these, well, this Liberator on the way out. A couple of Hellions, a couple of tanks are on the way. in the main base as more of these Hellions are coming up the left-hand side to try and get a bit more done. Already going to find themselves a creep tumor at the front. I'm just going to be seeing these Hellions pulling back away down the left-hand side once again. So again, pulling down the left, as you're going to be seeing a couple more fours on the way up. I'm just going to be seeing the Liberator on the way out as well in the main base. I'm just impressed that MMA did defend overall. You know, with the Hellions initially when he didn't have Cyclones for so long. Once those Cyclones came out, he was able to clean up the rest as well as those Hellions getting shut down though. Now, a few tanks set up over here. It's a pretty good defensive position for the Liberator too. I don't think it's something that Su can really push into in the next couple of moments, and he seems to think so as well. Throwing himself in towards the Spire, throwing himself in towards the Infestation Pit also. So continuing to set his tech up here in this. And there's a barracks floating around in the center. Now Su going to try and come up the right-hand side instead, as tanks are a little bit out of location to defend this one. The Four's coming out just now to cause some anti-air, but that might not help too much. Hellbat's in the front to tank though as the tanks get into location. And right now, MMA just losing depots, but hey, better than losing, you know, everything, as we're going to be seeing. Well, actually, Su's going to continue pushing forwards. I don't know if this works. Those tanks are going to do a lot of damage. The fours are going to do a lot as well. Oh, it's going to be pretty close, actually. He's going to have to pull SCVs in. Ravagers now getting themselves the biles to pick off one of those tanks. One tank in the back is still doing mega damage, by the way. 10 kills, considering it's all roaches. It's pretty significant. It's still coming across. More roaches arriving. And they're going to be able to get a little bit more done as well. 23 workers killed. It looks as though Su is just about done enough. I really wasn't sure about this push in. It looked not so great, but I mean, a couple more tanks, I think this would have been a disaster. But he knew that he just about had enough to make this work out, and he's definitely done enough damage to justify this attack through right now. And even if this Liberator siege is over, even if these roaches get taken down, the damage is there. 32 workers don't lie. And now we see more roaches still just streaming across the map. A couple tanks left over, but I mean, roaches are streaming into the natural, the main. And Su will pick up game number 1. For the first time today, MMA is going to find himself behind in a series. Alright, well, Su going up one map. We are going to be jumping into game number 2 in just a couple of moments. Alright, so we're just going to get into this in a couple of moments' time. Second map will be, it's my favorite. You guys ready for the map that no one's going to be able to pronounce apart from the Germans? Sorry, I fucked it up already. Backpfeifengesicht is going to be map number 2 of this series. Another -0 map, so -0 maps getting played pretty early on in this. So Backpfeifengesicht going up in as map number 2. I'm going to say as much as possible, because I spent about, the other night before day number 1, I literally stayed up for about an hour in bed going, Backpfeifengesicht, and eventually, I've nailed it, I think. I probably haven't, but I think it's okay. Backpfeifengesicht coming up as map number 2. This is one of the maps that comes in from the Rush category, is it? Sorry, I do just have to double check again. It's either Rush or New. I'm pretty sure it's from the Rush section. No, it's from the New section. Oh yeah, of course. We saw Parting versus Elaser on this map yesterday. And, well, you'll see when we get in game what's so interesting about it as we get into this in a moment or so. Basically, natural expansion gold bases that are very vulnerable, but with the choice of a normal natural as well. So let's get into this momentarily here, guys, for this map. And if you're wondering what the name maybe actually means, it means a face in need of a fist. So maybe, I don't know whether that's the description of the map, like this map literally makes you want to punch it, or what, but we're going to be jumping into Backpfeifengesicht right now for map number 2 of Su versus MMA in this best of 3, but all maps will be played, so even if Su takes map number 2, we still go into the third and final map of this series. So let's go into this one, an aggressive game number 1, which saw Su coming out victorious. Let's see if he can find a similar success in game number 2. This is the top left-hand side. We'll start, though, with our purple Terran player. Let's hear it if you're cheering on MMA. And to the bottom left-hand side, we do have our blue Zerg player here on Backpfeifengesicht. I'm going to keep getting there. I'm going to say as much as I can, just in case this ever makes the map pool. I want to be able to be the one caster that can say it, I swear. It is Su to the bottom left-hand side as our blue Zerg player. Alright then, so setting up into this, and just to show you guys what I mean. So this is the back natural, or the in-base natural, with gold-based minerals, and that's kind of cool until you realize that if you continue up in this direction, all of a sudden you find yourself straight up in towards your opponent's natural, and of course there's this kind of set, pathway where you can just attack the minerals. So I'm pretty sure majority of players will try and take this normal expansion down here. Yesterday, Parting on this map tried to expand here, and it just didn't really work out. It's interesting seeing how this is gonna go in the next couple of moments. So let's see how this goes, see what's going to happen. Gas pool hatch coming out right now from Sue as we get set up into game number 2 at the moment. So Barracks finishes up and a Reaper on the way, as we're going to be seeing the initial setup here is pretty normal, and Sue is going to take just the normal natural expansion. Is going to be able to drop that down. We're going to be seeing the CC though from MMA. He is actually going to be able to throw this down the gold base. So we are going to see someone trying to take this gold once again. Okay then, this is going to be pretty fun. This is going to be pretty interesting. Let's see what happens. Well, I don't blame Sue for going for the Roach Roar in here, because I think this is what this map encourages. It encourages someone to try and take the risky base, and obviously that encourages someone to try and be aggressive against it and to take advantage of it. And that's exactly what Sue is going to try and go for right now. As a couple of Zerglings coming up through the center of the map. Sue coming in towards the upper left-hand side to see what else is going on, what else is happening in the next couple of moments. Roach Roaring is just about to finish, as you are going to see that reactor on the barracks is going to be finishing up in a moment or so. Factory going to be finishing fairly soon as well, and just going to be having that Ling nibbling away at that depot at the front. The first roaches are on the way out though, and again I think right now the main thing for Sue will be just denying gold mining here. I wonder what MMA does to actually try and defend the gold base in general. Right now his scouting is fairly limited because he had to pull back to deal with that Zergling, so he didn't actually get to see the roaches coming out just yet. But when he does, what does he actually change up? I mean, I guess just a Banshee straight away would help. Factory is going to jump on the reactor now. He could also make a Cyclone, which would help, but maybe not if it's just one. As we are going to be seeing these roaches just gathering up together and getting ready to go. Well, Reaper does see the roaches now, so now MMA knows what's up. Tech Lab immediately on the starport, cancels the Hellions and makes Cyclones. Gotta say that's generally the way this is going to go. Now, does Sue actually know about the gold base? He does, but he doesn't go for it. He's actually going to bypass the gold and just go straight towards the main. I'd love to just see one roach here, because one roach will slowly deny this mining and pick away at SCVs. That's all it will take to kind of start slowing that down. Is MMA almost destined to lose a couple of supply depots here, but Banshee on the way, Cyclone's on the way out as well. This is looking like it could be an okay sort of defense here. You're going to see a couple of Ravagers throwing down some Corrosive Biles. And Marine also attacking towards the front here as well. And there's the Cyclones popping out. Oh, that Corrosive Bile, though, connects in the middle of the Cyclones. And that's some real damage here. MMA loses one of the Cyclones right now, and the other one in some trouble. But he is holding this off at the front, which is important because it means he's limiting the amount of SCVs he loses. And if he isn't losing SCVs, well, then the Banshee comes out, pushes this away, and really minimizes the damage done here. 2 Heroic lost so far actually is actually very impressive to only have that much lost. If he loses about 5 or 6, I think this is kind of fine. Because there's that Banshee loses 5, 6, needs to try and stop losing more. I think pull away now. He's losing 7, he's going to lose 8, 9. Okay, that's going to be it at least, but 9 workers is a fair amount, 14 workers, but he does have the gold base. I still have to say, just one roach behind this mineral line would have really just denied this. Alright, well, MMA is still setting up on the natural expansion. You're going to see this Overlord set up on the left-hand side as well. We're going to be seeing this Overlord dropping in towards the main base as well to see what else is going on. So Sue just poking around in here is going to be seeing more of these Hellions coming across the map to see what else is up for MMA. So he's going to try and counterattack, but, Sue, he was safe about this. He's made sure to kind of get a couple of roaches up to try and deny this run by, to stop it from kind of, deter kind of MMA from just diving in towards the mineral lines. As we do see a third hatchery coming up as well. I'm just going to be seeing those Hellions getting ready to dive on in and just going to go straight for this anyways. Gets 2 workers right away. If he can get 4 to 5, I mean, again, that's just going to pull him right back into it. And he's going to find the 5 with 3 Hellions still alive, so he'll get 6, maybe 7 if here. Nice Spore Crawler placement to limit any further workers going down. But it's something that brings MMA back into the worker count. 34 to 35 for a moment or two before this next round of drones finishes. Stimpak on the way, and we're going to be seeing Bio for this map number 2 now, with a third CC coming up as well. Just continue to get set and ready to go. Alright, just going to be seeing the command center finishing up now. A couple of engineering bays on the way. Sue is going to be playing in towards this roach speed once again. So playing in towards that for the second time now this series. Well, it makes sense if you open up aggressively with roaches to then go in towards a roach speed and a roach based follow-up into the mid-game. You know, you can see where the logic for that one comes around. So no real surprise there, as you see just extra drones coming up on the third hatchery as well. And again, just looking to see where we kind of go from this point on. A couple of medevacs coming up, and obviously there's some aggressive opportunities here as well from MMA here on back 5 in Gesicht, where you do have maybe, I mean, you could maybe even drop over here towards the natural and use this low ground choke area with a couple of tanks, and you drop up here as well. It's very possible that becomes an issue in the long term on this map. A couple of melee upgrades on the way out. Roach speed is about 75% of the way done. Balin Nest coming up as well behind this mineral line. And we are going to be seeing a few more Marines just setting up. And I mean, the first tank's already in the medevac, and the second tank will be soon to follow. MMA is definitely going to put on some pressure here, and I really feel as though towards the main base is the best location. Where else? I guess you could siege tanks down here. That's also actually a pretty nice spot. So I guess there's a couple of places, but for now, it's actually not going to be tanks coming across. It's just going to be Marines, and he will try and drop into the main base with them, maybe via the gold. So we are going to see these units going to start getting ready to go. He actually sees the 4th hatchery here, so he might just go for this kill instead. Not sure if Sue actually saw those medevacs. I don't think he did. Stim is ready, so he can stim right onto this, and he's going to go for that queen, which is a quick, easy pick-off before Sue can react. Obviously cancels that hatchery, will lose the drone, and he just gets that creep tumor in time. We'll drop the scan anyways to get rid of the rest of the creep tumors, and just slow down the creep from coming out further onto the map. Obviously one of the big parts of this game here is going to be to deny the creep spread, and the fact that he opened up with a Ravager Rush, or Roach Rush, Ravager Rush, means that he has a very limited number of queens. Only 4 queens before that one went down, unlike a lot of macro TVZ or ZVT build orders, which get you up towards a whole chunk of queens very early in the game to rebuild creep and stuff like that. It's just going to be seeing the couple of units going to sit on this watchtower, and there we go. The 1 Roach is all it takes to slowly deny mining, and that's why I just didn't understand why Sue didn't send 1 Roach here earlier, because there isn't really a way to shut down just a single roach. There really isn't. So yeah, it really could have been very effective in his previous attack. Otherwise, MMA has just been mining off of this gold base for so long, as he will shut this down now. And still just dropping around this side as well. Cleans up some more creep towards the 3rd, as we're going to see Lings on the way up. Link speed's just finishing, Bane speed about to finish too. Obviously with melee upgrades, this is obviously maybe an expected switch. And it's something that MMA now sees, and we'll see how well he's going to react to this. As maybe initially here Sue was going roaches just in case it was mech, and he prefers to play a roach style against mech rather than Lingbane Hydra. Now he's going to be playing Lingbane Roach perhaps. We'll see if a Hydra Den eventually will come down. His lair is finished, he's got Bane speed, he's got the 2-2 started, so he has that potential. As you're going to see a creep tumor getting picked off as well. And we're just going to be seeing more of these bio units setting up and pushing on forwards. A little bit of the bio going to stim in here and right away. The tank's sieging up. And again, MMA has just macroed like a beast behind this. Sue has so much money in the bank, which he currently isn't using. And we're going to be seeing this bio going to start splitting up once again. Lingbane Ravager starting to push on forwards. And, well, we do see just so many tanks here just going to be so effective. And it looks as though MMA is going to win out this fight. I mean, the issue now is that Zerglings come out on their own. They're just not going to be powerful enough to really fight here. You know, you're not going to have a chance to morph in the Banes because they're going to get picked off while morphing in. And MMA continue to sim on forwards is going to be picking off a lot of these roaches, queens, and more. And MMA is going to pick up game 2. MMA is going to be taking game 2, and that's going to put him in one hell of a position to move out of this group, by the way, 100% almost. We're going to be seeing him with a game 3 on his hands. MMA and Sue is tied up here, and Sue might have to move away from those aggressive roach attacks because MMA seems to have them somewhat figured out. Alright guys, well, we are going to be back in just a few moments time. We are going to be in a moment or so going into our 3rd game here, which is going to be on Lost and Found, another of the maps by Zweck if I'm not mistaken, and one which is coming in from the standard section of the maps here today. So Lost and Found by Zweck coming up next. This is a pretty cool one. We didn't see much of it yesterday due to a fast game, so let's see what happens here on day 2 in Group B of the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament by Wardy TV. We'll be back after this quick break. Welcome back, guys. How are we doing? Thank you for staying tuned during the quick little break there. This gives me a chance to refresh, get going. We're going on to Lost and Found, which is a very weird map. Because I think the thing about this map is just the colors are weird. Something about whatever lighting this is so strange. So let's see how this goes. To the top right hand side, our purple Terran player is MMA. And to the bottom left, our blue Zerg player is Sue. He's going to go for a 12 pool. So he's actually going to Ravager Rush again, this time a bit differently with the double gas follow-up, so that he can actually afford like a bunch of Ravagers early game. So Sue is really all about aggression here in the ZVT today, just going again and again and again. And here on Lost and Found, we could be in for a bit of a quick one. Again, it's a weird map with the way that the colors are. You can just see in general everything's like a little bit different, like the minerals are very different. I really feel like the colors need to be, the lighting needs to be changed, because like I feel it's just distracting to watch with the colors being so different to usual. Never mind to actually play. I can't even imagine. So kind of interesting as we do see this Rotron about halfway done here. Overlord coming across. An aggression from Sue to try and shut out this series with a 2-1 victory here in game number 3. Remember that after this matchup we do have Sue versus, I think, Creator, then versus Euthermal, then Euthermal versus Creator to wrap up the day. So we still have more ZVT. This is only our 3rd series of the day. I mean, this series is starting to go a little bit faster than the others, but after this we've got the second half of matches still to come, and obviously Sue still has some of his games to play. MMA, this is his final map of the day though. He is going to be done after this, and we start to kind of, after our 4th series especially, we'll start to see just where players are at in terms of being able to advance through this group and qualify for the quarter-finals, which will be played on Sunday. So, early Roach Rush here, and so far, MMA, one of the things he's been very stubborn about is the lack of scouting. No SCV scouts or anything like that. As you see, this Reaper will have to pull back to deal with those Lings. Although, already having to just deal with these Zerglings gives you a decent idea of the fact that, hey, well, it does probably mean that these units are going to be kind of followed up by some sort of aggression. Let's see what exactly is going to happen here. MMA is going to swap onto this reactor. As you see the starport on the way up, but now he sees the Ravagers, so he knows what's coming. Is he going to be able to finish the CC even? That might be a bit of a difficulty here, and he is just going to straight up cancel it. Go up to the high ground where he's building a bunker, and a few SCVs already on the way. Starting up a Cyclone and a Hellion. As you can see, this initial reactor going to be repaired. That bunker's actually in some trouble already. It is going to be cancelled. Another bunker building further back here. The Cyclone's going to be a big part of this defense right now as the Ravager Bars continue to drop on down. Marine pops out to help out with this defense. The Cyclone takes a bit longer than the Hellion to build, which is why right now we're seeing this taking a little bit longer. Obviously the starport cancelled to give him some gas to be able to do this. Supply blocked now though. As we're going to see this next depot going down as well. Currently depot-less. MMA in a little bit of trouble. We'll start to pull some SCVs in. The Cyclone has to dodge away from the Bile. First Ravagers taking some damage, by the way, as we're going to be seeing MMA able to get into the bunker, and we'll probably start pulling back in towards a more sturdy defense kind of behind the bunker, etc. The barracks going to move as well. Now it's starport on the way up, so those Ravagers just going to pick away from a distance. SCVs need to stay close, though, to be able to keep on repairing whenever possible. And they are going to be repairing up just a little bit right now. So starting to repair here as a few more corrosive bars continuing to drop. Just continuing to set up in towards this. We do see the actual bunker actually does get picked off here, so that's a pretty big deal. So you're going to see a few more SCVs going down. 6 killed so far. 7 workers down, and MMA might just be running out of options here. Another Cyclone's on the way, but it's just not ready yet. I mean, so many workers lost, okay. As he actually uses the Mule to try and block this Ravager in. That's a really cute play. It actually works. He's going to be able to get 2 Ravager kills off this. 7 workers against 13. It's not over because he does have an orbital as well. Remember, these Ravagers are so low, but the target fire isn't quite there. Missing out on some of this target fire means that he is going to be missing out on the chance to actually pick off some of these Ravagers. And that is going to be GG, as Sue will be cleaning out this series with that quick all-in. And MMO is going to wrap up the day with a 2-1 scoreline. A victory against Euthermal. It was a 3-0 against... 3-0 against... what was it? It was 3-0 against Creator, 2-1 against Euthermal, and 1-2 against Sue. Definitely not a bad day in the office for MMA. Puts himself in a prime position to move out of this group. Well, with everyone else having one series played, Sue's in the best spot here at the moment. and he's going to be going up against Creator in the next few moments. So we're going to get that set up and ready to go. I just need to figure out what our map choices are going to be. I just need to update this a little bit as well. Treachery, and we also played Lost and Found again. So we're going to be getting set up in towards this. Is going to be, I just need to figure out which maps we put into the map choices. Maybe let's put in Artana, as well as Travincle. And maybe let's put in Cerulean Falls as well. Alright, that should do it, as we are going to be taking another quick little break here, guys. I know there's a short game, and we just came out of break as well, but it does just give me a chance to get the players ready, get the maps ready and stuff, make sure the videos go correctly, and so on and so on. So I appreciate that we just came out of break, but we're going to be back in just a few moments' time, and it's going to be Sue versus Creator up next, some ZVP action, so we'll be going into that in just a few moments' time. And see you guys for that momentarily. Up next, our first Avex map of the day, as it is Arashi coming through to start off Sue versus Creator. So we're going to be jumping into this in just a couple of moments. ZVP, what is wrong with 16-bit, the map? The map 16-bit is just getting no love at all. It gets vetoed every single game. Why, guys? Why do you keep vetoing 16-bit? I really want to see it. It looks really cool. It looks really pretty. I'm not sure why these players don't like it. I've put in every map pool so far, and every time someone finds a veto for it. So, a little bit unfortunate in that regards, but we'll get it at some point. If it doesn't get played by today, we will force it into series tomorrow. Just because we are on duty to make sure all the maps do get fair representation, and I do like to make sure all the maps get played within, you know, a reasonable number of times within the same as each other. So, even if we're not seeing 16-bit just yet, it will be played. Even if I force it into the map pools, it will happen. I had to force Arch of Janus. Well, I didn't actually have to force Arch of Janus last year into the map pools. People actually started picking it quite a lot. But anyways, welcome to our next series here in the Wally TV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, guys. Appreciate you all tuning in, as we do have to the top left-hand side our Blue Zerg player. It is Sue. And he's going to open hatchery first here in this ZVP, as we have to the bottom right-hand side of the map, the Red Protoss is Creator. As we get this set up and ready to go into game number 1 of this series. So welcome to Arashi, one of the rush maps here. Fairly short rush distance through the center, which is made interesting by line of sight blockers combined with, combined with kind of the rocks in the middle to make these very choked up areas that you can break through and make a little bit large by killing the rocks at a later stage. So it's got this kind of faster move through the center, but later in the game you're probably going to see it be a little bit of a slow push. What's really interesting is you actually have, like, not too difficult of a third base to hold on to either, although it does have rocks leading into it, so it keeps the idea of the rush map there, where it's aggressive, it's meant to be played aggressively, you're meant to see attacks on this map, while still also being that sort of map which is actually not too horrendous to take multiple bases on. It really encourages some very different styles of play, so I actually really like this one. Again, made by Avex. I mean, if you don't know Avex, he's the most successful map maker of recent times, simply in the Team Liquid Map Contest in terms of that. I mean, Blackpink won Team Liquid Map Contest number 9, he won Team Liquid Map Contest number 8 as well. He's the maker of maps such as Invader on the ladder. You guys should be very familiar with Avex and his maps, as we do just get this going and see this probe just patrolling the third base somewhere, which Sue is going to want to expand to in the near future, so he gets 2 lings out there to deny that probe and to come in and to take his hatchery. Going to be seeing the Stargate is on the way up right now from Creator. So Creator getting the Stargate going in the early stages. There's a couple more lings coming back up towards the upper right hand side. And Stargate is coming up to being about 75% of the way done. I'm just going to see this probe coming out and looking to see what's going on. Why does a map contest allow vetoes? So the idea is, we see these cannons are shooting away. The idea is that there is actually a lot of there's a lot going on to kind of make sure the maps do get played a similar amount. I've devised a system which should allow for every map to be played a same amount as each other, and that's done by basically I set 5 maps per series and each player gets 1 veto, and in general if one map's starting to be played less, we just put it in the matches. We just get it put into the we just get it put into the we just put it into the, you know, the map order again and again and again, because eventually someone's not going to veto it, is the idea. And obviously if one map does keep getting vetoed, like 16-bit, eventually we will just straight up say, look, we need a game on this map, this is the map contest, we will force for game number 1 to be on this map this time around, or you can't veto this map this time. So we allow the vetoes to give the players some choice, but it is controlled in a way that I am making sure as the tournament organizer that there is going to be representation equally of each of these maps throughout the tournament to some extent. We did a great job of it in the last map contest tournament. I spent a long time figuring out how to make this possible and just doing it in the fairest way possible to players, giving them as much choice as possible without kind of taking away too much of the, giving them a choice while also allowing them out. It was a difficult thing to do, but I think I figured it out, and it worked well last time. It's working pretty well this time too. It's just 16-bit is having a couple of issues, but hey, if 16-bit gets played once in the next series, it's still within reach. It's still in that sort of area where it's, it's still in that area where it is played once, and we'll still have some maps at the end of the day that have also only been played once, so Pretty cool. There's so many things that are firing on this map. Like this little thing. What is that? Look at that. Just going crazy. I have to say, I think the ambient sounds on this map are a bit crazy. Actually, for the first time ever, I turned off the ambient sounds yesterday on this map because all the little zaps and the squeaking in the background consistently really got to me yesterday. So, there's one negative thing I have to say about this map from the get-go, I'm not going to lie. As you can see, Creator, though. Let's talk about this game. Stargate open, followed up by the Twilight with Resonating Glaives and 5 extra gateways behind the 3 he already has at the front. Creator is all about aggression here right now in game number 1. As you're going to see him stasis ward and try and do a little bit more damage. Ling's coming in, have to pull back. Just one Ling goes off, though, and that's really a good defense there. As you're going to see, I really feel like these are way too loud. Also very distracting in general, as, oh no, Su was actually setting up aggressively himself with this roach attack, as we're going to be seeing the, well, the Adepts just kind of somehow surviving here a little bit. Continue to shade up to this top side, so looking for some damage, but how is he going to defend right now? Shield battery on the way up, a Robo is just building. He's going to have a lot of gateways, but is that going to work out for him? As right now, these Adepts are getting picked off by Zerglin, so across the map he doesn't really get much done. And now these Roaches, Ravagers, and Queens are going to be poking at the front. So he's going to be able to break on through this and able to open up the map. And that's going to be a little bit interesting. He's going to see, oh man, the Cyber Core goes down. What are you going to do without the Cyber Core as a Force Field comes into play? Another Corrosive Bow will pop through that Force Field. And we're just going to be seeing, well, I mean, a couple of sentries are starting to drop. Some more Zealots warping in. It's a rush map, enough of a rush map where you can feel comfortable walking Queens across, apparently. And that's how Su is going to pick up game number 1. Apologies, guys, I got a little bit carried away talking about the map veto process and stuff to notice the actual attack and aggression from Su. So apologies for that, as we're going to be going into Artana for map 2, a map by Iron Man, the maker of Ohana. Actually didn't make it to a finalist of a TLMC in a long time. I kind of like this map, it's pretty, and we had a great game yesterday on this map in the TVZ between Special and Alazer. It was actually probably one of the best games of Group A, so we're going to be jumping into this in a moment. Artana for map number 2. Alright, again guys, if you're enjoying the stream today, sellout moment for a couple of seconds here. If you're enjoying the stream today, don't forget to hit that follow button on the stream, see when we're going live again in the future with more StarCraft 2 action. And if you're really enjoying the content, don't forget you can support the channel as well. Subscribing is one of the best ways to do so. It gives you access to our replay packs, it gives you access to all sorts of benefits like that, Discord channel and stuff like that. So do, you know, if you have the opportunity to, hit that subscribe button. You know, it does cost a little bit of money, but it goes towards supporting me. It helps me to run more StarCraft 2 tournaments, which I do on a regular basis. It just allows me to actually be here and cast tournaments and make tournaments for you guys, and just in general create StarCraft 2 content. So if you're enjoying what I'm doing here today, and you want to see more of it, subscribing is a great way to support me. If you've got Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free. You can subscribe for free, and you can just click that sub button. It'll be like subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. That helps just as much as usual as well. So if you've got your Twitch Prime sub lying around, it's also a great way to support the channel. Even if you know, maybe you don't watch all the time, but maybe you don't use the Twitch Prime as well. You know, if you're enjoying this content, it's a great way to support just for this month or so as well. And of course, you can donate or cheer as always too, as we're going to get ready to go into game 2 on Artana in just a couple of moments. Alright, so let's jump into this as we get ready to go into game 2. We have got to the upper left-hand side, starting us off. He's not 1-0 up, that's my bad. Let me just fix that. We do have to the top left-hand side our red Protoss player, Creator. Down a game in this series. And to the bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg is Su. Only High in the chat asks, hey Wardy, is there a winning map eventually, and if so, how is that decided? So the winning map in the end is decided by... So basically, after this tournament phase, there is a iteration phase where map makers can go back after seeing some games played on their maps, and they can make some edits to their map based on feedback, etc. And then they submit their final versions. And that final version goes to a public voting phase, and that's combined by a judge's voting phase, if I'm not mistaken, to create a victor overall. So... that's how it is done. So there is eventually a winner, and there is prize money given out based on the performance of your maps. You also get, I think, $100 per map in the finals. So every one of these creators gets at least $100 per map in the finals as well. And yeah, so it's cool. There's a bunch of money on the line for the map makers, as well as being a bunch of money on the line as well for the players here in this tournament. $4,000, sponsored by Blizzard, by the way, so hats off to Blizzard. Thank you for supporting this event and giving us some great StarCraft 2 content this week, of course. Obviously, we do love it. Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. But there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this fourth base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along. Because there's some... Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, you're
Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. But there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this fourth base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along. Because there's some... Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, you're
Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. But there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this fourth base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along. Because there's some... Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, your recall is going to recall, but your 9 mammoth.
Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. But there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this fourth base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along. Because there's some... Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, your recall is going to recall, but your 9 mammoths cannot recall, my friend. That was one.
Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. but there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this 4th base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along, because there's some Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, your recall, my friend. That was one hell of a donation for just the base.
Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. But there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this 4th base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along, because there's some Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, your recall, my friend. That was one hell of a donation for just the base. And if you see how easily Cuckoo took out.
Alright, so just going to see this Overlord coming up through the center. Going to see this Nexus and the Cybercore just on the way at the moment. And we are going to be seeing this hatchery dropping down on the natural expansion. So this Overlord just coming in towards the upper left side. You can see an assimilator and a pylon coming into play as well. Nothing really too crazy is what I'm trying to say by just stating the board in bits and pieces. And yeah, we set up into this. This was really the best map of yesterday, I think, in terms of the game we saw on it. You know, the one thing I did say was that it's a very choky map, even though it doesn't seem like it. But there is nice open space in the center. But if you focus your attacks down the right-hand side, you know, imagine this 4th base for Sue. If you take this base, god damn, a force field's going to be very powerful in this sort of direction. I sort of feel like some of these positions might just be a little bit too choky, just too far along, because there's some Vega's going to be abandoned. No, bro.
J Money.
Not like this.
I mean, yes, your recall, my friend. That was one hell of a donation for just the base. And if you see how easily Cuckoo took out the base in the bottom side for absolutely nothing, this was not the play by J Money Magic.
This would have been better to just fight, because he didn't even really trade with these guys. I feel like if he just stood and fight, he would have had a little bit out of this. Now he's going to try and push the center, but there's mortars already set up here, and even with the tanky mammoths, it just ain't going to be good enough. The destroyer is actually very good against the mammoths, so that's where I don't think this really works out. Maybe it would have been better just to try, maybe go dragonflies, but there's too much of a donation top left, because it just takes out so much momentum in your army. And yeah, anything you try and do now is going to be kind of rough. We see a few dragonflies showing up, but they don't even have the damage to do anything about this in time. Will do so well, this base is not going to last long at all. And Cuckoo has waltzed into a 2-0 lead.
Two very big donations, right? First, that 5th base in the bottom side of the map. I mean, that could have been tier 3 air attack, right? That could have changed maybe how this game would play out a little bit. And then taking out the top left is awesome, but then really calling everything home and just donating every single mammoth is a little bit too much. It is going to be a 2-0 lead for Cuckoo in this best of 7. I think now we should switch to NA for 2 games, by the way. I didn't want to do it per game because I feel like that would be a lot of switching, but I think after 2 games, it's fair. And now we do 2 games on NA. So I'll just let Indy know quickly.
Do we all have to switch to NA?
To keep it fair, obviously. So the first 2 games were in Europe. The next 2 games are going to be played on NA. 2-0 lead for Cuckoo, and pretty convincingly, right, to be fair. I feel like that first game was very close with the mortars, and I was like, oh, maybe if that mortar fight goes better for J Money, it's his game. But in the second game, I just felt that J Money made a few mistakes you cannot make against. Boy was grinding, man, from the very beginning of the day till the very end. He was playing battle aces all day, every day, duking it out with Clem and whatnot. And yeah, I feel like Cuckoo is, I don't know how good he is compared to some of the other guys we have here tonight, but he's already previous like that. That 5th base was too much, and all the mammoths was too much.
Yeah. Like, the problem is, it's just like recall into the 5th base can be such a cool play in so many matchups, but against like the mortars, and the